Hello and welcome to another episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast, the number one Necromunda lore podcast recorded live in front of an unwilling audience of our wives. As always, I am Spamuel, and to my right, the maleficently mutinous manvent, Nathan. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. The what? The what? The how now, man?
Maleficently mutinous.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
going from our previous episode, you said you were going to one day get me to actually explain what these words meant to you and the audience. Now, the dictionary tells me that maleficently, it means causing harm or destruction, especially by supernatural means.
right. Cool,
And
cool.
mutinous means refusing to obey orders of a person in authority. So basically, you're burning stuff down and ignoring your betters, and you're a manvent.
Right, cool. So,
But it's mind magic.
oh yes, no, excellent. So, for the three listeners that have remained listening to the podcast after that rather dull explanation, hello, welcome.
Yes,
Yeah,
please. It's been great entertaining you for these 7 seconds.
Right. How am I going? I am doing quite well. I'm still battling a little bit of Nurgle's blessing, which is a bit of a cough I've got. But other than that, life has been onwards and upwards. I'm a little bit stagnant on the old gang idea. I've had quite a few, but nothing that's truly been inspirational. So even though we talked about them in the episode, I've been like, I just want something to dig the claws into. So I'm, for use of a better term, just a little bit of an idea funk at the moment, but that's all right. What about yourself, brother?
I actually have a question for you.
I
Do you know how many needle weapons come in the Escher weapons and upgrades sprue? Because I do. I have them right here. It is 2 needle rifles and 2 beautiful needle pistols. Why? I don't know why I would have them. But let's just say the Timmytown Locos have been on a little bit of a recruitment drive.
I want to see this game, but at the same time, I just have no desire to come up against that kind of craziness. Just the idea of basically forcing the opposite gang to become drug afflicted is just, I don't know. Even in the darkness of Necromunda, you've made it extra dark.
It's
extra
a dick
nasty.
move.
It 100% is.
Like I said, it is a dick move, and you know what? I'm all about it. I've basically spent the entire time since we recorded the episode just reading about it. I'm just like, also, I really need to learn the rules because apparently it has been really obvious to everyone but us that you can just shoot drugs at people.
Really?
Yeah, apparently everyone does it.
Do you know why I wouldn't do it? Because I'm a good bloke. I'm a nice guy. It just doesn't seem very nice.
Weird, because I thought I was the one who won Best Sports 3 years in a row at Aranthian.
Yeah, cheated at least twice.
I'm just going to take a sip of this delicious tea. And, yeah. Anyway, before we allow this to degrade into something that ends up with me crying again, it's been a big read for us this last couple of days in preparation for the next 3 episodes.
It has indeed. This has been a massive amount of information gathering and a lot of reading and a lot of sparkling of ideas. But yeah, it's been quite full on. But I really love what we're reading as well, because it is really cool. It is all about the Aranthian Succession, as promised. And particularly for this episode, our focus is the Cinderak burning.
And like we said in our last episode, the next 3 episodes, so the rest of December as well as the first episode of January, are all going to be based around the Aranthian Succession, with each episode being based on one of the books. And we will be wrapping up the Aranthian Succession after those 3 episodes with a gang episode that has a huge focus on the Succession itself. I really hope it's Vansar, but Nathan still hasn't given me back the episode I wrote. So I'm wary. And in fact, he's got a very disgusting smile on his face right now. So I have a feeling it's not going to be
You were very
Vansar.
close to getting them back, but then you mentioned the Necromunda 3-peat for best sports. So bad luck, buddy.
Well, okay, that's my own fault. And I suppose I'll have to wait another episode to hopefully be nice to you during the opening of that one.
I doubt it.
But before we jump into our episode here, there's a couple of little housekeeping things we need to bring up. And the first is actually the return of a little bit of a fan favourite segment, the Spamuel Corrections.
Haven't had these for a while, have we? We've been really good.
Apparently not so much. I have 2 here. A fella by the name of Lachlan slid into our Instagram DMs last night and hit me with a little bit of knowledge. Now, me being the charismatic and people person that I am, basically immediately went, "You dummy, Lachlan. No." And then Lachlan came back with, "No, Spamuel, you were the dummy." So, do you remember back in the Escher episode, we mentioned manvents, and quite specifically saying that it was rare that Escher men went into their second great cycle.
Yes.
Now, you and I, based on something, I was convinced I'd read this somewhere. A grand cycle was 10 years. So we were like, a lot of these Escher are dying about, 20, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
A grand cycle is 1 year on Necromunda.
Oh.
And Lachlan slapped me with that, and I'm like, nah, man, you're thinking of great cycle. I'm talking about grand cycle. And, we're just chatting, and he goes, well, actually, Spamuel, you enormous dummy, House of Iron, page 72. I'm like, oh, okay, let's have a look here. So I grabbed my copy of House of Iron, I open it up, and page 72 is describing Margot Merdena, a character I can't wait to talk about when we do our Orlok episode. But it talks about how Margot is actually a road boss for House Orlok, and she's still shy of her 30th grand cycle. So unless she is looking amazing for her age, and is actually almost 300, she's probably in her very late 20s. So,
yeah, right.
Yeah, Lachlan has made me look like a little bit of a dummy there. Thank you very much, Lachlan.
Thanks for that, Lockie.
Yeah, you have been blocked on all of our social media. No, he was an absolute dude and sort of just came in and immediately said that you needed to be aware that you should be taking pride in the fact that you are a revered ancient, according to Manvent standards. So,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're basically like Dumbledore to them. Literally the oldest person I think of.
I kind of guess that's what you were going for. You're just like old, wise, Dumbledore. Done.
Dumbledore. Yeah.
Yeah. I just need a Harry Potter now. Done.
Yeah. Well, as long as you keep your hand off your wand, we'll be fine. And in the B plus, no G plus,
G plus.
Lachlan also came in with a second piece of knowledge there.
Oh, what a lovely lad!
Yeah, our opening the armories episode about las guns. Now we mentioned that the las guns themselves in the kit were a whole different array of different guns. And I'd actually pretty much sort of said that a lot of them were no longer the Cantrail pattern. And he did correct me on that one there. We actually both had the kit handy, so we're going through it and sending each other photos of the weapons and that. And no, I was wrong there. That one's definitely on Spamiel. There are a bunch of different guns on there, but there are definitely in those new Cadian kits the newer version of the Cantrail pattern las guns.
Oh, righto. Yeah,
So,
I haven't delved too much into that kit, to be honest. So,
well, I was sitting there going, "No, Lachlan, come on, buddy. I've got the kit right in front of me," and I literally pull it out, and I'm like, "Nope, he's right." So we had a great point of you being a revered ancient. The bad point is, unfortunately, manvents apparently don't get out of nappies. And then,
well, that's still the same here. So,
well, that's true. And then I'm a dummy for literally looking at las guns and being like, "Yeah, no, this is totally different. No, it's the thing that's directly in front of me." So
yeah, no, maybe get some glasses, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm literally wearing them now. They do nothing. So, Lachlan, thank you very much for that, man. If you do find anything else that Nathan has said wrong, please make sure you send it through to us. Underhive lorekeepers@gmail.com, or reach out to us on any of our socials. And that goes for everyone else as well. If you find someone has said wrong, please get a hold of us. Now,
yeah,
Nathan,
please do.
try not to get anything else wrong.
I'll try. Sorry, boss. So I guess that's the interaction we have with Lachlan. Probably a good segue into this as well. That we love that interaction with our fans, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, or just directly emailing us as well. If you want to show some more support and some more, I guess, allegiance to the podcast, hit us up on Patreon. Just have a look at what we've got offered there, which is not very much at the moment, but
it's nothing.
It is a work in progress. But all the support is noted, and we do love that from our Patreon fans. Just a shout out to the people who have joined us on Patreon, with Underhive Dad, who's got already a bit of notoriety on this podcast. Shimon, Jesse, Josh, and Craig, thank you all for your support to this day. And as I said, it means a lot to us. It does mean quite a fair bit to us. Also, what works for our podcast is our 5-star reviews on on whether it be Apple Podcasts or
Spotify.
I forgot Spotify for a second there. But
you just lost us any sponsorship we might get from them. Well done. That spot show.
Yeah, all I could think was pod. I'm like, it's not Podify. Come on, Nathan. Just like get the old brain firing up. But yeah, those 5-star reviews really help us to just be found within the community, the Necromunda community, the wargaming community, and just adds to our audience base, really.
All right, now we've got all the mushy stuff out of the way. I've emasculated you for saying something wrong. You ready to start the Aranthian Succession?
Yes. Let's get into this monster.
No.
Hopefully it's not a 5.5-hour episode, but
it's going to be at least that. I will drag this bad boy out. I'm talking 12 hours each episode.
Oh, good Lord.
And that's before all of our wackadoo theories. But speaking of wackadoo theories, the Aranthian Succession is going to be a lot more about for lack of a better term, the fact that we know. Don't get me wrong, you're going to get the same amount of nonsense that you get from us that you've all come to know and love, be it gang ideas, terrain ideas, table ideas, but we are going to try and hold it back because there is just so much information to go through with these books.
Yeah, just in terms of the factual stuff. So, I guess it's factual in a sci-fi setting, but throughout the review, throughout the read that we were creating for this episode, we just found that there was just so much volume of information that to add, we're going to try. I'll put that as our caveat. We're going to try not go down carrier tit holes here, but
you're not allowed to say that word.
I know. But yeah, we are who we are. We are Lorekeepers, and Caryatid holds a fantastic place for us to end up. So we're going to try and stick to the facts, folks. But yeah, bear with us, I guess. And one of the reasons we're sticking to that is that we have spoken to a few people who have said to us they just want to know what exactly the Aranthian Succession is about. They want to be able to sit there and listen to it and have our lovely voices describe it all for them.
Well, let's get into it. And when it comes to the Aranthian Succession, we really need to start at the beginning. Now, the Aranthian Succession doesn't just start on Necromunda. There is so much more that goes into this before we see that first spark of rebellion lit. Now, the opening of the book is given to us from the perspective of a number of psykers within the hive itself. You have Queen Lorcia, Alice Shiver, Mortana Shroud, and Cyrena Scar. Each of these women, either blessed or cursed with the psyker's gifts, in one way or another, look up and feel the effects of the cicatrix maledictum and what it has now done to the galaxy. But we can't exactly go into the cicatrix maledictum and what that is without unfortunately mentioning the fall of Cadia. Now, if you don't know what Cadia is, man, you are really going to enjoy the next 3.5 hours while I describe to you exactly what went on there. No, that we would literally have to start a brand new podcast, just simply titled "The Fall of Cadia Lorekeepers." Everything that's occurred up until this point.
Yeah, true.
The long and the short of it is, the fall of Cadia is a very simple thing if we break it down to just some key points. Cadia was the only bulwark holding back the Eye of Terror. It was dotted across its landscape with Necron pylons made of the psychoreactive material Blackstone. These pylons and their positioning that had been placed there by the Necrons in ages past kept the Eye of Terror in place and allowed at least, I wouldn't say easy, but more navigatable transport across the Imperium via the will of the Astronomicon. Now, other than a spoiler, the leader of effectively all chaos in our galaxy had finally had enough and decided to make his final Black Crusade into Cadia. Now, I would love to jump on board and say that it was a hard fight, but inevitably he got his way and effectively, throwing a little bit of a tanty, crashed a Blackstone fortress into Cadia, completely destroying the planet. Now, when this has occurred, the Necron pylons have no longer been able to do what they were designed and built to do. And
that's basically not being able to hold back the Immaterium, the Eye of Terror.
Yeah.
And so from that is where we see the creation of the Cicatrix Maledictum. Yeah, which is basically what that does is it tears, I guess for layman's terms, is it tears the galaxy in half, effectively.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have this Imperium Nihilus, which is just a horrendous place to be in. And then you have the Imperium Sanctus, that's the one, which is where Terra is. So the light of the Astronomicon is a little bit brighter there and so forth. And that's also where Necromunda is. But the key factor...
We're fine.
Yeah, other than being an oppressive regime and constant warfare and incredibly brutal ties and pressure put on you by the nobles, yeah, we're sweet. It's all good.
I haven't seen any of that. It's actually it's actually pretty cool here.
One of the nobles, then. So it is the Cicatrix Maledictum, which is what basically triggers the Aranthian Succession. That and also the return of Somnus. So
would you say that? Oh man, we're going into theory already.
I know, but we have to do it. Yeah.
Would you say that the Cicatrix malady? So firstly, for my Imperial Guard players, the planet broke before the Guard did.
Respect, brother.
Pour one out for Cadians.
Yep.
But do you believe that the creation of the Cicatrix maledictum, and just in case people aren't really grasping onto it, it's literally cut the galaxy in half. I'll definitely put a picture of the galaxy as we now see it up when we put this post up for the actual episode release. But from the sort of galactic northwest where the Eye of Terror is, all the way across, down to the Maelstrom, which sort of sits about center of the galaxy, and then down southeast, all across down to the Tau Empire, the Scourge stars, far into the eastern fringe. There's just this horrible gash into unreality that sits there. So, yeah, it's definitely going to cause some problems everywhere. But, Nath, do you believe the creation of the Cicatrix maledictum has been the thing that started the succession? Or, honestly, was it just really crappy timing?
No, I think it's the impact on the psykers. It's completely destabilized the planet. So that I think it is the Cicatrix maledictum that's done it. But you need to take into account that, and we'll go into it in the episode, how badly the world has been affected. I don't think it's coinkydink. I think there's some serious stuff going on, and it is because the demons have been let loose. Basically, the gates of hell have been opened, and anybody who's a psyker or even just got some sort of psychic tendencies is going to be afflicted. And those afflictions are going to manifest themselves into physical aspects, in the way that they interact, in the way that they behave towards their groups and their peoples and so forth. And this is just outside of the realm of Necromunda. So all of it is bleeding into, and each one of those becomes, as I said, a portal for a demon to infect. What is the word I'm looking for? Possess. Yeah, to possess.
Yeah. Okay.
So, that demon then becomes a product that is then causing chaos and terror wherever they are. So, not only do you have the physical effects of what's happened to the universe, to the galaxy, you also then have on the ground creatures and demons creating the scenarios that they want to unfold to bring more and more warp energy and more demons to the planets. And in this case, obviously, Necromunda.
Yeah, no, you've kind of convinced me. You've definitely kind of convinced me. All right. So, that's what's going on the outside. Some stuff's happened. There's a giant hole in existence. So, with all the background information sort of filled in.
Well, I guess there are key events, aren't they, from this book? They're the absolute underlining points of what happened. But yeah, you're right. We can jump very much into it. And I guess I'll start it off with our first little section.
Let's rock and roll.
The great darkness descends upon Necromunda, plunging it into chaos and disorder. While the noble houses seal themselves away in their spires, it falls to the teeming masses of the hive world to survive as best they can from the horrors that come boiling up from the depths. The wastes and hives become a war zone, while the Underhive spirals into complete lawlessness, with settlements and gangs fighting for their lives. So from this, what we understand is that there is something coming from even below the Underhive. So within the dark, deep recesses of the Underhive is where the real threat is emerging. And it's something we'll mention later, but it's showing the great divide between the two levels. So you have the spires and the nobles, and I think we've mentioned about the upper middle class of Necromunda as well. But you have these elements that are now starting to segregate themselves, and it is unfortunately the dregs and the vast population of the masses that are going to suffer from this great darkness that's descending.
Well, the Underhive, as ironic, and please, the pun really isn't intended here. As soon as this all starts happening, it's like someone has jammed a big stick into a termite mound, an ant hive, you could say. And everything is swarming up from the base, where we find, like it says, the horrors that come up, boiling up from the depths. Because the lower you get, the deeper down to the sort of the bottom of the hive, the worse it really is. And there's something down there that is stirring up all the let's be honest, the monsters, the creatures down there. And they're making their way up to sort of tear down what makes up society on Necromunda.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Like, again, we're not going to go too far down the carrot holes with this, but it is very interesting that we begin to explore the idea of the things that aren't even talked about, aren't even mentioned within the Necromundan lore, the creatures, the dark things, the shadows. And it does, for me, it relates a lot to the Delacroix and the things that come up from the deep with them. But it's also the creatures that are shunned and tucked away into the bases of the Underhive, the obviously chaos corrupted things, and the monstrosities that are created from the Gene Stealer cult that are just pushed away into the shadow without the right, I guess, drive, focus, or power to become a true threat. And now with the advent of the Cicatrix maledictum, and I mention it somewhere later on, but it's like a calling now.
Yeah.
It's not an enigmatic leader. It's not a structured battle plan. It is a calling from deep within the warp that's pushing these things. It's driving them, and it's sending them up high, which I think is both terrifying and cool all at the same time.
Well, the warp has always managed to reach out and sort of touch on those of weaker mind. Now, the lower on the hive you get, the closer you are to more animalistic types and baser creatures. So you can imagine the influence that something like the warp is going to have on them. But something else that may have caused a lot of issues for those lower down in the hive. Inexplicably, the core of Necromunda grows cold, plunging the hive cities into gloom. Madness spreads rapidly in the habs and factorums as workers and overseers alike cry out in anguish for guidance from their masters. Yet the lords of Necromunda are struck dumb with terror, and no reassurance or plan comes from down the spire. So what happens here is the heat sinks themselves that sits at the heart of each hive, that powers everything. They are effectively giant rods stuck into the molten core of Necromunda, drawing heat up and using the thermal energy to power everything. They turn off. The things that literally stop the hives themselves from freezing, they start to cool. They effectively are no longer keeping the lights on.
Yeah, exactly. But what I love about this is they're saying that even the core of the planet is starting to go cold. Yeah. So there's something that it's such a great amount of power that is taking effect.
That it affects the core of the planet.
Yeah, exactly. Affects the core of the planet, right? Now, harping back to our Delacroix episode, it almost feels like it's the perfect breeding ground for the Silent Ones to really make a play, to do something here, to regain their lost planet. But again, another outwardly theory of mine that I'm sort of going, it'd be great to see, but it would completely destabilize the entire, I guess, IP of the game as well.
Well, we know that one of the things that has come back with this great darkness is that rogue planet or rogue moon, Somnus. We know that bad boy is back, so I'm assuming later in this series of episodes we will hopefully see something about the Delark and maybe some sort of squid beast. That'd be rad. I don't know. I definitely know, but I don't know.
Yeah. I guess the other thing I want to make a point of is that so it's not only about, and we talked about it with Hive Mortars, it's not only about the lights going off, it's about production failing now, So
we know who the real bad guy is when it comes to Necromunda.
Exactly. So we're starting to see the end of the production period for just everything, and the whole world has been thrown into chaos. But I guess at the same time, the Imperium's not in a position to really turn the screw on Necromunda because it's dealing with the Cicatrix Maledictum as well. So as much as it needs its resources from its planets, it can't actually tap into those resources. Like if the planet is failing, it can't put pressure on them because it needs its resources to defend itself as well. So there's a whole gamut of things that are affecting it, and this is why I guess the cessation of production of the inability to meet the ties becomes very much a backseat issue now, as the planet itself is almost trying to survive. And it is a really good part of the book early on, and that talks about, I'll put it in my own words here, but it talks about basically the complacency of the rulers of Necromunda, that they're not really set up for this. Because of the way that they had built and structured their planet all around, achieving tides and production and so forth. When this hits, it's so wild and unexpected, and rightly so, because it's such a major event. But there's this status quo that has been established for millennia. And when this hits now and it disrupts and throws out the whole status quo, the noble classes and the ruling classes of Necromunda go into a sort of almost like a paralytic sort of shock. They don't quite know what to do. They haven't got the structures in place to, I don't want to say defend, but to circumvent what is going on in their planet. They haven't, because it is all about putting the heel of your boot on the class that's lower than you. That it doesn't work unless that's happening. Necromunda doesn't work unless somebody's being stomped out.
Well, mentioning the sort of the boot on the throat, when all of this started happening, and naturally, like you said, the uprising occurs from those being oppressed. The oppressed will always attempt to rise up against their oppressor.
Yep.
And as this happened, skirmishes break out between the clanners and the drudges, and the clan houses and the nobles, and the enforcers themselves simply flood the streets of Hive City, and effectively forcing people back into their habs, their factories, their settlements, and then just lock the doors behind them, saying, "We will open this up when the problem goes away, when everything is back to normal. We will let you back out." And in all these different places, it effectively broke into almost a genuine revolution. We have examples of Hive Rothgal bases and open insurrection by its clan houses. The nobles of Hive Ceres simply seal off the spire and let everyone below the wall basically just fend for themselves as best as they can. They don't care. Now, in the Minerva cluster, and this is something, I actually find this quite funny but also horrific, the mycoprotein domes of the Hive cities were just set ablaze. Now, they don't know if it was by workers who just happened to be freezing, or was it cults trying to strike out against the old order? You know, either way, they're looking at it going, this is just an insurrection, it's fine. Whereas in our favourite, Gothrel's Needle, the lords basically plead to the population, to the citizens, hey, everyone, relax, it's fine, we are all good. And then they just usher their favoured people into the self-sustaining hab shelters.
Yes.
So
even there,
inequality.
Even inequality. There is, yep. And I read that and I was a little bit brokenhearted as well. I was like, no, not in Gothrel's. This is the shining light of what the Imperium could be. And it's unfortunately there. They're just going, let's protect our own. Let's protect our kind. And everybody else can, survive off the fungus that's growing in the now completely black pit.
What's the old saying? Everyone is equal. A couple are just more equal than the rest.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
The needle, unfortunately, has proved that.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we're going to go on a bit of a rant. We have gone on a bit of a rant about like the idea of class, about classes in Necromunda, and it's true. This first initial bit really shows that those wanting to protect themselves and keep power, they're going to do it in the most horrendous way. The sending in the enforcers and just purely stomping out anything that looks remotely like a rebellion or an insurrection. And it comes from, and I'm not defending the actions here, but it comes from a sense of they're in total fear. They've never experienced anything like this before.
Well, the planet is cooling. You've definitely not experienced anything like this before because, there's life on the planet. But this is, in one foul swoop, the sky has ripped open. The planet that last time it was here, like hundreds of thousands of people just went walkabout. And, I don't know, there's a huge rebellion happening somehow across the entire planet at the same time.
Yeah. Sure.
Nah, this casual Sunday, mate.
Every other Sunday. Yeah, look, I mean, but I guess one of the things that I love that we talked about is that crackdown. That crackdown happens in the civilized areas of the hives.
Yeah.
Okay, so below those areas, there's not even a crackdown. There's not even a sense of like, let's try and maintain some normality here or some sort of the status quo, for use of a better term. They're not even looking to do that in those lower levels. It's just like, mate, eat each other. We don't care. Yeah. Just do not come up here.
Leave us alone. Just do your thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess ahead of that chaos that's absolutely going bonkers all over the planet, and especially in the hives, the Ironhead prospectors, they return to their wasteland fortresses. Yeah. Which is kind of cool. So they're bugging out as well. They're saying, no, we've had enough of this. The Anglish abandon trade deals mid-meeting, while the technical-minded Taffakete leave their mining works and vanish into the wasteland. Both Scarfrig and Savardol armoured convoys are seen crossing the great equatorial waste, firing on any who impede their progress home. So I guess what we take from this note of the history of what's happening is that all factions are out to protect their own interests right now, and they're trying to get back to their base of operations. That's where they're going to be most safe.
The Ironhead prospectors are packing up. They're packing up all their toys. They live to go, hi ho, it's off to work we go.
Yeah.
Not right now. They are saying, no, pack them up, boys. We have to get back. We know something is happening. And to the point of, not only are they, the Anglish abandoned trade deals mid-meeting. Now, do you remember, I'm sorry, turning this into a 40k podcast again, one of the big problems that the squats themselves, now the Leagues of Votann, have with the Eldar is way back when the Eldar were bad trade partners. And
Yeah, right. Yeah.
this is they either broke deals, or when the squats needed assistance, the Eldar were unwilling to give it. And the concept of honor and being seen as a fair trading partner, not only for yourself but your clan, is incredibly important to the Ironheads. Now, in the middle of meetings with prospective trade partners or existing trade partners, they're saying, we have something more important to do. It shows how serious that the Ironheads are taking this, where they're on such a hurry to get home. If you're heading in the same direction as them, but just you're not going fast enough, they're just shooting with you, and to make room, you are slowing them down. We cannot afford this delay right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they're just gunning everybody out of their way. They're just saying, "Look, here's my ridiculously firing bolter. You're going to cop all the rounds from it." Yes, right. That's a really good point you make there about the walking out of trade deals. That's massive. That's like one of the biggest things that they can do. Yeah, that is amazing. I mean, they're obviously, if they get back into their fortresses and their fortress collapse on top of them, that'd be fantastic for everybody. But, to see them... Sorry?
Why would you say something so horrible? Like, what have they ever done to you?
Yeah, space dwarves. I don't like dwarves.
I mean, I've got no problem with them. I just refuse to paint them.
Yeah, true. That's your problem. They've got a problem with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to see that from an alien race, basically, or subhuman race, like bugging out. And Abhuman, yeah, subhuman. They don't really have psychers, do they?
No, they do. They this is going into Leagues of Votan stuff.
Yeah, but dabble, mate.
Yeah, they have the ability to. The Leagues of Votan, they are clones. They have their clone skins do have the ability to be cloned with the ability to be psychers. So I'm guessing the Ironheads have that same ability?
Yeah, I'd imagine they would. I mean, if they're tapping into the same resources of their race, then they would.
Well, stepping back into the hives real quick, really showing the terror that is occurring inside these hives. Gun battles, looting, and violence break out in the confusion of the blackout. The powered locks of the great Gilder prisons open, spilling convicts into the streets, while hab matrons and shop owners resort to firing first and asking questions later. Soon, the streets of Hive City run red with blood, lit by muzzle flashes. Hot damn. You know what that reminds me of? Do you remember in Judge Dredd where they have the block wars?
Yes. Yep. Could be identical to that, I imagine. And just be an absolute murder fest. But my concern is for Honest Cabus.
Mate, okay. We both know Cabus well enough to know that he is loving this. He's charging a 30% premium. And he's just like, all right, lads. I understand it was 15 credits a shell last week, but it's blackout. It's Blackout Friday, and
Blackout
all
Friday.
All of our prices have been increased by 307%. All right, you know what? 300%. I'm a good bloke.
Yeah, he'd be selling torches at like probably 1,000% increase. It's like, you want a torch? Oh, matey, mate. Those things are worth like absolute mountains of gold at the moment.
Exactly.
But the concept and the terror of living and operating within a hive that has suffered a blackout, or you've just got emergency lighting or something like that. It's even more terrifying than Mortis. And I mentioned that in the Mortis episode. It'd be horrendous going down those blackout streets, but this would have the emergency light flickering, the old exit sign still sort of just running off backup power. And this place would also be freezing as well. So it's not just about the blackout conditions. It's also the fact that this place would be like a freezer. and you'd still be trying to fight your way out of it, not knowing if another gang is coming for you, or if you're in the wrong part of the hive, or if you guys have been activated and switched on to go just kill.
Even if you've been sent to the right place yet. Like,
yeah, true.
Are you heading in the right direction? Like, you know, you got a torch, yeah, fair enough, sweet, no problem. But what if you're heading in the wrong direction? What if you are going to, I don't know, you're at Orlok and you're running where you think you should be going, and then you realise, no, you've just run into Goliath territory, or you know, you've just turned down the wrong street, and all of a sudden you're surrounded by a bunch of corpse grinders.
Yep.
It's
the terror of it, which is just horrendous. Yeah, like I've been in blackouts in my own suburb where all the lights are off, and how pitch black it is then, and you don't even have, like, you know, you're just in a normal suburban area. Imagine that in a hive, completely enclosed, no semblance of external light coming. That is, mate, you'd be firing a gun just to be able to see where you're going. That's it.
Yeah.
Spending your 300% increased ammo. So it's in this confusion that the indecision of the Necromunda nobility really hits. It's something that we mentioned earlier as well. They are basically, it's not the upper echelon nobles. It's like the middle tier who can see the potential disaster rising.
Yeah.
That go, they're the ones who unleash the enforcers. They're the ones who go crack down on everything, and it's savage. So anybody who raises arms against the enforcers, they're just like, yep, have at them. Absolutely wreck them.
You're not even having to raise arms against them. You're, hey, get back in your hab. Yeah, but I don't live here. Okay, pop. They will be accepting no excuse. They're enacting martial law in its truest fashion of do as we say or you're resisting.
I love this as well. The idea of a place like Necromunda having martial law, so it's already a horrendous place.
It already sucks.
You crank it right up and go, no, actually, we've got martial law in place now. You're like, whoa, hang on a second. What exactly does that look like, considering everyday life is hellish anyway? Yeah, it would be a horrendous scenario to have to live through, that martial law of the enforcers. And we know the enforcers are not clean cops. They're the complete opposite of that.
I mean, that's offensive.
Oh, you little Lorekeepers.
Exactly,
yeah, I don't think so, buddy.
Exactly. What about the Lorekeepers? They're pretty cool.
They are the worst of.
Yeah, no, fair. But yeah, it's ridiculous, and this does show that, yeah, those enforcers really are hammering home the fact of, no, at the end of the day, we are here to ensure the protection of those above us, not anyone below. They truly show the fact that they are a militia in this respect, beyond anything else. Now,
and it's their field captains who are basically pushing them, like, you know, they're precinct leaders and precinct captains. I don't know what rank they have there. They would be the ones pushing them, because I guess they would see that if the masses start to really decide to turn, they will be the first people that cop the brunt of it. You know, the nobles, the higher ups, could properly mobilise a PDF or some sort of local military arm to defend themselves. But the enforcers, they'd have nothing. So crack down early so that they can maintain that some sort of semblance of authority and control over the population.
The issues that the enforcers have, we will be touching on a little bit more soon. So many of the issues that arise during the Aranthian Succession do occur because orders are given to the enforcers which are never updated. And this does lead to a lot of problems later on. But moving back outside the hives, as the hive cities struggle to survive the darkness, the Sungar nomads emerge from the wasteland to prey upon travellers and outland settlements. Convoys without power and outposts whose defences are down offer little resistance to the raiders, with many fleeing to their deaths in the wastes rather than dying at the hands of the Sungar. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Sungar are the Ash Waste nomads. And somehow, almost as if they knew something was coming, almost worldwide, the nomads decide that it's a good time to try and wipe out these invaders, and we will eventually get to the Ash Waste nomads in their own episode. They view any who are not of their own people as invaders of Necromunda and not worthy of existing on their lands.
What I find interesting about this is that they would probably be affected the least from everything that's going on.
Yeah.
You know, they are without need of the heat sinks. They're without need of the vast productions of Necromunda. They don't have a requirement of what the other gangs have within the hives. They don't have the requirement of what the nobles require. But I mean, we will talk about it very shortly. What's impacting and afflicting them is vast and great, but they would survive this, I think, better than the majority of gangs out there.
What do they care if the hive cities themselves are losing power? What do they care if it's getting colder inside the hive cities? They don't live in the hive cities. They live in the waste. They live in the environment outside of all of this. And, you know, something goes wrong in the hive city, they jump on their Helamites and just ride in the opposite direction.
Yeah, exactly. And it would be better for them anyway, because people would be potentially fleeing the hive cities. And they just become, if they're fleeing on foot, let's imagine the absolute worst case scenario, they've just become really tasty, easy targets, the Ash Waste gangers.
You let the wastes kill them for you.
True.
And, well, you just watch. You just watch until they're weak enough that you just sort of go, you know, you get up to that Orlok ganger who's, you know, maybe his quad ran out of fuel and he needs water, he's hot, he's tired. And next thing you know, he turns and there's just a nomad who's grabbed him on the arm and is just slapping him with his own hand. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. I would find that really funny. But
it's an unarmed hit, though, so I think he gets a bonus to his armor save, so be all right.
It'd definitely be an armed hit because he's hitting him with the arm, you see?
He's on tonight, folks. So, yeah, the next bit I find really...
I love this.
Really, really, actually, probably the top tier of terrifying of what's happening now. So it takes little time before the noble houses themselves are at each other's throats.
Yeah.
The Atlantic brat gangs duel openly in the streets with their Ranlow rivals, while House Green security guards down the servants of House Coiron for simply straying into their domain. Unwilling to threaten their noble masters, Lord Helmwall's enforcers concentrate on protecting the Imperial House from attack. This is the worst thing that can happen to Necromunda. Yes. So you're now having the absolute top echelons fighting each other just as if they were street gangs.
Well, brat gangs have always been quite possibly one of the coolest parts about when you go back to old Confrontation, N95, the whole lot, the untested youth of nobility. We touched on it a little bit with our Escher episode with the Yulanti girls heading down Hive with the Escher. And brat gangs, oh man. Games Workshop, if you bring these back, I will be the happiest little boy in all of Necromunda.
They would be very cool to play,
Yeah.
actually.
Oh man. No, save it for the end. Save it for the end. So this is terrifying in a couple of ways, and I think you agree. I think you're probably of the same mindset here, where you've got Yolante killing Randlow, House Grime attacking Co-Iron, you know, and the Enforcers just sitting there going, nope, not at they outrank us. They're that level up, and they can see what they're doing is wrong, but they are not getting involved because at the end of the day, the Enforcers are still subservient to the Nobles. The Nobles can basically do whatever they want to anyone below them. And right now, while everything is still up in the air, unfortunately...
Yeah, so the Enforcers are just purely on protect the Imperial House. That's all they want to do. Is going to hold it. But it's something we mentioned, and I can't remember which episode it was in, but the idea that the clan houses and the noble houses, they don't fight up in the spire. It's all, discussions. The killing and all that happens down in the Underhive.
Outside of ritual combat.
Outside of ritual combat, yeah. But so now you're starting to see that breakdown of the law, effectively, or even if it's an unspoken thing, the noble houses are now warring with each other. So the web that tie them together to ensure that they maintain their semblance of authority, their concept of a peace, and their ability to function under the Imperial House and consequently under Imperial law, that's all dissipating now. That's all going. And if that's all going, that means from the top down, chaos is spreading.
But once things are said, once these actions are put in place, the nobles themselves are the only ones who can amend those orders, who can fix any of this. And if you've got a noble of House Yolante saying, go kill those Co-Iron, and the noble of House Co-Iron are saying, no, go kill Grime, and then Grime is saying, go and kill. It's a hell of a lot safer to just, ask forgiveness later than run the mistake of possibly killing someone going to be in charge of you very, very soon.
Yeah.
And the Enforcers do the most intelligent thing so far that they could be doing. They surround the Imperial family and say, everyone else, stay back.
Yeah. We will level you. Now, another cool thing that we read about in the book as well, it was that the events of the Cicatric Malediction actually destroy the Vox communication systems on the planet as well, or make them, not necessarily destroy them, but make them really quite ineffective. And so you have...
They're very, very short range.
Yeah. So you have house nobles giving contradicting orders to each other as well. Not to each other, to their soldiers and their underlings. So you could have one noble saying, yeah, we're now going after House Ranlow, and another one going, no, we don't fight them anymore. So it is pure chaos and pure confusion up at that top tier of the spire.
Well, this would be different from hive to hive, because you would have the hierarchy of each clan house or noble house within each hive. The hives can't communicate with each other. Outside of getting on your bike and riding down, the road to the nearest other hive.
And avoiding the ash wasters. Yeah.
Avoiding the ash waste, or running a really long string between two cans. It takes 45 minutes for the words to even get there. But no one knows who's in charge. So for fact that, you, Nathan of House Co-Iron, are in charge in the Needle. But who's in charge at Hive Primus? You can't get a hold of anyone.
Yeah.
So you've got an issue with House Grime. So you say, screw it, everyone, let's go kill House Grime.
Yeah.
Whereas in House Primus, your uncle, who's actually in charge, is sitting there going, no, we're allying with House Grime, and we're going to make sure we knock out these Yolante.
Yeah.
And they're contradicting information that may be getting through too late or maybe just not getting through at all. This is going to be adding to the confusion. So even just coming up to this point here, we can see that the hierarchy of Necromunda has been rendered completely impotent in regards to its ability to actually control anyone else. And this is just the first few opening moments of this. This may be the first couple of days or weeks or whatever. But the reality is all of this here, what's this? It starts effectively 11/2, and we are not even coming to 25/3. So we're a couple of weeks into this so far.
Yeah, and everything's already blown right off. People are going absolutely bonkers. It's a crazy part of the lore, and it's only the tip of the iceberg. And it's exactly what I was saying at the start of the episode. The Necromunda works. The system works when the person at the top of the chain has got their boot on the person below them, and henceforth all the way down to the very bottom. Yeah. So now it's not happening.
No, it's not. And because it's not, everything is it's going to hell. And
yeah, exactly.
There's nothing sort of shows this more than heading back down to the Underhive, and gangs make their stand in the Underhive against overwhelming odds. From the drinking holes of Dust Falls to the docks of Sump City, all sane residents of the Hive cities know that unless they stand together, the tide of mutants and chaos followers will bury them. Old grudges and rivalries are cast aside as gangs ready themselves for the slaughter to come. Now, this part here shows the difference between the haves and the have-nots. So, above the Hive wall in the spires, the nobles are killing each other. They're allowing their personal rivalries and hatreds and whatever they have to basically let them show who they really are. They have nothing to constrain them and no true threat beyond each other. So they're doing what they're doing. Whereas in the Underhive, where things are actually bad, there are literally monsters crawling from under your feet to kill you. And you have gangs throughout all these settlements who, up until this exact moment, have been enemies, who would quite willingly shoot each other in the street. And they are looking at each other, giving that nod and going, not today. We got to sort of stand at each other's side right now. Because
they have a common enemy.
Exactly. Yeah. And at the moment, it's more important that we fight together than each other. And this mindset and this agreement happens all through the Underhive. Multiple settlements and multiple instances of these attacks are occurring, and gangs are banding together to stop, like it said, from the drinking holes of Dust Falls to the docks of Sump City. And by recognizing this common enemy, the gang is not even the clan houses, the servants of the clan houses. Your average ganger is able to pull together tighter than their masters or the masters of their masters.
Exactly. Totally agree with you. They because of what you're saying there, the nobles have no fear. They know they're protected, and so they can prosecute their stupid little war. Whereas below the spires, the clan houses are going, and it's not even the clan houses; it's the gangs of the clan houses that are coming together and going, we're not going to survive this.
Yeah,
like unless there is unification between us, we're absolutely going to get destroyed. There'll be whatever enmity we have with each other will just get thrown out, because otherwise we're just dead, and that enmity won't exist anyway. So the unity that I'm talking about is exemplified at Dust Falls.
Yes.
and it's awesome. It's so cool.
And it also
The
shows
way,
that the enforcers are dicks.
yeah, it does. Absolutely, 100%. So in Dust Falls, greatest of the Underhive settlements, Precinct Fortress 1313 sealed the gateway to the Nexus and the Hive above. Autocannon turrets tracking and tearing through anyone foolish enough to try and move up Hive. The message was clear. Dust Falls was on its own. Again, as you say, dicks.
Yep.
A hasty gang council in the Six Clans saw old rivals from the Bittersweet Blades, Coldfire Cabal, Sump Dogs, and Iron Tree Reavers all put aside their differences to defend the settlement. Yet when a dozen Delacroix silently entered the drinking hole and offered their assistance, they were not immediately met with jeers and bullets. It's really interesting, isn't it?
Well, you know the situation's bad when your Escher, Vansar, Orlox, and Goliath all look at the mayonnaise crew and go, yeah, okay, we kind of need the help.
Yeah, exactly. They're sitting there going, well, we know we shouldn't trust you. We know you're the dodgy ones, but yeah, we need you on board for this. Otherwise, it's all over Red Rover.
Mm.
And it's amazing to think like, the enforcers have locked it. They're just following orders. Well, following orders to protect themselves as well. And all the other gangs are coming together and just basically saying, well, this is the only way that we have any semblance of survival, because the conflicts that are happening now, they're not gang skirmishes.
No.
These are vast, huge battles that are going on, and it's almost probably something more reminiscent of a battle you would see in a 40k environment rather than a Necromunda environment, where you're talking about hundreds of gangers coming together, or potentially thousands coming together to defend certain areas of their hive or wherever they might be defending. But with the numbers are just vastly more than what a regular gang would look like.
Well, I can't help myself. Dust Falls is, we know, it's the greatest Underhive settlement. It's the biggest. I think the second is most likely Sump City, but we'll get to them in a moment. So these four gangs, the Bittersweet Blades, Coalfire Cabals, Sump Dogs, and the Iron Tree Reavers, all incredibly well-known gangs from their respective houses. But these are just probably the four largest gangs in Dust Falls. There would be dozens of gangs there, and yes, there would be other Escher gangs, but at the end of the day, the hierarchy is that the Bittersweet Blades are the biggest girls on the block. And when they say to the other Escher gangs, this is what we're doing, we're going into an alliance with the rest of these guys right now. They toe the line, or they've got a lot of trouble, not just from their own house, but from the other three houses that are there. And inevitably, there are going to be Cawdor there as well. But, they're just excited that someone set fire to a Prometheum drum, and they're like, sweet, time to cook this chicken. Okay,
exactly. They start to think people are believing them.
Yeah, it's rat.
It's always rat.
It's always rat. But you're absolutely right. There could be hundreds, if not thousands, of gang members or outcasts or just scum willing to fight that are now under the control of, if we think about it in incredibly basic form, the four gang leaders of these four massive gangs.
And it's all about survivability.
Yeah.
That's all. It is about trying to survive what is coming. And as I said earlier in the pod, what's driving these chaos-tainted warbands, what's driving these beasts and griblies, all that emerging from the Underhive, is a calling. It's not a single leader. It's not an objective. It is a calling from the cicatrix maledictum, driving them upwards. So it'd be like these frenzied mobs, and they would just be gathering as they come further and further up.
Yes.
So they'd just be adding to the hordes that are there and creating chaos.
Yeah.
As they're advancing upwards.
Well, this this next read of yours has one really, really cool example of one of those gang. Oh, I'm going to call them a gang. Yeah, one of those gangs.
Yeah, they're a gang. So the mutant tribes and Hallett cults, long hidden in the shadows, crawl up from the depths to strike at Hive City. The greatest of these is the Sump Demons, a motley gang of outcasts led by the weird Yith Wild Eyes. Yith uses his not inconsiderable telepathic powers to bend a dozen other gangs to his will, forming a formidable army to strike at the hated hivers above.
That is so
Exactly what I'm
rad.
saying.
That is so rad. Like, now, theory. Not theory. Question.
Gang on. No, sorry.
Gang idea. No. Actually, yeah, gang idea. Later on, gang idea. Is Yith bending a dozen other gangs of mutants and helot cults? Or
Absolutely not.
is he bending human gangs that are possibly defending against him?
I think it is the latter.
Yeah, he's basically using the Force and being like, no, you serve me now. And they're like, all right. And then they turn on their settlement. You know, that's awesome. That's awesome. Like, this is the sort of apocalyptic doomsday stuff that the quarter have been telling us forever. That
they were right all along. You know, they were right.
Maybe that Eldar Prince had that thought that was driving all the people insane. Maybe this was it.
Yeah.
This is insane. But you said it before, where they're gathering as they come past. And this is an amazing example of that, where I don't think we've ever heard of this Yith Wild Eyes.
No.
But what do the kids call it? He rizzes them. He uses his riz. I don't know. I've got a young nephew, and apparently the kids do something with their eyes and people. It's like charisma.
You're hurting the podcast.
I'm hurting myself.
Rizzes them.
But he rizzes them, and they're like, "Yeah, cool. We're gonna fight with you now." And all the time, you can just imagine in their minds they're screaming because they're no longer in control of their own bodies. And this is something I've actually never. I don't think I've ever mentioned it to anyone. When the Cicatrix Maledictum occurred, and sorry, this is some Warhammer 40k / theory stuff. I promised we wouldn't do this, but I'm breaking that promise. It's
good.
It's like every time I've started a diet. Would the opening of the Cicatrix Maledictum have caused these minor weirds and minor psykers? Would it have increased their power? Because the opening to the Immaterium and the powers of the warp is now so much more available to people.
100%. It you would probably know this better as an electrician. They're tapping into more of the power source. You know what I mean? And it's a direct line to the power source. There's no regulator there. There's nothing to slow them down. There's nothing that they have to work incredibly hard for. It is just literally just pouring into their brain. So we haven't heard of Yith Wild Eyes before from the Sump Demons because the greatest extent of his psychic ability was able to do up his own laces without using his hands, right? But now he has just had his mind ultra supercharged by the Cicatrix, and he is able to take control over gangs and maintain that control whilst they're fighting. So he's part of he's got a whole cadre of gangs laid out in front of him that he's maintaining control over. You're talking about countless minds, well, not countless, but probably hundreds of minds that his brain is invested into and basically possess them. Yeah. So obviously his power has just been increased 1,000-fold, and he probably won't have long for this world. But during his period of time, one of the greatest psychers to ever probably graced Necromunda.
I always like to think of the mindset when we try to think of we all know it, numbers when it comes to Warhammer 40k and Necromunda and Sigma, all of it, numbers are meaningless. So we all
Yes.
try to assign these arbitrary values to everything. When I think of a gang, I always think of your average gang being 10 people. You know?
Yep.
So if he's just turned a dozen gangs to his own, to his will, let's say roughly 120 gangers. Now,
Yeah.
he's said to be the greatest of these is the Sump Demons. He leads the Sump Demons.
Mm.
They're a motley gang of outcasts. Now, if they're greater than average, let's say 30, 40, 50.
Yep. Call them up. Yep.
Let's say 50 plus the 120 he's just got there. Plus all these other mutant tribes and helot cults that are coming up, seeing the fact that he's got 170 fighters going, okay, well, we're going to sign up with you. Let's say he's got a formidable army of 1,000.
Yeah, easy.
1,000 fighters led by this insane mutant weird.
Yep.
That's horrifying.
100%. 100%. And exactly what I was saying to you before is that they would be gathering more as they advance as well.
Well,
so they would be
individuals, pairs, little groups. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was about to say. It's not just the gangs. It is about there's 4 people coming out of honest cabuses. Tap my mind into them. That's 4 blokes with blazoogas. We're ready to go.
Oh God! If he sold anyone a blazooga, I'm gonna be pissed. He said he was holding those for me.
The dirty bugger. So yeah, the movement and the attack of the chaos cults is just tenfold of what it would normally be, and it is more impactful now because the structure and hierarchy of Necromunda is falling apart, and the only thing that can offer some sort of semblance of normality or peace is being held together by gangers who would normally be at each other's throat.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very thin thread that holds this piece together.
Well, speaking of weirdly thin threads that are held together by a sense of, we don't want to die, the Escher Gang Queen Yelena and the Mercator Gilder Tor Goldfingers form an unlikely alliance in the defense of Sump City. Tor promises Yelena and any other gang who will fight a Gilder's ransom in credits if they help him defend his Archeo treasure ships from the mutant army at the city gates. Yelena takes the credits and then the ships after she blows up the city and invaders both to hell. We often joke about Sump City being sunk a few times, and this is it. Yelena sunk Sump City into the depths of the hive. Now,
again.
So I want to read a little section of Cinderak burning here, because this just shows what we were talking about these disparate groups coming together to fight in the mutually beneficial cause of survival. Sump City, the lowest settlement in the Underhive, came under almost constant attack from the Great Black Sea beneath its pile foundations. Tentacled horrors and pale corpse-like killers hauled themselves out of the spoil, hungering for the flesh of the locals. An alliance of Escher gangs led by the Sump City Sirens and the Carrion Queens met the invaders on the docks, heavy stubbers and lasguns lighting up the dark as they fired into the attackers. Locals of all kinds, from guilders to narco-gangers, helped in the defence, lobbing crudely made firebombs and firing gunk rounds into the mutants with deadly effect. Again and again, the frenzied mobs of cultists, monsters, scavvy clans and other things that defied classification came. Yelena, leader of the Carrion Queens, had taken command of the defenders after descending to the abyss to help her sister gangers. Even the coin lords and spider huntsmen of the settlement deferred to the hardened gang queen. When Yelena ordered melter charges to be set on the pilings under the city, none questioned her plan and fell in with her gang as they fought their way to the sub-city shipyard. The final battle took place as they boarded the ships, the sound of gunfire constant until they cast off and Yelena triggered her bombs. The clamour of the battle momentarily drowned out by the deafening sound of some city and thousands of howling cultists crashing down into the poisoned waters below.
Yes. So those numbers that we're talking about is bang on.
Understated. Mate, understated. Thousands of howling cultists. Like, what was it? It said before, the frenzied mobs of cultists, cool monsters, pretty rad, scavvy clans, yes, and other things that defied classification. Not to mention tentacled horrors and, I'm sorry, pale corpse-like killers.
Yeah.
Are they your
they are exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
They are. I read that before and I was thinking about it. I'm just like 100% they are bodyguard Delacroix.
Yeah. So
they are built for murder.
Once again, someone has listened to our podcast, gone back in time and then written this book. It's not like we subconsciously kept this information in our brainwaves. That's insane. Like, yeah, I think our idea of old, what was his name? Yith Wild Eyes, having 1,000, having an army of 1,000 is quite possibly either accurate or a little bit on the lighter side to what he may have really had.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that the narco guilders.
Yeah.
Or I don't even know what they are, to be honest.
Narco gangers. They're basically the Timmytown Locos.
Oh, righto. Okay.
They're like scum that serve the narco lords.
Oh, righto. Yeah. So the unification that's been happening across just some city alone it's absolutely everybody, because it even mentions the spider hunters.
Yeah.
So for use of a better term, it's just fishermen, really.
Who hunt spiders the size of horses to cut out their eyes and sell them. But
yeah, exactly. But everybody's being put together. Yeah.
Yes, including these spider huntsmen that you've mentioned that have always been described as these sort of very, very singular, very aloof, very I do my own thing, leave me alone types, like real wilderness-style huntsmen who are turning to this gang queen, and when she says jump, they're just jumping.
Yeah, they're going, yep, boss, this is the only way we're going to continue hunting spiders down here, and that's by having your back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll go on to our next point, because let's keep the tangents down to a minimum.
It's also a really cool point.
I know, I was hanging out to read this one. Vanda Gorbos and his sister Gayan essentially set the settlement of 2 tunnels on fire amid an assault by the serrated bone corpse grinder cult. Screaming murder, the cultists leap through the rivers of burning gunk as the Gorbos siblings and their allies gun them down, desperately hoping that the serrated bone runs out of bodies before they run out of bullets or gunk to burn. So the mention of the corpse grinder cult here is important, because they go a little bit off chops.
Yeah.
That burning as well. These bodies flying everywhere.
Because they're usually so reserved and calm.
One of the more placid gangs on Necromunda. Yeah, they are. I don't want to detract too much from the siblings, but they certainly take it upon themselves to take advantage of everything that's going on Necromunda, and whether that be gathering up the dead bodies or simply going and making some dead bodies, which is very, very...
making a lot of dead bodies.
Yeah, making a lot, which is very obviously corpse grinder-ish. But directly from Cinderak burning, with the talk of the 2 tunnels is amazing. So...
I love 2 tunnels, and I love the Gorvos twins. Like, Gain and Vanda, or Vanda and Gain, really depends whose perspective you're going through. Vanda definitely thinks he's in charge. the reality is, I don't know how Gain hasn't killed him yet, but these two, I can't wait to do like some episodes on the hired guns and dramatis personae and stuff. So we can, because I really want to talk about these two. These two are insane, and there's a really cool section in Cinderak Burning that you've highlighted here.
So
talking about these two.
Yeah, I'll jump straight into it. So despite the fact that Gayan truly hated her brother, she had to admit that in the face of overwhelming odds and certain death, his delusional self-assurance had come in handy. Just pause there. But that's just like the bond and the love that you have between two siblings, isn't it? Where one's just like, yep, you're a moron, but I see your good qualities and I need to take advantage of those particular ones. So
go get killed by one of them.
Yeah, delusional self-assurance. And it comes in handy because he's like, oh, no, I know what I'm doing. We've got this. So when the lights had gone out, the Gunk Queen, which is Gayan, and her crew had taken the opportunity to rob their rivals blind, as well as settle a few old scores. As time dragged on, though, all semblance of law and order in Two Tunnels vanished, and things went from bad to worse. Then the lodge of the Meat Lord turned up. Having ravaged the corpse factories up Hive, the corpse grinders attacked Two Tunnels in their thousands, screaming for fresh meat. Only the rivers of flaming gunk the Gorvos siblings diverted as a defence had kept them alive. Though it was probably only a matter of time before the fires died and the Two Tunnels died with them. So we take on board, we have Helot cults and other manner of chaos, infestation growing and swarming the hives. And then we talk about them in their thousands. Now we also have the corpse grinders in their thousands as well.
Corpse grinders in their thousands.
It is a horrendous place to be. And what I love about this is it actually mentions exactly what we're talking about. All semblance of law and order in Two Tunnels had vanished.
Yeah.
So even though early days, these gangs are going, yes, we can take advantage of the blackouts, we can take advantage of all of this, they're now starting to realise, hang on, the more insane members of Necromunda are taking advantage of that, and that is exploited by the corpse grinders, able to generate thousands of followers to literally just go wipe out other hives.
But this is something that, ironically, if I'd continued reading, I wouldn't have had to ask it before, where I said the Cicatrix Maledictum is making things worse for everyone. And this is one of those instances where I genuinely believe you may have had one or two sort of cultists in the corpse factories, but with the Great Wound opening up, the Lord of Skin and Sinew, or Flesh and Sinew, I can't remember what they call Khorne on Necromunda, but this
Skin and Sinew, I think it is.
Skin and Sinew, yeah, the Lodge of the Meat Lord. It's taken root, and in my mind, this whole corpse factory has fallen to the cult, and they've killed those that stood against them, and they know that Two Tunnels is just a couple of levels down. So that's when they've attacked. And it's ridiculous because only the rivers of flaming gunk the Gorvos siblings diverted as a defense kept them alive. Though it was probably only a matter of time before the fires died and Two Tunnels died with them. Now, people may not know what gunk is. And if you go to the Book of Judgment, it is where we first met Gain and Vanda. And gunk is the gunk tank, which sits at the center of Two Tunnels. It holds a vast reserve of fermented runoff from the Hive City. And gunk is turned into weapons. It's gunk rounds, basically. They
Yeah.
hit you, it does bad things, and then you get set on fire. But
Yeah. The bolter round.
yeah,
The particular bolter gunk round.
yeah,
Yes.
Gain has seen that instead of just defending her supply of gunk, it is more important that she turns it into a moat of flaming poison. Because she can either win the battle and save her gunk, but lose the war and lose her life, or hey, she can pour it out down the streets and hold these, frothing maniacs at bay while everyone in two tunnels is basically handed a gun and told, okay, go shoot them or else we aren't getting out of this. And it's I think it's great. I think it's a great example of, like you said before, at first, her and her crew robbed everyone blind, settled a few scores, a couple of bodies would have been thrown into the gunk tanks, whatever. But then it's just like, nah, okay, we're all gonna call it quits for a minute and let's focus on staying alive,
And it shows, I mean, we talk about it constantly, especially in this first part of the episode, where the level of confusion and chaos that is spreading through Necromunda is just unheard of. So much so that, once your scores are settled, you're sort of thinking, okay, things haven't quite got back to normal yet. What's the scenario for us?
The scenario is everyone grab a gun and man the walls.
No, but I'm saying is you're waiting for that return of normality, and it's not happening.
No, it's not. And you're absolutely right. This is the instance where the common man has taken a little bit longer than they should have, and now they're going, for lack of a better term, oh shit.
Yes, exactly.
This is not good.
Yep, 100%.
So moving away from your common man and heading to something a little bit different. Pale consort of Velra embarks on a vast harvest of flesh for the Corpse Guild. Surrounded by half-mad followers, she delves deep into the Underhive to gather up the bounty of the fallen. Soon, corpse grinder cults are shadowing her entourage, looking for fresh meat, until they too become entranced by the strange consort and aid her in the desire to find ever more dead bodies. I mainly wanted to talk about that because that is awesome. This pale consort who's just like, yep, gotta collect me some corpses, has somehow just convinced a whole bunch of blood-mad, corn-worshipping corpse grinders to be like, this chick's onto something. I would like to subscribe to her newsletter.
Yeah, I do understand that, because corn worshipping, yes, let's go get some skulls, some blood, all of that. Khan's our poster boy. But the concept of gather up the bounty of the fallen, I think they're actually adding to that bounty of the fallen.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say, look, they're not gathering anything up for her. Yeah. I think they're like, hey, definitely go to Dome, 2-1C. Trust me. And Avella is just like, okay, we'll be there in about an hour. And the corpse runners go, all right, lads, run. So they bust it into Zone 2-1C. And everyone's just like, oh, I wonder who this is. Cut.
Yeah, murder.
Yeah, Avella shows up and is like, you corpse grinder fellas are just so lovely. Thank you for helping me. And they're I can imagine they're like proud puppies. They're like, oh, you're welcome, Avella. Yeah, give a little scratch behind the ear.
Yeah, I was going to say, can I get a little pat on the head?
Can I get a pat on the head and 11 skulls?
Yeah.
You keep the meat. I just need the cranium.
But it's true, actually. Very true. That's all they'd be going for. Like, you can keep all the mushy bits. I want the scully bits. That's it.
They're not hungry. They just want trophies.
That's the first time I've heard of the title of a pale consort as well. So I'm not well versed on the old corpse
Oh,
grinders.
man.
They're pretty high up.
So the Pale Consorts are the actual guild delegation
Yeah.
of the Corpse Guild.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the models themselves, honestly, I think they are probably among the best miniatures released from Forge World in regards to Necromunda. So you get the Pale Consort as well as 2 Corpse Grinders.
Mm.
They're corpse grinders, but without the cult. They don't have the
Yeah.
masks.
Yeah. Exactly. It just
Then you get
glorified butchers. Yeah.
yeah, they are, and you get the bone scrivener I'm convinced it is a squat in who's just convinced everyone that he definitely deserves to be there. All he does is carry the big stick, wear a cool mask and like a hat, and he's chilled. And then the 2 absolutely insane little med skulls that go with it, and it's
those are the best.
Oh man,
Those are what I love about this set of miniatures is they're actually, to me, so iconically 40k. You know what I mean? Like they are
they don't belong
grimdark.
together.
Yeah,
They don't belong together at all.
I love the little the piece on the top of our helmet as well. It's the 2-headed eagle of the Imperium without the actual wings. So they look like vultures. You know, the heads of vultures.
I have never noticed that before.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it looks cool. I think it's like
100%. That's rad.
Yeah, it's like these 2 watching vultures waiting to pick up the corpses.
I love the fact that her corpse grinders both obviously still have their mouths covered in traditional corpse grinder fashion, but the fact they're wearing gloves that go all the way up to their elbows.
Yeah.
I just think it's hilarious because, you're effectively topless, or that one fella, he's topless. He's got the front of the overalls hanging open. He's got an axe that's taller than him. And, but he has to be hygienic.
He doesn't want to get covered in the icky.
Guys, I don't want to get blood under my fingernails and have to clean it out again.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I've still got this face mask on. I can't chew it out of underneath my nails. I've got to use the chain axe, and, that's how we got one-armed Pete.
Yeah.
There's just one guy, one-armed Pete, just staring at a glove he can't put on. Like, he's right. He's right.
Still keeps both gloves. Good on you, Pete. Well done.
You just turn one inside out and double glove.
That's a safer side, double glove.
Yeah.
Anyway, the idea that there's this vast sort of host of corpse grinders out on the hunt, and they're creating the dead bodies to harvest. They're like, oh yeah, we'll go find some dead bodies. But all they're really doing is just creating more and more carnage within, I think I said it earlier as well, the complete lawlessness of what's happening in the Underhive, and actually probably more just the Underhive at the moment. It's just pure lawlessness. There's that lack of structure is just debilitating. And the only thing that's really creating some structure is the gangs forming together to create some sort of tether.
But I love the fact that there's some sort of, and I understand we are G+, so I'm going to try and think of a way to say this without swearing, but there's some kind of warp trickery going on here that Avelra has this desire to do her job, to gather up the bounty of the fallen. That's just what they do. We get that. And then this corpse grinder cult has become somehow so entranced by her that it almost seems like they've turned away from chaos a little bit. Something is
right.
Yeah,
this is their new scion.
Yeah, I may be reading into this too much or in a different way, but something about what she's doing has turned them away from what they should be doing.
I like that. I like that because that, to me, like it's one of two options here. It's either a a demon of corn, or a messenger of corn, or a tool of corn, right? Or it's exactly what you're saying. It's the opposite of that, turning them away, which means that surely the Lord of Skulls would be going, okay, there's a great rift across the Imperium. It's easy for me to plant myself or plant an agent of mine on a planet. And I'm going to send a gribbly little nasty skull taker down to Necromunda.
Yeah, I've actually completely skipped over the obvious one here, and that is she's a not an avatar, but she's maybe a messenger of corn. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Well
No,
done.
but I like your idea better. I like your idea better because it's the idea that the corpse guild can actually draw the corpse grinders in more effectively by just simply saying, we just need to harvest.
Imagine if that's all they needed to do to stop the corpse grinders. Be like, hey, you guys like making corpses, yeah? Yeah. And we like turning corpses into food, yeah? Yeah. What if you go make a bunch of corpses and then we turn it into food? Let's get it on. Like,
Absolutely.
I'm actually imagining the leader of the corpse grinder cult to be Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh, why not? I mean, obviously.
Oh yeah, brother. I really can't do a Macho Man. I'll leave that to our boys over at Necromacho. But
yeah, true.
to stop me from talking about professional wrestling, because this isn't our professional wrestling podcast yet, how about you talk to us about Balthazar Van Zep?
Yeah, this I really like this period, and it highlights exactly what I was talking about, the absolute chaos of what's going on. So Narco Lord Balthazar von Zep reluctantly breaks open his armories and arms to anyone who can stand against the coming cultist hordes. Heavy stubbers, frag mines, mining lasers, and anything else that can be scavenged, set up around the abyss leading down Hive as Van Zep's ragtag army waits, ready for the storm to come. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It is these small, tiny elements within the hive that are trying to create a structure and a formality. And it's not coming for some sort of altruistic means or desire to help those around them. They're saying, we're stuffed. If we try to defend ourselves with a ragtag group of 10 or 15 of us, it's not going to happen. We need a ragtag army. We need, 10 to 1,500 people. That's the only way we're actually going to go and survive this. And it comes down to survival. Everything that we're talking about so far in Cinderak Burning is survival. There's no extra element here of production or taking advantage of this or that, whatever. Maybe a little bit from the Pale Consort taking advantage of the corpses. But there is no sort of nefarious way to gain an edge at the moment. It's everything that we talk about is survival from this storm of cultists.
Well, it's ridiculous because this was all happening in Dust Falls. We talked about it earlier. And this isn't just Balthazar Van Zep. And whenever you talk about him, you have to use his whole name because he just sounds so cool. This was not only Balthazar Van Zep, but it was also a Gilda next to him. And it was the Mistress of Coin, Minerva. So the two of them who hate each other, and the two of them are forced to actually run Dust Falls together. There's a really cool Apocrypha Necromundus on the Warhammer community website, and it talks about it how they're basically the whole time just being like, Balthazar goes, hey, listen, I'm going to leave this giant bag of, like, with the dollar sign or whatever the Imperial credit dollars. I'm just going to say dollar sign. I'm going to leave this giant bag with a dollar sign on it on your desk, and you're going to ignore the 17 guys carrying just suitcases that say not chems. And she's sort of like, okay, it's going to have to be, 16 of those fellas, because I definitely didn't hear 9 people being thrown headfirst into the abyss last night. It was like, okay, that is acceptable. And she's she's just sitting there being like, just bribe me and I'll let you sort of be a bad criminal. But it's crazy because the two of them have come together. These two who hate each other, who were forced to work together purely out of necessity previously, are forced to work together now for survival. So Van Zep is opening up his factories and his warehouses of illegal weapons, and they're also scavenging, the mining lasers, and I can imagine whatever they've managed to smuggle in or they're in the process of using. He's just like, okay, I'm going to lose some profit, but you know what's more important than profit? Me breathing. And they're just throwing. Exactly. I can imagine them like, it's like in Lord of the Rings at the Battle of Helm's Deep. Anyone who can, put on a helmet and hold a spear, you're in the army now, son.
Like, the image. What is it? It's like a 13 or 14-year-old kid. They're just like, hold this. You're fighting a Urukai. What's that? It's basically a wall
with a sword and lots of teeth. Yeah. But on the plus side, if you live to tomorrow, you'll be a veteran. But you can imagine Van Zep sort of just busting open his factories and Minerva sort of going, all right, any of you who owe the Guild of Coin money, go and get a gun from him and I'll forgive your debt. And so you'd have everyone in this settlement fighting for either, well, if I don't, they're going to shoot me, or if I don't, I have to pay her. Like I think it's such a cool juxtaposition of the two of them from the opposite sides of the law.
Yeah.
Once again, like we've been talking about, everyone below that wall leading into Hive City, everyone below there is willing to put aside their crap and Dust Falls and Balthazar Van Zep and Mistress of Coin Minerva, I think they're a great example of it.
Yeah, totally, absolutely. And we're talking about the chaos cultures that are emerging, the obvious spread of dissent and anarchy throughout the Underhives and throughout the hives themselves. The pressure that's been put on, and all these like armies. Then let's not call them gangs anymore. These chaos armies are basically forming within the Underhive and storming upwards. And we haven't even touched yet, really, on what's happening in the Ash Base either.
Yeah.
Which is just another whole different threat. We've sort of mentioned a little bit about the Ash Base earlier, but there's a threat coming from there, which is just mind-blowing.
Well, I like how you said that there was, these cults and the like rising within the Hive. Because around this point, in the depths of Hive Primus, 100 pellet cults. And just pausing that read real quick. This is no longer just a couple of cults. Hundreds. Yeah. What did we say the average sort of gang in that was before? About 10 blokes, right? 10 fighters.
Yeah.
Let's say it's 200. The lowest point you can be, hundreds. That's 2,000 cultists, minimum.
Minimum, yeah. I was about to say that. It's 2,000 plus. Yeah. And this is, I mentioned it earlier, we're talking about engagements and conflicts that are of a 40k level, no longer a Necromundan level, And they're one of the Apocryphers. Remember where they're like 5,000 credits? And I know I got slammed, and we mentioned it before, it's perfect for this. It's absolutely perfect for this.
Okay, just quickly, just totally outside of Cinderak burning, if you are based in Australia and would like to donate rats of any description to Spamul's ultimate 5,000 creds of giant rats army, please reach out to us at underhivelorekeepers@gmail.com. I've gotten about 16 so far, and I think I needed, what was it? 100. I needed 100.
Yeah, it's 100
so
rats.
I need another 84. Let's just say, let's even 90 just to be safe. So please feel free to reach out. But back to the episode there.
Let's circle back. Yeah.
In the depths of Hive Primus, 100 helot cults gather in the ruins of some city and begin erecting a massive idol to their dark gods. Those few Underhivers left alive among the ruins are driven mad as they look upon the 4 twisted iron faces of the effigy, screaming and moaning as they try to claw out their eyes. Do you think it is the other guys from NSYNC that weren't Justin Timberlake? What the effigy is? That was the first thing that came to my mind.
It was actually my second guess, but yeah, no, I thought it was the Beatles around about the time of
the White Album
when they went to India. The White Album, yeah, that was it.
No,
and then I imagine it's just Yoko Ono blaring through the Underhive at that stage.
But I'm sorry to any of the Beatles / NSYNC fans, but that's heavy metal. And that wasn't just an iron face joke. That is insane. These hundreds of cults coming together. And you can imagine the Helot cult. So there'd be a mixture of dedication to the 4 individual gods. There'd be Chaos Undivided. Yeah. Maybe a couple in there who are followers of Malal or whatever minor demon or entity they do worship. But they've come together to build this effigy on the ruins of some city. So mark that place off your holiday destination list. We are not going there. And it's so horrific to look at that these poor bastards who were left there are trying to scratch out their own eyes.
Do you know what breaks my heart about that? Is it says the few Underhivers left alive among the ruins. These are the hard nuts. Yeah. These are ones who have survived all of the nonsense that these horrendous cults are doing, and they've still managed to survive. And then, boom, checkmate, you're done. We've got an idol that's just going to make you tear out your eyes. For all the fighting you've done, for all the scrambling you've done to get away and hide and do whatever.
Too bad.
Didn't mean anything. That's actually sad.
But that's once again, that's that warp trickery. Like it.
Yeah, I know. Just makes me sad.
You got to feel bad for them. I mean, that being said, when the city you live in starts to sink into the water or the ground or whatever, move. Go to Dust Falls, go to 2 tunnels, go to literally...
Oh yeah, they sound so much better.
There isn't a giant effigy causing you to claw out your own eyes at any of them that I know of.
Yeah, that's true. It doesn't have that kind of tourist attraction that the Underhive has there. But yeah. So another thing is just that you mentioned about like the minor gods and Malal and all that. Now this is a tangent. I apologize, people, but the idea that like there's all these Helot gangs together and cults gathered together, and then there's people just going, "Oh yeah, I'm a Malal worshipper," and you can just imagine like all the other 4 major gods, their gangs, just bullying them.
Yeah.
Just be like, yeah, righto, mate. Yeah, you worship Malal, do you? Yeah, cool. There's like 3 of you. We're just going to bully you. You get the copies all the time.
No, I like to think of them as basically apprentice chaos worshippers. It's like, I'll tell you what, go to the
absolutely
go to the cultist hardware store and grab me a long weight and some black and white paint, but make sure it's in the same tin. Stupid Malal worshipper.
Just sit there, just watching it, just like, can't believe he's doing this.
I hear you clowns didn't even get your own Trader Legion. Yeah, nice one. Korn almost got 2 of them.
Yeah, I know. There was 5 remaining, and you couldn't even get one.
Couldn't even get one.
Well done.
Nice one, clowns. What? You couldn't even get the Night Lords, mate. Good one.
The angriest, the nastiest of the legions, and they were just like, nah, you guys are actually pretty dull. Malal, is it? No. I'd much rather just scream into the void.
More like Malame. Firstly, any fans of Malal or Malice or anything like that, please don't take our words to heart. It's just that your god's a joke. And no, not really. The Sons of Malice are probably the first fully painted Chaos Space Marine army I did. I then sprayed over them and turned them into Iron Warriors because I like good things.
Yeah, and Malal couldn't even get the Iron Warriors
No.
either. All he had to do, all it had to do was say, I don't like Imperial Fists.
So,
and they would have been like, we're on board. But, oh yeah, boo. My apologies.
You had me at tear the walls down.
All right, that's enough of my tangent. Circling back, this is an information episode.
That's right. We're not doing tangents.
We're not doing tangents. Information episode. Yes. So, working our way back to it. As the Hive cities cool, unseasonable storms ravage Necromunda. Hundreds of these weather events combine to form a global storm, sweeping across the planet, burying it in ash and dust. Those outside the hives must survive as best they can, hunkering down in homesteads or behind settlement walls, while out in the gloom, the monsters and the raiders of the waste howl for their blood. What are the monsters, Sam?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about the C word, but we don't know what lives in the wastes. Like, take the ash waste nomads, for example. We know of 2 different types of Hellamite. It mentions multitudes of insects and creatures that the nomad managed to capture and domesticate. It might be some Squatch or his ash waste's cousin, Ash Squatch. We don't know, but
I didn't realize what you did there.
Gosh. This is ridiculous. Like, the Great Storm, I think, is such a cool aspect of the entire succession because, firstly, it shows us that there is no respite out of the hives. No, it doesn't matter where you are. You think, it's getting really bad in the hives. What if I head out? What if we go to one of these other settlements? Nah, buddy. I'm sorry. It's about to get a whole heap worse.
Yeah, it's not even about the other settlement. It's your journey to there, or lack of journey.
What people weren't realizing is when you're traveling out there, all of a sudden, your power cell in your vehicle or your Prometheum engine, it just dies. And you're now looking at this storm that is rolling towards you because, and this is a crazy thing because anyone who's listens to us knows we are not scientists. I play with electricity and Nathan digs holes. But we don't understand science, but we know little things like Somnus comes along, it's going to affect the undersea oceans, and you're going to get some sort of weird celestial El Nino going on Necromunda, and all of a sudden...
It is, isn't it? It is an El Nino.
You're going to get insane, like, it's that, I don't know, low, high pressure systems with northeast, southwesterly winds all coming together, and you're going to have, like, you ever seen videos of those fire tornadoes?
Yes.
Like, imagine a fire tornado, but instead of just fire, it's also razor sharp shards of silica that are also slashing you. So it's slashing you and burning you at the same time. And you've filled up your Ridge Runner with fresh Prometheum because you know on 3/4 of a tank you can get to that next settlement. Your engine died, and all you can see is the settlement you're going to off in the distance, the place you just left right behind you off in the distance, and that storm's coming at you damn quick.
Yep.
You're not in a good way, and it's affecting all the weather. So, from the cage towers of the Zalctra penal hive, prisoners and enforcers alike watched the toxic waters of the poison sea surge higher and higher until bubbling waves were breaking across the skin of the city. I don't know the difference. Rut-roll. I don't know the difference between like sea level and where the Zalctra penal hive sits, but it's clearly a very big distance if they're all watching it. And even the enforcers are just like, do you guys want to go higher? No,
yeah, exactly. They're looking at their prisoners and going, how do we collectively survive
Yeah.
this? How do we get out of this?
This
There we go.
this is not a party we wish to partake in anymore.
But yeah, I love what you say about the weather. It's the whole weather system is up the duff. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So they talk about a place called Scum Lake, and anybody with a dirt bike or a dust runner just races, but the races away from there, right? But what gets me is they leave the stragglers to be swept away by the rising acid tide. Mate, you're already in such a hostile, horrible environment out in the ashways, and then you're having to contend with an acid tide just dragging you down. And
You know what it reminds me of? Do you remember when we talk about ambles and it's like,
I want to talk about ambles. Yeah.
Someone trips
Mm.
and you're just like, listen, buddy, I love you, but I ain't stopping to help you right now.
Yeah.
That's what this reminds me of, where they're like, it doesn't matter if you've saved my life in a gang fight or we're siblings or best friends or whatever. Like, if I stop to try and save you, I'm going to die.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no, we both might make it out of this. It's not an 80s action film, all right? If I stop or I slow down to try and help you, we're both dead. So it's easier for me to just keep going and deal with that PTSD later on.
Yeah, true. Just, I want to come back a little bit to what you said there about the ambles. I want, like, all of this that's going on. So the hives themselves, yes, we know it's affecting the hive populace and so forth. But now we're in the ashways, it's affecting the creatures and I guess the monsters of Necromunda, and how is it affecting them? That is something that's certainly not touched on at all within the books. But it's an interesting concept. How would like a family of ambles would be reacting to this, because we know they have a semblance of sentience. So surely they'd be reacting. And so can they dig deeper? Would they just go deeper and down, or would they, I don't know, would they flee somewhere? I don't know where, but yeah.
I like to think they come together in almost like a parliament where they all get together and they all sit down, and you got the dig deeper party and the dig up stupid party. But they offer their insights and they consider the pros and cons of each side of the argument, and then they realize that they're like 9 foot tall, razor limbed insectoid killing machines, and just go, let's go eat someone. But no, I think they're probably doing amble things and are either reveling in the insanity because it's dark, they can see in the dark, and a bunch of scared people are running through the tunnels.
Yes, right.
They are. It's basically Meals on Wheels, the amble edition.
Right. That is. I forgot about that. The fact that they can see in the dark.
Yeah. I genuinely don't think. Don't get me wrong. I reckon some of them are in the ash wastes, and that's what some of the stuff we're seeing. Because remember, they don't really mutate; they maintain.
It's true, because they're resistant to chaos. Yes.
Yeah. Their minds are pretty schmick when it comes to this stuff. So any of them in the ash wastes, I reckon, are just like, I'm just gonna burrow into this hole here. We're all gonna wait till this crap rolls over, and then actually hold my hiver. I'm gonna go attack that guy real quick, and we'll take him down the hole with us.
Yeah, that's a snack for later. Yep.
Yeah, but then the ones in the Underhive, like in the tunnels or whatever, are really just living their best lives.
They would be, wouldn't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it sounds dumb, but that's genuinely what I reckon they're doing. Yeah. They're just like, yep, sweet.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Of course. Yeah, okay. You've answered my question. But what you mentioned about the tunnels and all that, there's another part here where they talk about the Necromagnium underway, and the residents from Spoiltown fleeing, going into that underway and sealing it behind them as well. So this is one of the great tunnels, and they're just like, no more. We're completely locking off. But it's a question of survival again as well. So once they're sealed in, what's on the other side? And what resources do they have?
it's a community making that decision.
True.
They're coming together and going, all right, so we're going to give it, an hour. Anyone who's inside by then, sweet, we close the doors, we can all survive. But if they're still out there by that point, it doesn't matter who it is, we're closing the doors. And that would be some harrowing, just heartbreaking stuff. But that being said, you're closing it off. So you're closing off an entry, but possibly also an exit, because
that's what I mean.
Tunnels,
what else is in there?
Those tunnels go all through Necromunda. They crisscross the entirety of the planet. We know that.
100%.
And I would be very wary of doing that. I think it is very short-term gain, possibly long-term pain.
Yeah, true. Look, I mean, it's circling back to, and I keep using that phrase, circling back to the read itself. But I guess that's a good segue into the hivers and the fact that they're fleeing from the cities as well.
Well, you actually mentioned it before. They were going to be running away from the cities to get a little bit safer, and hivers fleeing the chaos in the cities plunge into the wastes in great caravans and convoys, seeking the dubious safety of the outland settlements. As the great storm descends, many become lost, while others are buried alive under waves of scalding ash. Those few who make it to the gates of places such as Cinderak City discover a new hell about to descend upon them. Cinderak City, I wonder if we'll hear about that a little bit later on.
Kind of feels like we need to.
It sounds cool. But yeah, this is that great mindset of, the ash waste is always greener on the other side, where they know, they can see that the hive cities they've gone to hell. You got cultists boiling up from the Underhive.
And enforcers keeping you pinned.
Enforcers keeping you locked in a hab block and you don't even live there. Yeah. They have none of your favourite foods. And a lot of these poor bastards are just going, nah, I got to get out.
Yeah.
We're out of here. Grab whatever you can. We're heading down to the wall, and there'd just be, friends and families and comrades, people working on the same shift as you. Their next door neighbours, brothers, cousins, mate is a gang member, and it's just like, all right, yeah, cool, you can jump on our ride, let's go.
Yeah.
And they think it's going to be the easiest way to get away from all this. But yeah, so many of them become lost, while others are buried alive between waves of scalding.
That's nasty. But the lost is hope. The lost is hope. Just bear with me here. I'm trying to find the silver lining. Okay. The lost is hope, and I can envisage gangs that are made from the lost elements of these hives. So once everything settles, surely there'd be enough survivors out in the ashways who aren't nomads, who aren't affiliated with a singular gang either. And they would form their own communities out there. They would survive in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. Gang idea.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, but I have to do it. All those people who got lost got eaten by that family of ambles before. That's the gang idea. Or they're falling into crevices they didn't see. They're wandering off the roads, which are the safest, and I use that term very liberally. They are the safest method of getting from one side of Necromunda to another. Just they might have gotten lost, but
they're survivors, mate.
Apparently not.
Have hope. All right.
Well, honestly, if the wastes don't get them, the nomads are going to.
They defend themselves against the nomads. They hold true. And we have survivors, and we have some hard nuts coming back into the hive after all this passes.
We'll agree to disagree in that you're wrong.
So anyway, a dozen tribes gather under the banner of the Grey Waste Walkers, with the mother of scavengers herself leading an assault on the major settlements of Cinderak City. Oh, there it is, mentioned.
Yep.
Alamite riders lead the charge, the storm offering cover from the guns on the walls, while raiders sneak into the city itself through hidden underways to sow havoc and murder amongst its inhabitants. this is the I guess this is the crux of it, isn't it? It is Cinderak burning. So this is, I guess, the beginning of it. The brutality starts with the Grey Waste Walkers.
Man, I really wish we'd done an episode on every house gang and every noble house and every faction, including like the squats and the nomads and everyone before that, because there's so much stuff that just makes me want to talk about them so much, but I'm like, gotta hold myself back a little bit. The Grey Waste Walkers are insane. So we've mentioned them a few times already. The Grey Waste Walkers is really the imperial name for the group of nomads known as the Sungar. They are the greatest, and I'm guessing either largest or most powerful, we actually don't know, tribe of the equatorial wastes. And that means nothing good for the city of Cinderak. Now, they are led by the mother of scavengers, and she is actually a great spirit. She's effectively a nomad demigod, and she's worshipped by the Sungar. It's often said that she stalks the ash wastes surrounded by a flock of wild grapple hawks, and has become a symbol for the horror the Sungar embody to the Imperials of Necromunda. Like...
Oh. Yeah, okay. So, the big nasty.
Yeah, she ain't friendly, basically. And she's currently at the head of a group of people, and this may colour you shocked, who ain't friendly to anyone who ain't one of them.
Yeah, right. It's like they're out to destroy, for use of a better term, out to destroy civilization, really.
Yeah.
You know,
well, not their civilization.
well, yeah, but they're...
Yeah.
Oh,
what we would consider civilization.
exactly. What the Imperium would consider civilization. So
Yeah.
they're going, this is our time to shine. And it almost beggars a question, like, is there some sort of chaotic taint within them? Is there some sort of malign element that is guiding them? You know, sort of like our Corpse Guild.
We don't know. The Ash Waste Nomads. Oh God, I wish we'd talked about them previously.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. You know what? Let's just cancel these 3 episodes. Let's just do an Ash Waste Nomads episode. All right. Hello and welcome to another. No.
Could do a Van
the
Sar
Ash
episode.
Waste Nomads. Not funny.
A little bit funny.
That is not funny. What was I saying?
The Ash Waste Nomads.
Yeah. The Ash Waste Nomads are something we genuinely don't know a lot about them. And whether they are tainted by chaos or not, whether they're even capable of being tainted by chaos, we don't know. Because the reality is we don't know if they are human.
Yeah.
They attack you, you might kill some of them, you will never find a body. You might find some dead bugs, you will never find the body of a nomad.
Yeah, right.
And they are in touch with the wastes in a way that your average Imperial will never be. That, you know, their Stormcallers are a great example of that. But this is not an Ash Waste Nomads episode.
No, it is not.
So I'm going to stop and move the conversation away from this and go back to the fact that these nomads are attacking not just a minor settlement, they are attacking an enormous city.
Yeah, like they're almost sieging it, really, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, right. So
it's
actually there's a good little part from Cinderak burning, which mentions that. It says in Cinderak City, days of bitter siege had turned into a bloody stalemate between the Shungar and the clanners. The plains around the city's walls guarded by fire and littered with wrecks. So it's a colossal battle. It is not just. Oh, do you know what? It makes a fair point here, though. What's the chances of finding an Ash Waste Nomad body now? Because there'd be lots of them. Surely be able to
Yeah,
get
but
one.
but for how long? Like as soon as you go out there to try and grab one of them's going to shoot you.
Got to risk it for the biscuit, mate.
Mate, that biscuit ain't worth it. You cruise on out there on your Ridge Runner, and next thing you know, they're firing a missile at you because they're not here to have fun, buddy.
Oh, okay. I'd still risk it.
But you wouldn't. They wouldn't let you outside. But we talk about them, effectively besieging this city, and you said it there. The Halamite riders lead the charge. The storm offering cover from the guns on the walls, while raiders sneak into the city itself through hidden underways. They're already in the city. They know these passages into Cinderak, which, by the way, is the largest settlement in the Ash Wastes.
Mm.
So this isn't even just a big one. This is the big one.
Yeah.
It's,
and they're still combating the storms as well at the same time. So this is the Ash Waste in there, the ideal environment, fighting in this, and the all the outer habs and outer surrounding sort of hives, smaller hives, or even just like settlements, are just getting completely overwhelmed and destroyed by the environment and the nomads. And then you're also, and this is the sort of a carbon copy of what's happening to them is happening to Cinderak City, except it's got the capacity and the infrastructure to hold off.
But not really. The Ashwaste nomads and the Sungar specifically have raided and sacked whole sections of Cinderak City multiple times previously.
Oh, righto. Okay, I was unaware of that. Yep.
Yeah, they've done this multiple times, just never in these numbers. And they do this. They get in, they attack, they pillage, they loot, they murder, they kill, and they're gone before anyone can really get back to them. They disappear back into the wastes. No one knows where they go. So for them to be the ones attacking Cinderak right now, not shocking.
Yeah, right. Okay, that's. I still believe there's like a higher purpose to it rather than just destruction of Cinderak City. Rather than just destruction of the populace. I feel like there's a guiding hand behind all this. Maybe it's Malal.
The guy that couldn't even get the Night Lord right. Okay. No, he's Malice now, isn't he? He's Malice.
Yeah, Malice. Yeah.
Focusing still on the Ash Waste, but moving just a little bit away from Cinderak temporarily. Miners from Svartholm defend Thermal Convergence Tower K19B Jarl from a horde of Ernhag nomads. Under the looming spectre of Hive Secundus on the horizon, the squats hold back a dozen attacks from the Dustwall Crawler tribes until their power packs, bullets, and grenades are spent. In a last act of defiance, Charter Master Horgum Cog triggers the tower's purge protocols, drowning the surrounding land in caustic fog and killing squats and nomads alike.
Can I say right here, right now, sounds like a win-win.
Who do you hate more, squats or orcs?
Oh.
I genuinely had someone tell me to make sure not to invite you on to do the Orlok episode because you were going to ruin it for them.
Oh no, I wouldn't ruin it. I'd be asleep. But you know what? Honestly, the squats, because they're dwarves. I don't like dwarves. They're frustrating. They're annoying, and Steve plays them.
I was going to say, doesn't Steve play them? Okay, so you like the fact that Horgum Cog has drowned the surrounding land in caustic fog and killed squats and nomads alike. I think that shows, because you can't imagine squats giving up. Like, say what you will about them, they're tenacious.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to stick it out. And for them to have these purge protocols, basically self-destruct weapons, that's mental. That's crazy. I love the fact that they're willing to just be like, well, we got no bullets, we got no power left in the last guns, we got no grenades left. Someone stole my hammer, so I'm just going to kill everyone.
But do you know what? I agree with you. I really like that they did that. I'm agreeing. You say.
Just go to the next one. Go to the next one. You are depressing.
I'm not depressing you. I'm just showing you how to alienate part of our audience. That's all.
Yeah. To all three people out there who play squats,
exactly.
I'm sorry for his actions. For the rest of you who simply own Ironhead squats and bathe in your opponent's tears when those Ironhead bolt guns open fire and kill literally entire gangs, I'm less sorry, but I'm still sorry.
All right. Next point, because I'm happy to move on from that one. As the Great Storm plunges the Outlands into twilight, the Delacroix are seen moving among the wasteland settlements. Always at key battles or great disasters, survivors claim to have seen the bald, cloaked clan agents watching from a distance, as if they were cataloguing the misery of Necromunda, or perhaps bearing witness to its demise. Taking notes, in my opinion.
Do you remember, was it Secundus we were talking about, where everyone was just like, yeah, key people were just being snatched up by the Delark because they knew what was going to happen to Secundus. And
you're right, it was Secundus, yes.
Yeah. And then they're just like, these people, and you even made the remark of, but they'll be taking that important doctor or that important noble, but their friends or family or retainers, unfortunately didn't make it. I imagine the Delark are possibly doing the same thing here, where they're taking notes, they're watching who's forming alliances with who's attacking who, and like you said, taking notes, where it even says as if they were cataloguing the misery of Necromunda.
Yeah, and so I personally think this was probably the greatest cataclysm that Necromunda's seen, and definitely the greatest cataclysm that the Delacroix would have seen as well, as once they become properly known as the House of Shadow. So, but I believe that they would understand that this is not the end. Like, the Imperium is too big a beast. Necromunda is too large an element to just simply be taken down by what's going on now. So I think probably with a bit of foreknowledge is sitting there going, well, let's take some notes, exactly what you're saying. Who's allying with who? But more importantly, where are the weaknesses now? Who?
Oh, yeah.
Who is vulnerable? What is vulnerable? What is valuable? What is profitable? And exactly how do we maintain dominance and control?
I didn't even think about it like that.
That's really because you're like playing Scots.
That's some real Deliquation thinking right there.
Welcome to the fold, brother.
Well, moving from the baldest house to the best house, the House of Ansar Archaeotech, Sienna Argon, uses the Great Darkness as an excuse to trigger her electrotheric shield over Hive Primus. Tapping into tens of thousands of plasma generators and power junctions across the outskin of the Hive, her techs run cables between darkened habs and domes before Sienna flips the switch, and then promptly vanishes in a blaze of light, leaving nothing but the faint smell of ozone. Now, a lot of you don't realise, I actually know what happened here. She transported herself to the nearest McDonald's, which just happened to be dead centre of where Katia used to be, and unfortunately she is not coming back. She definitely didn't carry the one somewhere, and instead of shielding the Hive, she has just shot herself across dimensions or something. She shows up in the Marvel universe just like, what is this?
I like the idea that somebody could spend, and what is she? She's an archaeotech. So she's
very important.
She's important. She's a clever little duck, isn't she? You spend your whole life practicing, working with all this stuff, and being a scientist, unlike us, is so intelligent. A cough will put you down for about a week, but you're the smartest little cookie. And then when you go to flick your switch on your life's work, your project, you end up on the footstool of Corn or Nurgle.
Yeah. You can just imagine she pops up and she just turns around and Corn is literally sitting there on his throne looking down at her like, I do I know you? She's just, yes. It's like, cool. All right. Blood for me, I guess. But
squish, done.
Yeah. Poke, she just explodes. But what if it was she'd never actually planned on doing the shield? What if she genuinely just built the largest teleporter possible and she wanted to send herself to, I don't know, Terra? What if she just wanted to get off planet?
That's true. That's true. But if she was going there, that sounds like a terrible idea. You're welcome. Anyway,
I'm not going to cut that because I want everyone else to suffer through that joke as well.
Joke. You said it. Yes. It counts. Anyway, I like the idea of the shields. I was going to mention it earlier, actually. You know, when Zultra and so forth are just getting absolutely hammered. So why are there no shields? You know, and obviously we know, like, you know, the shields are reserved for Titans and for combat and all these other things that...
Hive cities have shields.
They do?
A lot of Hive cities... once again, turning this into a 40k podcast, if you look at the Gaunt's Ghost novels during the Siege of Vervinhive...
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right.
You remember where they actually have those huge shields there? So shield technology is doable when it comes to Hive cities. It obviously has to be much more powerful and much larger. It's also usually only really focused on the buyers as opposed to the Hive. Vervinhive is a great example in regards to this, because when the Chaos Forces, and, you know, spoiler if you haven't read the Gaunt's Ghost books, Ghostly, I don't know what you're doing with your life, get around them, they're fantastic. But when the Forces of Chaos fire on Vervinhive, it's the outer habs, the manufactorium areas and that sort of thing, they just get torn apart because they don't have shields over them. That's where the cattle lives.
Jesus.
Like, we're not worried about protecting them, but we need to make sure our barbers and our, you know, bottle shops and that sort of stuff where they serve our kind of people, we need to make sure they're protected.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, so there definitely would be shields. I think maybe that the electrotheric shield over Hive Primus was more to do with maybe the weather, possibly blocking out the effects of the Cicatrix Maledicta.
That makes sense.
That's where I'm going with it.
So it's almost like I don't want to say it, but a psychic shield, but it's sort of like, then can you create a technology without the aid of psychers to create
Goliaths?
Yeah, but there's and this is showing my lack of knowledge about the Grey Knights, but surely the Goliath is the Goliath not also?
Oh, man, Goliath is around ships, like warp ships.
What
you
am I
put
thinking?
The Goliath on.
Oh, right, but
you're thinking of
Aegis suit.
Aegis, yeah.
But is not the Goliath governed by a psyker or a choir of psychers?
Nah, the Goliath effectively forms a bubble of reality again around itself. So as it's traveling through the warp, it basically wraps itself in a section of real space to travel through the warp, because entities from within the warp can't exist within true space, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
So that's what old Cinderak was trying to make.
So she's making like something that already exists. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but she was trying to do it on like a massive scale, big enough to cover a hive, Like, that's a big Gellerfield.
Yeah, it's huge. That's monstrous. It's significantly bigger than one around the old Cobra Destroyer.
Yeah, so that's my thought on maybe what she was doing. I like the idea that she was really just trying to transport herself away from Necromunda. I like to think she's just gone, well, I've got a bunch of, like, apprentices. I'm just going to make them plug into as many things as possible, and I'm going to zip myself to the other side of the galaxy. And yeah, she accidentally winds up in Khorne's throne room.
Yeah, okay. I can go with that. That's cool. That's fun.
Yeah, or she ends up on like a feudal planet where the most advanced technology is like the wheel, and because she's an archaeotech obsessed with technology, there's just nothing.
She just goes bonkers because she's bored.
So she goes so bonkers because she's just like, oh, check out this cool new rake I invented. They're like,
It's got 2 extra teeth on it.
I have a rock on a stick. Like,
Yeah.
you can leave me alone, weirdo. Just living on turnips.
That's actually a better outcome for her. I like that. It's good.
Yeah.
So, all right, next point. All across Necromunda, tribes of they're back. All across Necromunda, tribes of ash-waste nomads emerge from the outlands. Open fighting occurs in the shadows of Primus, Rothgal, Temenos, and hundreds of other hive cities as enforcers and their gang allies defend against the outland invasion.
Boom. Finally, they're doing something again.
What? What do you mean finally doing?
The enforcers.
The enforcers. I thought you were talking about the nomads. I'm like, they've gone completely off tap, and you're like, they're back at it again. Yeah.
About time those lazy nomads did something.
Yeah.
You know, but finally, the enforcers. I love this. The enforcers and their gang allies. The enforcers will literally only get involved because they've looked over and they're like, man, that's a lot of people riding bugs.
Yeah.
All right, grab your auto guns. Come on, lad. Yep. Stop punching that guy in the face. He has to come help us kill these bug riders.
Yeah, true. But the idea of the gang allies is what I really like. Is that there's definitely going to be some shady, underhanded deals going on with that. It's some promises, 100%. Some promises that were never intended to be fulfilled. And
also, hey, if you guys help us fight these nomads, we're not going to arrest you. And the gangers are just looking at each other like, we're going to shoot these guys as soon as these nomads are gone.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
we are.
Yeah.
Right, cool.
100%. It'd just be a case of like the enforcers would just be thinking the exact same thing as soon as these nomads are dealt with.
Yeah.
Just turn the bolters on them and just let loose, lads, because I can guarantee you we've given them an inch. They're going to take every mile they possibly can. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit of a softie, but I absolutely love the idea of a unification of the gangs and the enforcers and so forth. Do you know what? It sort of gives me the tingle of this is like a guard regiment with the enforcers as the officers and the stormtroopers and the seniority and the gang members as the regiments.
You mean you're literally describing the Savlar Chem Dogs?
Yeah, true.
They're prisoners that are rounded up, and a bunch of Arbites are like, all right, dickheads, here's some drugs. Yeah. Go fight them. Keep whatever you can scavenge.
And that's exactly what this would be like as well. It'd be like,
damn it, gang idea.
Gang idea. Yeah, Necromunda gang, like a Necromunda. Is it a gang idea or is it an army idea?
It's an army idea.
Oh, it's an army idea. Scavengers, like proper scavengers, like. But it only.
It's just the Savlar Chem Dogs.
Yeah, it is.
You're basically saying, Spamiel, start a Savlar Chem Dogs army.
I have a
huge pile. Yeah, I have so many. Oh, you know, it'd be a great... And I'm sorry, listeners, you wanted Aranthian Succession. You know, it'd be an absolutely great squad.
Mm.
Remember how I started those sawtooth harlots?
Yeah.
Boom. Do an entire squad of sawtooth harlots. And then, like... different Escher that had been rounded up and sent to this particular like penal regiment, and one of the leaders is a sawtooth harlot. So she would run like the Harlot squad.
That's cool.
And then you'd have like a squad of
Yeah.
Orlocks who would be like your you'd do them all on bikes, and you'd do them as your Rough Riders,
Yeah.
and your Goliath would be heavy weapons.
Yeah, that'd be mad.
Oh,
Yeah.
No. We can start a 40k podcast later, Nathan. We need to finish our Necromunda episode.
We do. This particular episode, in fact. But yeah, so the Ashwaste Nomads are back, basically, kicking up the dirt, causing trouble. The fact that they're in the shadows of Primus, Rothkel, and Temenos is just it's terrifying for all of it. It just shows the presence and the capacity of the Nomads. You know,
but that they somehow still have communications.
Oh, true. Didn't even think of that. How?
They're attacking everywhere. And I think it's with the spirits that they have. I believe the spirits will be somehow communicating with each other, leading their respective tribes, leading their respective coalition of tribes against these hive cities. Because somehow, you actually said this earlier, they are less reliant on technology and everything. And we said they have a deeper sense of connection with Necromunda as a planet.
Yeah.
They are getting out of this somehow. They are able to get around the greats. They control the storms. They live within the storms. It doesn't affect them.
Yes. Okay. I still keep harping back. There is some sort of darker, higher purpose to them. It's not just...
Absolutely there is.
They're either chaos afflicted or the Silent Ones have found another way to affect...
No. I'm pretty sure the latest model released by Games Workshop, that is an Ashwaste Nomad, I'm pretty sure she has hair.
Oh, right. Maybe it's just a different look they're going for. You don't know that. You don't know the machinations of the Silent Ones.
I've said that. I've said that I'm pretty sure she has hair, but then I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the book here, and I'm just like, we can't see if she has hair. She's got a hood on.
Yeah, same.
She might be a Delark.
I reckon they're all Delark.
That would actually be...
It would make sense in a way, but no.
That would be the worst gotcha moment if it turns out all the Nomads were actually just Delark.
Oh my god, there'd be riots. There'd be riots everywhere over that. It would be so disappointing. All this history and this lore and this background, it's just like, oh no, they're just all the mayonnaise boys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But that's the thing, how would they get that much mayonnaise into the wastes? Where do they find the eggs?
No, you have that.
That's what I'm angry about.
Yeah, well, Sam, if you're angry about that, then surely you'd be angry about the assassination or attempted assassination of Lord Helmore.
I am not going to lie. I'm a little bit upset that you have dropped that bombshell on our audience in such a nonchalant manner. I'm going to take a sip of my drink here. Scummers, it is my solemn duty to inform you that there has been an attempt on the life of our noble and beloved planetary governor, Lord Gerontius Helmore, or as we like to call him, Ronti. Now, although no individual group has taken ownership of this evil and horrific act, if you do have any information in regards to this attempted assassination, please report as soon as possible to your local enforcer precinct. That being said, yeah,
absolutely.
Someone knifed Ronti. Someone knifed him. Good.
Wait, so you're upset that I sort of took away the gravity of the situation? You're like, oh, just somebody shanked old G-boy.
Someone shanked G-boy.
Yeah.
Honestly, we should get that tattooed to ourselves. No, I was upset that you were so nonchalant about it. When I did it, it sounded like almost like philosophy handed down from throughout the ages, where I was imparting knowledge and wisdom as well as empathy to our audience. Maybe they're quite upset that Ronti just got shanked. Did you ever think about that? Yeah, nah, me either.
He's the gang leader. He's the gang leader of a gang he can't play.
He literally looked at one of his kids. Was it Ronti that looked at one of his kids and was like, "You look like that old painting of Martek Hellmeyer. Out to the wastes with you."
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
him. Yeah. He's like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, at this stage of the succession, everything that's going on so far, I like to think this is where the succession really starts. And although we've made light of the situation, it is actually insane how this occurs. Now, it's not like you can get up to a planetary governor being some, everyday, gun for hire. The situation that has pulled this assassination attempt into being it's ridiculous, and it's just ridiculous in the truest of Necromundan sense. Gerontius Helmore was attacked by something that's known as a biomortic assassin. Now,
what's it really called, Sam?
It's a murder cyborg. And I'm going to read a really quick little section here. There is an amazing write-up on pages 14 and 15 of the Aranthian Succession book. And just this one little section here, to give you a little bit of a preface for this, the assassin has snuck into the Imperial House's personal spire, where Gerontius is meeting with his advisors, his captains of his guard, nobles, and all that, in a place of the Corpium Mundus. It is actually the war room of the Imperial House. To those who witnessed her, she must have seemed little more than an apparition as she leapt across the chamber. The gene-enhanced guards, with their wired reflexes, moved as if in a daze, their bolters rising with painful lethargy. As she cleared the hololith, her slender booted feet crashing down through ghostly hives and armies, Helmore's eyes met hers. She could see no fear or hatred, only dumbfounded confusion as he tried to comprehend what was happening, or what was about to happen. With mere centimetres between her and her target, the power blade unfolded from her forearm, and her internal static generator let loose a sudden burst, killing the images over the hololith and popping Lord Helmore's conversion field in a brilliant explosion of light. Then the power blade was biting through layers of ceramite and mesh until she felt it find the master of Necromunda's flesh. In a crimson spray, Helmore pitched back. The suspensors, overloaded by the static generator, failed and sent the massive man crashing to the floor. That is a weapon in human form. She is there prepared for any instance of self-defense where her internal static generator blows out his conversion field, because obviously a planetary governor is going to have, conversion field, or it's going to have ceramite armor with mesh underneath it. Like, he's going to be the most protected man on the planet, but whoever has sent her here has already prepared for all this.
100%, 100%. And there's another, I'll just read another little bit just from that to really emphasize what you're talking about. From the same read, under stretched out synth skin, weapons are hidden in her arms and torso, ready at the flicker at a thought to kill. So this is an optimized, functional, like pure murder cyborg. It is designed just to hunt, kill, murder with a singular task. And in this particular place and time, it is to kill Gerontius. Now, something that we can't do the whole read of that little assassination attempt, or
because we don't want to get sued.
Yes, exactly. When she approaches the door to the war chamber, there's two guards there. She kills them really quickly, melter charges the door, and then is in the room. And when you read it, the speed at which she moves is just phenomenal. It's sort of like this melter charge goes off and she's already bounding across the table the hollow table to kill Gerontius. It's amazing.
This like page and a half of text,
Hmm.
it all happens over, like, correct, like, you please, if you've interpreted this in a different way, correct me, but this happens over seconds.
Yeah, that's right. But like under a minute, I would say.
Yeah.
Absolutely under a minute,
Oh yeah,
including
from
the
going
guard.
through the door. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And it just gives a sense of her speed and the type of technology that goes into it. So this is not just a mechanism that has been bolted together just to be able to get a kill in. But what I love in that as well is that they say that even without the great darkness that descends upon Necromunda during this time, she would still go ahead and still probably be able to attempt the assassination.
Yeah.
The darkness is just the trigger. It allows them to take advantage of not only the situation, but also the chaos that's erupting from it as well. So this destabilization, losing the head of the Imperial House is destabilization enough. But then losing the Imperial House when all the other houses are ready to go each other, when Necromunda's just in absolute strife.
When almost wordlessly, with this etheric command, the entire planet has fallen into rebellion.
Yeah.
And, it's, through sheer luck, Helmore is in the Corpium Mundus, and with his advisors, with his guard, with all these people, trying to defend his planet from this unseen enemy, and it just happens that she's able to get there. It's a little lucky. If
it's all very contrived, isn't it? It all seems like there is and I mentioned this earlier. There's a grand plan. There's a master plan in place, but we're not privy to it. Definitely not at this stage, anyway.
No.
But this for me is like the very beginnings of the dominoes falling. So everything else in place had been setting up for this first domino to go. Now that has gone, and we begin to really see the effects of the great darkness, of the Cicatrix Maledictum, of all the chaos that's erupting over Necromunda really begin to take hold once Helmore is assassinated or an assassination attempt is made upon him.
Well, another thing that goes there, despite the fact he's just been stabbed once, twice, multiple times with this power blade, it also mentions that Escher-crafted biophasic toxins will soon prove fatal. And it says that her conditioning would not let her leave anything to chance. And she sweeps her hand back to land the killing blow. But what happens is, and in true Warhammer 40,000, just, overgunned and underthought, from hidden recesses in the walls and ceiling, security turrets added their firepower to the torrent of death. Now, the poor girl has just taken a bolt around to the back, which stops her from killing Ronti.
One second. The poor girl. The murder cyborg, the poor girl. Yeah, continue.
Yes, and I'll give my opinion on her in a moment.
Okay, go on.
But these turrets that have popped out are just laying round after round after round into her. Now, there's already a bolt around, and we get it. Murder cyborg, she's going to have a little bit of internal armor plating. These things blow her out of a window that is in the thin upper atmosphere of Necromunda. And
she gets sucked out because of the atmosphere. When I first read it, I was like, wait, why did she get sucked out of the window? And then I'm like, oh, wait, of course. The spire's in space.
It's basically in space. And, she sees these guards rushing towards Helmore, and she just falls. And that's all we know about this girl, that she's falling. Now, I would love to see her come back. I would love to find out who this character is, for a couple of reasons. And one is mentioned a little bit here.
Yeah.
A faint part of her mind still feared death. That part that retained a shadow of the person she had once been. It was buried under years of mental conditioning. For the briefest moment, she had a memory. The vision of a tall man with bare muscular arms and a wide grin. She sat upon his knee, her sisters playing at his feet. So,
Who do you think that is, Sam?
we are sticking entirely to fact here with no wild
Out in the
theory.
Lorekeepers way.
The Lorekeepers way. We stick to it, and I actually think this is Timmy Helmore come back from the sun. No. A lot of people in the community widely believe that this is one of the lost daughters of Slate Merdena, obviously of House Orlok fame. Now, we know that one of his daughters, and if we'd thought about doing an Orlok episode, when we probably should have, we would have already talked about Slate Merdena and the fact that his daughters are quite possibly the most dangerous collection of women outside of House Escher. But each of his daughters is just an absolute monster in their chosen profession or area of expertise, be it road boss or I believe was it Margot Merdena we talked about in regards to the Great Cycle? Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of his daughters was captured and effectively, it's believed she was tortured into joining House Delark. So, is this her? Is this another of his daughters?
Well, it sort of implies that it is, and as you say, they are experts in the field that they take on. So she's decided she wants to become a murder cyborg and has become an expert in that.
Decided she's going to become a murder cyborg?
Well, sometimes a decision happens where you're like, well, I kind of have to go with it. It's either have a faint memory of my childhood or just be a shadow or a memory. Yeah. So, you take your silver lining.
Well,
I do think it is probably one of his daughters, but I think the more pressing question is who exactly is sending the murder cyborg and who is trying to affect that. Now, if we're saying it's the Delark or the Delacroix,
are we sticking to fact here, or are we going with the Lorekeeper
Let's go down a carotid hole, buddy.
And go down a carotid hole.
So if we go back to the Delacroix episode we did, and we talk about the fact that you think the Delacroix control Helmore, and I think the Imperial House controls the Delacroix, either way leads to a legitimate reason for assassination. So from my point of view, it makes sense that they are trying to get rid of Helmore so that they become more dominant. So once the house is in disruption, Delacroix can become more powerful. The flip side of that is your theory of the Delacroix running Necromunda. If old Gerontius is starting to become a little bit more of an upstart, a little bit uppity, and going, actually, no, I'm the Imperial Governor, I'm going to wrestle back control, then that's why the Delacroix would be like, okay, time to get rid of you, buddy, and we're going to snuff you out. And the Great Darkness is a perfect time to do that. But obviously, this has been a plan that has been fueled and in motion for a very long time. This is not something that's just simply come about because of the cicatrix.
It's interesting that you go to that theory. That wasn't where I was going to go. I mentioned earlier that it was very lucky, given the circumstances, that the murder cyborg, who I'm going to call Cindy. It's weird that Cindy, get it, Cindy, Cinderak?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'll just make sure. I found it lucky that Cindy got up there. And it was very lucky that all of this had occurred. And who is it that seems to affect luck, Nathan? Who has been almost suspect in the fact that they haven't been mentioned in either the reads we've done so far from the book or the read I'm about to do after this. Who specifically hasn't been mentioned, Nathan?
There's a lot that haven't been mentioned. There's all of Gerontius Helmore's children. They haven't been mentioned. The Imperial Fists haven't been mentioned. Boo. There's a lot of characters that have been mentioned. I can't think of any specifics though.
Okay. I never thought it might have been the Fists. That's the whole. Can you imagine? I'd actually find them so cool if they did that.
Yeah. Just get a little bit of Alpha Legion flavor sprinkled on you, and become something other than fence builders. That'd be great.
The Alpha Legion, you say? No. That will be on our new podcast, Alpha Legion Talk, with Alpharius. No, I'm not going to go into my theory yet. We'll wait. We'll read a few more books and see how it comes out.
Sure.
But
it's blue and small and got wings. Yeah, I gotcha.
That's right. Giant rats.
Yeah.
It's always rat. Now, crisis strikes the Imperial House with the attempted assassination of Lord Helmore. Gravely wounded, the Lord of Necromunda is placed in stasis, creating a power vacuum for the control of the planet. Houses fight amongst themselves and old scores are settled, while the children of Lord Helmore bicker and scheme with each other as they seek to ascend to the throne once held by their father. And you thought the noble houses or gangs or even corpse grinder cultists were murderous? Wait until we start talking about Ronti's kids. Honest, this is like Keeping Up with the Helmores is a TV series I would watch because
100%. I just in regard to old G-Man's kids, like, not to sound too crass, but he was a busy lad. There's the legitimate and the illegitimate children, and there's a lot. He was the Zeus of Necromunda. Come down from high just to dabble.
Well, looking at it, just his trueborn children. Gerontius had 17 trueborn sons and 13 trueborn daughters.
Yeah.
Now, on top of that, he has a large number of illegitimate children. Some very notable illegitimate children as well. Cal Jericho, everyone knows. If you don't, one of the most infamous Underhive bounty hunters ever. One of the coolest series of books the Black Library ever released. Then, Vorlus Kai, Makata Gelt, coin master of the Palatine. If you're the coin master of Palatine, it helps to have an important dad.
It does. And how do you probably get that position? By having an important dad. By
having a very important dad. Now, we also have Etheria Dune, seeress of the fires of perdition. That just sounds rad. Dagos One Eye, commander of the Dustwall 88th Penal Battalion. Well, shout out for the Dustwall, a little bit of Secundus, it always sneaks in there.
Yeah, true. Not a very, a powerful position or established position. I guess it's just, but it's better than being part of the Penal Legion. At least you're in charge of it.
Yeah, at least you're in charge. He might be part of it, just in charge.
Yeah, true.
And Gorst Ursa, Goliath Unborn, and Alpha of the Rothgal Galeforge. That is sick. Can you imagine being like Gerontius Helmore and finding out that your kid decided, I'm going to be a Goliath, and just becomes an unborn, and then becomes an alpha of if it's the Rothgal Galeforge, not exactly a small hive.
No, exactly. They're pretty much the dominant gang there as well, the dominant house really in Rothgal.
Oh yeah.
So he's like they're high up in the pecking order. They're not really being challenged for power within that hive. So very, very powerful people. Well, powerful offspring that he has. and that, I guess that leads to exactly what they do after that, the shenanigans they get up to, the ridiculous assassination attempts and the plottings. And there's actually quite a fair bit of plotting with the other noble houses, which I find a little bit odd, thinking that, a fairly loose claim to the throne is going to be backed by a noble house that could potentially become the imperial house as well. So it actually states that all the machinations and all that the children, we'll call them, the collective, are trying to make happen could just all greatly be undermined anyway. So they are dabbling and they're attempting to claim their seat. But as it states in the Aranthian Succession Cinderak burning, it has always been written in the legal ledgers of Necromunda that the imperial house rules by strength of support and wealth, not by birthright alone. So no matter what they're doing, they're not just going to simply supplant their father because they are, what in their mind, next in line, or the ones who are due to be, the successor of the throne. But this is another interesting point about it as well. Helmore doesn't leave a succession plan. He doesn't have an heir. So,
which he's done on purpose.
Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a sort of a question around it, whether or not he's done that. But when you've got 600 kids, it's pretty hard to go, you're my number one. But this shows that the imperial house is ripe for the picking right now with the in quotes death of Helmore.
So what you've said raises a couple of really interesting points. Now, hitting on your first one there, the imperial house only rules not via wealth, not via name, but via support of the noble houses. Now, what makes it easier to inherit a house? Wealth and a name. But when the when the noble houses back you, it makes it a lot easier. So if you were a noble house, if you were, what did I say you were before? House Green?
Yeah, House Green.
So you're from House Green, and you're the head of House Green, and you like, what was his name? Agriote Helmore. You really like him. So you say to your allies in House Ranlow, or your allies in House Coian, and you say, we're going to back Agriote. And they go, why would we do that? And you say, because he's weak, because he's malleable. And we can have him as a figurehead, and our houses can rise above everyone else. We will be the power behind the throne. And
puppet masters. Yeah.
You are the puppet masters of Necromunda. And if something goes wrong, Agriote is the one whose head's on the chopping block.
Yep.
But in regards to your statement of Helmore not leaving a successor, was that a plan? Absolutely. Because if your children, each of whom, each of the trueborn children at least, has never wanted for anything, and who, let's be honest, are probably spoiled little turds, and murderous spoiled little turds, are they the type of people you want to have against you? Or do you want them all focusing on each other, trying to knock each other off, so when you do finally have to face that child, they're a little bit tired from all the fighting? Or you just turn around and say, well, you're the last one left. You're in charge.
True, or they won't be able to make alliances. So if you want to get rid of them, they're not going to be going out of their way to say, well, I'm going to make alliances with these 4 other brothers or, sisters, whatever they might be. Because at the end of the day, there can only be one standing. So by having them, I guess, disjointed and not unified, or not in support, not like trying to carry the favour of a single son, then they're not going to be they're not going to have any form of unification. So you're right. it is a good way to keep them, what is it, divided and conquered, basically, and that's with his own children.
Correct.
So in the aftermath of all the assassination of what we're talking about and the idea of a succession, we have assassins stalking the spire as the noble houses attempt to take advantage of the chaos. Powerful figures such as the matriarch of blood, Hester Vey, and the Lord of the Seven Spires, or Mundus, are killed in their beds, while some nobles take to shooting their servants on sight in fear that they may be killers in disguise.
Totally logical. Totally logical. I understand.
I feel sorry for your servants that you keep.
Yeah. Honestly, it's why I don't have a housekeeper anymore.
That's horrible. Yeah, go on.
This is that Necromundan style insanity where everyone is going, oh, it is hitting the fan, and they're hearing on Vox transmissions, or their servants are gossiping that, oh, did you hear the matriarch of blood killed in her chambers? Hester Vey, oh yeah, found gutted in his dance hall at a discotheque, and the Lord of the Seven Spires, stabbed 7 times. Super ironic. Poor, R.I.P. Humundus. But sorry, they're all just killed in their beds.
They are.
You said that.
I do honestly. I prefer the dance hall. It strikes very much of something Timmy would do.
Yeah.
But
shout out to Timmy Two Knives. What?
Yeah, what up? But this is where Cinderak burning really starts to go into overdrive. We begin to, and as I mentioned it earlier, so you have these hordes of chaos cultists and all manner of other things coming up from the Underhive attacking. You have the hives descending into chaos. But when the top of the snake begins to bite itself, that's when the problems start. So when the houses start going absolutely bonkers at each other, that is when we have some serious dark issues arising of these houses that have incredible amounts of power and bending that to their will. And we mentioned a little bit earlier how there's a little bit of infighting in the houses and the enforcers not getting involved. But now, since Gerontius is gone, well, not gone, but since Gerontius is gone enough, yeah, perfect, yeah. Since he's in a less than stable condition, they are able to now go and it's almost like a full-blown war with each other. Almost, not quite there yet.
That's such a fine line, because we know what happens when the nobles start killing each other. That's rebellion, and the Imperial Fists do not allow that. And this is something that hasn't really been mentioned until now. The Imperium and its sort of enclaves on Necromunda have been very quiet so far. The Imperial Fists that we know are in Primus have done nothing. We know that, I believe, Hive Temenos, boo. The Adeptus Sororitas in Hive Temenos, I believe, so far, as far as we're aware, have done nothing.
Yep.
I can't imagine the Adeptus Terror are going to be doing much. They're going to throw ink pots at you. Maybe.
Yeah, but the thing is that if the Imperium itself is dealing with a massive problem, this is a microcosm on Necromunda. So they're waiting for word from the Imperium to say, we've survived the Cicatrix Maledictum. The Imperium is still whole. Oh, well, not whole, but still functioning, still able to fight. And it's mentioned in the book, the success of the Imperium is heavily weighs upon how Necromunda functions as well. So when the Imperium is losing because of what has happened, this is when you have this horrendous uprising and the chaos cults are forming and so forth. And although they're not an organised and effective army, they're still devastating just because of the volume of numbers. But once the populace of Necromunda begin to hear that the Imperium is stable and will hold, more importantly, they rally themselves and they turn the tide upon all the vast hordes that are coming. So, and I love this little bit from the book where it says Necromunda, like the Imperium, was a monolithic beast of industry, order, and tradition, forever grinding forward despite unimaginable hardship and constant setbacks. When word arrived from the stars that the Imperium had endured and that war fleets were now approaching the hive world, the population rallied around its remaining leaders. So this just shows that although they're so isolated and insular in the way that they function, they're still reliant on knowing that that mechanism that they're part of, the greater Imperium, will survive. Because what's the point of surviving if your civilization is gone?
I disagree.
What?
I disagree.
You're wrong.
They hear that the Imperium survives and war fleets are now approaching the
I see what
hive
you're
world.
going to say, yeah.
They look at that and are going,
Spaghettios?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they know what happened. Everyone knows. None of them were alive, but the stories endure. Everyone knows if you screw around, you are going to find out. The Imperium will not stand nonsense. And I think those in charge that are maybe thriving a little bit with this chaos, they've said, okay, we've had our fun. We've got a good few licks in on everyone. We've got some new territories, got some loot.
Mm.
It's time to put down the taint with these monsters and cultists and that are rising up from underneath us. Put them back down, because the last thing we want the Imperials to see when they get here is chaos.
Yeah, righto. Yeah. You start sending down some inquisitorial strike teams, and they're killing everybody.
But at the end of the day, all these orders are coming from people that next rung up on the ladder, and the Imperium, they're not going to kill everyone, but they're going to kill a bunch of people off the top.
Yeah,
because they're the ones who are supposed to be maintaining control. And it's not your scummer, it's not your ganger, it's your house sort of hierarchy. It's Nathan of House Orlok.
This is where I disagree with you, because if they find a particular smaller hive, right, say with only 10 million people in it, and they go, this one's too far gone.
Oh, lock the doors and gas them.
Yeah, the standard Necromundan way. Like, just close them up, finish them off.
Yep,
so I think, as much as what you're saying is true, they'll be wiping out the heads of houses and so forth, and installing their own people.
In some of the smaller loser hives,
loser hives.
not anywhere cool.
Yeah, all the L classification hives.
Yeah,
they're just like, let's make an example for at least 3 of them.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Lock the doors and bury them.
Yeah,
use that tech, and there definitely will be examples of that. I 100% agree with you. But those people in charge of all this nonsense so far, the ones that are actually in charge of whatever small amount of nonsense they're causing, I believe you're absolutely right in the fact that they are the ones handing down those orders.
And we sort of distracted ourselves a little bit from talking about the noble houses, but you bring us back. Thank you. Back.
The noble houses, they get up to some shenanigans after they all start finding out what happened to Gerontius. In fact, one of my favourite things here is Mormaer, the Thane of Cawdor, meeting with the High Lady Coiron, has basically organised to spread the word throughout the faithful of the Imperial Creed that the God Emperor himself had allowed Lord Helmore to be struck down for failing the people during the Great Darkness. He seems to be of the mind that it was all a test that the Emperor has laid down in front of them, and Helmore has been found lacking. So the Redemptionists, these firebrands, these, those cornerside preachers screaming, the end is nigh. They are out there telling everyone that what happened to Helmore happened because he was found wanting. And they immediately start, and this is once again pointing to the true bad guy of Necromunda. The disruption to production was notable, though perhaps most importantly, those interests owned by House Koian remained unmolested.
Yeah. Well, that's they're in league with Cordell,
schemes and machinations, mate.
Exactly, and it says that the noble houses and the clan houses before the assassination, or before the absence of Lord Helmore, would never have openly schemed, never have tried to expand their domains like this because of the iron fist that is the Imperium, which is represented by Helmore. But now it's on for young and old. So like House Orlok and Ranlow just been crazy together. You've got Yolante and Escher, which is just mad what they're planning on doing. It is, and we'll get into it, but it's like where every other, and this is something that we mentioned in the Escher episode way back when, is that their thirst and desire for power is probably one of the greatest assets of that house.
Yep.
So when House Yolante come to them with an idea for where they want to see themselves, and it is the most devious of plans and the most high-reaching of plans from all the plans of the clan houses and the noble houses together. That's why Escher jump on board with them, and to pull the rabbit out of the hat a little bit with it. They basically, want to become the new noble house.
Well, the thing that, and you look at all the other noble and clan house alliances that go on, Catalyst and Vansar basically destroy a bunch of key hive systems and create just massive security issues through security networks throughout multiple hives. Orlok and Ranlow openly sabotage or detain the cargo of other clan houses. Ty and Delark make and break alliances with other families and just openly cause chaos, but on a noble scale. But Escher and Yolante, in my opinion, and I think you probably think the same thing, they're the only ones with a plan beyond right now.
Yes, 100%. And it suits the Escher mindset perfectly of, if we're going to do something, we're going to do it bigger and better than everybody else.
Yes.
And the potential for failure is bigger than everybody else.
Yes.
But they're aiming big. And it says in the book that there is an open war. Well, all these actions that we're hearing about from the houses will eventually could potentially lead to open war between all the noble houses. So this is exactly what you were mentioning earlier, tantamount to a rebellion, basically, tantamount to something that has been quashed 100 times before by the Imperium, where they have said, understand you are a production world, and all your little plans and all your little ideas don't mean anything because you're a production world. So if Helmore is the principle of that production, you follow Helmore. But if it's Yolante, you're going to follow Yolante.
We have gone on a hell of a tangent.
But this is the most important stuff. This is the most important stuff. Because
what I was going to say is you've actually tied it back so perfectly, because you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, the Imperium does not care who is in charge. The Imperium does not care how they govern. It is a non-issue to them as long as you pay what's owed.
Hmm.
If
Mhm.
if you are a horrible, horrible democracy and we get what we want, sweet, we don't care. If you are a communist utopia, we don't care as long as we get what we want. If you are a feudal fascist state with layer upon layer of soul-crushing prisoners with jobs, we don't care as long as we get what we want. That's all the Imperium cares about. The second thing they care about is do not interrupt the supply chain of us getting what we want. And that's why I think everyone is pulling their thumbs out and reining everything in under their control because the Imperium's coming.
Yeah, right. And their tires would have been slipping during this period of time as well.
There is no way anything is leaving the planet.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way anything's leaving the planet. There's no way, and it states that there's no way they're maintaining their production. There's no way they're able to meet their tithe.
That being said, I think you've got an okay excuse right now. Like, we know the Imperium doesn't accept excuses. We know that. But I genuinely think that with the Cicatrix Maledictum, the fall of Cadia, all of that, I think this blip on the radar of your production schedule coming out for your tithe can almost be understood. So as long as when the tax man shows up and says, "Yep, you have everything here," he's going to be a couple of days late. You know, warp travel's just gotten a little bit kooky. But
Right.
when those couple of days get there, he's not expecting everything that was owed up to January 1st. He gets there January 15th. He says, "Okay, there's January 1st. Oh, and everything up to January 15th is here too." As long as that's there, he doesn't care.
Okay, I understand that theory. I thought you were saying they were going to give them a pass almost.
Oh, hell no.
No. Okay. Yeah, because
they need tithe now more than ever.
Exactly. There's no passes to be had here, and the Imperium is not the flexible tool that can go, oh, okay, well, you've only given us 100,000 las guns out of the 150 you were supposed to give us. Okay, we'll make ends meet. We'll do something. No.
We'll make ends meet by closing the doors and gassing your hive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We will come and take 50,000 las guns off your standing militia or PDF.
Mm.
And we'll take 100,000 of your PDF as well. So
yeah, I was going to say, and then we'll take them. And now you have no PDF. And, oh, look, your citizens are kicking down your door. I have a plane to catch.
Yeah. See you later. Black ship's taking me somewhere else. Anyway.
With all of this confusion, Vansar Archaeotechs infiltrate the servants of the Makeda Lux as it attempts to repair the damage done by the Great Darkness. In the depths of the hives, the Vansar secretly bribe or murder guilders to gain access to the ancient workings of the great cities, making their own modifications to the machinery or plundering rare and powerful tech. See, this whole time, everyone else causing a kerfuffle. The Vansar plotting, planning, getting what we need. Hey.
To do what?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, they don't know either. They're stealing stuff and they're like, oh, what's it do?
The last Vansar we spoke about teleported herself to Khorne's throne room.
That's true. That is very true. She got herself into a bit of trouble. Again, it's just the Vansar not actually benefiting anybody, stealing tech that they don't know how to use and going, well, if I connect the positive to the positive, SpaghettiOs again.
As an electrician, I can tell you, connecting, as long as it's on the same circuit, you're absolutely fine.
So positive and positive makes a positive. Yeah.
Yeah. Double positive.
For all of our listeners, do not do that.
Do not do your own electrical work.
Yes, please don't.
Hire
a professional to get hurt.
Yeah. Or do it. Hey, I'm not your mum.
So in classic Lorekeeper fashion, we are going on a tangent or a carry tit hole, Samuel. So let's rein it back into our talking points. and I will go first. And I'm saying we're not going to go on tangents, but this little talking point, we are going to go on a little tangent.
This is going to be an awesome tangent too.
Yeah, it's cool. It's actually awesome. So mass devotional flagellations take place throughout Hive City as the servants of Cawdor claim the end of days has come. Such is the fear among the people of Necromunda that many hivers cast off their obligations, abandon their factories, clans and families to take up with the Redemptionists, whipping themselves as they join the long winding columns of believers that march endlessly onwards across the hive world. And key point from there, abandoning their factories, exactly what we were just talking about production going completely up the duff. But in relation to the Cawdor, there's just this brilliant bit that I read earlier, and I love this. And this is not even gang idea. This is just like cool fight idea. So where gangs are sort of, taking control and doing all these manner of things to destroy the chaos cults, the Cawdor met ferocity and madness with a madness of their own, as in Hive Temnos, where the faithful marched down from the temple of the Emperor deified, gathering an army of believers before smashing into the ranks of the insurrectionists. So what I love about the Cawdor, the vast army of Cawdor taking on these chaos cultists, is you've got one lot of absolutely batshit crazy going up against another lot of batshit crazy, and just flamers and warp fire and all these things going. It is, for me, in my mind, such an amazing looking 40k battlefield. Just letting the imagination run wild with it. It'd just be absolutely bonkers. There would be no ground given whatsoever.
There would be no quarter given and no quarter accepted.
Yeah.
They're a mirror image when you look at Cawdor or the Redemptionists versus Helot cults, or just cultists in general, where it's faith by a different name. They pray to someone else. And Cawdor, I'm really looking forward to doing a Cawdor episode eventually, because we talk about a lot of them in the same fashion, but the insanity of House Cawdor is ridiculous, where they believe the Imperial faith to such a point that the concept of going against it to fight sin, they commit such sin. And this is an amazing example where you can just imagine they walk out of the factories and they've got their wrenches and their hammers or chains, or they've broken off a chair leg, or they've got a person's actual leg. And on the other side, you have these chaos cultists who also happen to be in robes, and they're all wearing masks. And they
all got their chair legs too.
They have hammers and chains and chair legs. And there's that one corpse grinder cultist who has a literal dude's leg. Yeah. And you can just, it's that staring into a dark mirror and seeing that at your core, they are identical. Yeah. But they just change one word, praise the Emperor, praise Khorne, praise gods. I love this. And you know what? Gang idea. So 5,000 points of just chaos numpties. No guns. Oh, maybe like 5 guns, but only 3 bullets for each of them. And then just close combat, just charge and just meat grinder that whole thing.
And it would be too, because as you say, they're entering the factories. The regular civilians are giving up their life, which is not much of a life, and joining the Redemptionists, right? So you're getting people just caught up in the Imperial cult, and the concept of we need to. The only salvation we have is we need to go destroy the chaos cults that are against us, and it's the motivation of the regular people. And I don't know if that motivation is anything good for them, but the numbers you're talking about, and it's something we mentioned earlier as well, the numbers you start to talk about in imagine a redemptionist or Cawdor gang where it's not just 20, 30, that's a big gang. You're talking
We're no longer
hundreds
talking
of
about gangs.
thousands.
Yes. Yes, you said it before. We're not talking about gangs. We're talking about armies. We're no longer talking about, murder hobos fighting each other. We're talking about, this isn't a skirmish. This is a war.
Yeah.
Where you have a hive emptying itself to go to this opposing army and smashing itself into it, where the thoughts going through those first 10, 15, 20, 100 ranks of civilians of, I'm not surviving this.
Yeah, but I have to do it. I have to do
it.
Otherwise, like the emperor will look poorly upon me, and then I'm done. I'm cooked anyway. Yep. It's really cool. It's almost like a crusade in a way.
Yeah, there's never been a bad crusade.
No, I don't think so. No, the Space Marines do good ones all the time.
The 13th crusade happened somewhere just recently. I can't remember. But speaking of things that aren't necessarily good, chain lords of the Mercator Sanguis attempt to bolster their slave quotas by clearing out the vagrants and gangs within the Palatine cluster. Many of those targeted are Orlok outlaws, who soon draw their former clan allies into a vicious counterattack against the Slavers Guild and their Goliath backers. The victorious Sump Dogs Orlok gang selling many of their own people back to the guild, along with the captured Goliaths. There's a couple of things that I find cool about this. Firstly, they are fighting guilders. That has always been a big no-no. And they are openly fighting guilders. Even looking at guilders the wrong way, doesn't matter who you are, is going to screw either. It's either going to kill you, or you get thrown in prison with trumped up charges, or they just turn around and go, well, your particular settlement, or your particular dome, or your particular clan house, you are on our shit list. You just don't get our services anymore. And they're doing it openly.
Yeah.
But I also love that Orlok mindset of, my gang before my house. My house before the rest. And the Sump Dogs are selling these Orlok outlaws straight back to the Slavers Guild, as well as the Goliaths who were just working for the Slavers Guild. It's
so crap. I feel so bad for those Orloks who are like, hey, can you come and help us out? Absolutely, we'll help you out. Oh, we won the fight. We've captured territory.
Stop. Did you just say you felt bad for Orloks?
I felt bad for the Orloks who are no longer Orloks.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Yeah. But the scummy, boring, useless Orloks, they're the ones who not only help them out, but then sell them back. So they've gone, oh yeah, we'll help you out to defeat the Slavers Guild. Now that we've done that and captured X amount of territory or whatever, we're going to take all of the weapons off these former Orloks and then sell them back to us. It is garbage behaviour. Absolute, even for Necromunda, it's garbage behaviour.
Well, it's actually interesting because we haven't really heard much about the guilders yet, have we? I know there's a couple of little mentions here and there. I believe there was a Mistress of Coin we mentioned earlier, kicking around with Balthazar Van Zepp.
Yeah.
But what are the guilds actually up to right now?
Well, the guilds are actually in trouble. Across the board, as you mentioned, they're having to deal with the fact that they're no longer having the power that they used to have, because the sense of law and the sense of structure in Necromunda is gone. So the respect and the protection that the guilds have is basically vanished as well. There are guilds that are in a way, thriving, but I'm not going to go into them too much. But the guild that suffers for me the most is the Guild of Coin. They're absolutely rubbished on here because the clans don't honour their oaths, they don't pay their road tolls, and they're openly attacking the convoys as well because that's where the money is. Because the Imperial House no longer is that shield for the Guild of Coin. So where you might have the Palatus and the Pyros, where they can gather up the dead or,
Burn
you, whatever the case might be, they're not really a directly profitable guild. But when a gang sees the Guild of Coin rocking around, they're like, absolutely. And the only one that I feel bad for is the Air Guild, because during the ash storms, their Zeppelins would be in just so much trouble.
I've got something to rub in your face later on.
Oh.
Well, it's interesting we mentioned the Guild of Coin because remember Dust Falls when the Narco Lord Balthazar Van Zep and the Mistress of Coin Minerva teamed up to fight back everyone that was coming at them. Well, unfortunately, Mistress of Coin Minerva has gone missing during the battle. She definitely hasn't been shot multiple times by her, I'm guessing, Balthazar Van Zep. And surprisingly, the settlement of Dust Falls actually ran more smoothly with the Narco Lord in charge. So, is it because the Guild of Coin were unable to govern properly, or was Balthazar Van Zep just causing enough trouble that he makes it look like she was the one who couldn't do it?
Potentially, I like that. I feel like this section of the book, though, was written by a cartel lord deep in Colombia saying, my community works so much better when I'm the boss.
Was his name Balthazar Van Zep?
Yeah, probably. But I like your theory there that as soon as she's gone, it's like, well, obviously things are going to work better because she's no longer here to upset my operation.
I'm no longer fighting this shadow war and having to pay her all these bribes. Guys, send the ghast up hive. Let's do it.
Let's kick it back into gear, mate. Come on. Let's hit that tithe. My tithe. Not the Imperial one, my tithe. Probably a good time to talk about enforcers, actually. So, as the enforcers withdraw to the hives to protect the interests of House Helmore, ancient trade routes reopen. Among these is Brood Pass, that bypasses the tolls of the Necromagnium underway by cutting through the Secundus exclusion zones. Despite the dangers that see only a handful of rigs survive the journey, it does not stop the countless others from attempting the run for the astounding profits on offer.
No. I'm not going near anything called Brood Pass that just happens to cruise through the Hive Secundus exclusion zones.
Exactly what I was thinking. Brood Pass, Secundus, nah, I'm good. The hive mind can have somebody else.
Every single one of those rigs that came through is chock full of cultists. Guaranteed. They are, they've been waylaid. Everyone's gotten the kiss. They're part of the hive mind now. It's like, all right, open up the back. You're shipping some of the brethren into whatever hive you're going to. No.
No, I totally agree with you. This is just another ploy for the Gene Stealer cults to spread their tendrils even more so.
But I do love what you first said, that they've withdrawn back to the hives to protect the interests of House Helmore. Because at the end of the day, they are enforcers by name, and all they are doing is enforcing Lord Helmore's will.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's even in the Nexus where their last, even though they survive against the cults, they actually don't reopen the spire because they're like, Lord Helmore has said this closes, so we're closing it off.
We talked about this earlier, remember, when we were saying, people are getting these orders, and because that's the last thing they heard, they're just like, nope, situation may have changed, but my situation hasn't changed. And the enforcers are doing that. They are saying,
exactly.
no, the last thing we got told was keep this door closed. So until we hear from someone whose name rhymes with Gelmore what to do, we ain't listening to anyone.
Yeah, exactly. And so when we're talking about the enforcers withdrawing, this is a similar principle as well. They've been told you're withdrawing. And even though it'd be better to protect these areas against potential gene stealer infestation, no. Our interests are to protect this. And this, I guess, this shows very much upon the short-sightedness of a lot of the decisions that happen on Necromunda as well.
Well, odd decisions and rampant assassinations lead to accusations of the faceless returned. Clan leaders, gang lords, and guilders alike believe the old agents of the Dalark have returned to take over Necromunda by assuming the identity of its masters. As if the gangs of the Underhive needed any more excuses, a hive-wide attack against the agents of the House of Shadows begins.
It just seems very convenient, more so than anything else. I will say, after doing the Delacroix episode, I have a very soft spot for my mayonnaise boys. But
I never trust anything. Nope, I don't trust it. They're doing this to themselves. They're saying, "Hey, we're doing some kooky stuff in the background. We need to look like this is affecting us as well. Contact so and so from so and so. Contact these gangs and have them hit this particular stronghold of ours. Sprinkle around a few bodies, and it looks like they're getting hit. In reality, no. This is them. This is the Dalark."
I didn't think of it like that, and that's beautiful. No. This is probably why I don't play Delacroix, because I don't have that kind of brain on me. But I love that. That's such an awesome idea as to what's actually happening to them.
Yep. They're watching. They know what's going on. And going by this, they're saying we need people to think that we're being affected by this as well.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you've sold me. That's exactly what's happening. We figured it out, Mr. Games Workshop.
I think his name's James. It's James Workshop.
James, yeah, we got it. James, you're done. So anyway, noble houses and their clan house allies take Necromunda dangerously close to civil war. Still reeling from the damage done by the Great Darkness, the people of the Hive world are ill-prepared for the increase in violence. Old Accords and Helmore's personal army, the Palanite enforcers, can do little more to stem the conflict as ever more nobles and hivers are drawn into the fighting. So we've obviously hit on this a lot earlier before, but it's exactly what we're talking about. And they say it in the book, dangerously close to a civil war. So they're not quite there yet.
We are a hair's breadth away from it.
Exactly. Yeah. The yellow boys are still going to stay up in their tower for the minute. Yeah. But they're thinking about it.
They're trying to reach out to anyone else. Is anyone else out there? Can anyone else hear us? Are we all that's left? It's they're going to be wanting to reach their chapter master or reach the nearest fortress of the Fist Boo, just to try and make sure that they've got someone to reach out to.
Yeah, I guess so. They've got bigger fish to fry, I guess, than the Imperium being toasted as well. So, but yeah, as I said, we mentioned a lot about this, and it's interesting that it says that the Hive world is ill prepared for the increase in violence, which it's a funny statement for Necromunda, isn't it? Considering
Necromunda is not really a violent place. It's a death pit with a production problem.
True. And then you add the Chaos Cults on top of that, and now you have the noble houses.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I reckon it's going to be there's a bunch of. I'm just picturing, I don't know, you, me, Steve, Gumple. We're sitting there polishing off a couple of cans, just watching those corridor nut jobs attack all the cultist nut jobs, and you're just like, this place sucks.
Just like dawn's in you. Hang on. We could
I,
have been on Armageddon. It would have been so much better.
I don't ever want to go on holiday with you guys ever again.
That'd be a great planet to do a podcast on as well, Armageddon. But anyway, for a different time.
Wait.
Sorry,
Okay.
my brain just went off on an offshoot. Just mentioned Armageddon. I'm like, the history and the lore of Armageddon would be sick. But
Yeah.
rein it back in, Samuel.
Rein it
I'm
back
sick
in.
of having
All
you
right.
circle you back around.
I'm actually loving this next one. In contradiction to the laws of Necromunda, House Randlow arms a fleet of stratoplanes with ground attack weapons and uses them to target the trade routes of their rivals. This tactic quickly backfires on the ancient trade house, as, by consensus, the other noble houses approve the use of heavy anti-aircraft weapons to protect their caravans. Weapons that are astonishingly effective against other convoys and ash waste vehicles. Stick that in your air guild pipe and smoke it. So we talked about this back in A Brief 10,000 Year History. You are not allowed to fly planes, which once again, I have no idea why I thought they had Zeppelins. Sort of outside of transport directly to and from the Eye of Selene.
Yeah.
Do you remember, was it the Minerva famine where they were begging the Imperial House for supply via stratoplane, and Lady Cinderak was basically just going, her descendants were going, nope, got to come through the Eye of Selene, and then everyone was trying to go do it anyway, and they got shot down and wound up in the graveyard. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good work, Randlow.
But it just shows that the disregard for imperial rule at the time, or the laws of Necromunda, in that they're just going, well, we're just going to do it anyway. But I love how there's a consensus with all the other noble houses. They're like, we're just going to load up heavy anti-aircraft guns, but we're also going to use those heavy anti-aircraft guns against other convoys as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all killing each other.
Yeah. So, this is all still going on as is an ash storm going?
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah. Like,
just bonkers.
I get upset when I'm in a normal plane here and there's a little bit of turbulence. These stratoplane pilots, I have no idea how they managed to get... I don't know how big a stratoplane is, but I have no idea how they managed to get inside that plane with those enormous balls dragging behind them. Because the world storm that is occurring is still going on.
Yeah.
And they're doing strafing runs on convoys, and then every other house is like, no, dummy, and has just strapped, I'm picturing like the Hydra turrets from the Imperial Guard.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking.
And turned them into like technicals, like you see in
like a Hilux.
Yeah, basically strapped onto the back of a Hilux and are shooting down these stratoplanes, and everyone's like, oh yeah, that looks pretty good. I wonder if I can take out that Ridge Runner. Oh my God, Emperor.
Yeah.
And they've all realised it's on.
Yeah, exactly. It's on for young and old. Much of that going on at Necromunda at this time. The House of Green, Krieg Lord Van Heusen, plays general and personally leads a battalion of his own house guard with attendant armoured vehicles and even artillery against the Ashway settlement of Gore Hollow to re-establish his house's southern trade ways. The soldiers of Green, not to mention the command abilities of Van Heusen, proved woefully inadequate in the face of the hardened gangs of Gore Hollow. That is a sick fight. That's a battalion of guard with vehicles and artillery, and they're basically just, you would say, probably 98%, 99% infantry of the gangs just going, come at us, boys. Think what you've been up in your spire, polishing your guns, and now come down here and see what I do with my reclaimed auto gun.
Well, they're not even guard. They're house guard.
Yeah.
So they're maybe a little better than PDF. They're not army.
No,
and
exactly.
hey, this, the Krieg Lord von Hausen plays general, and he thinks he can take out this little settlement. And like you said, these absolute rock kickers with their reclaimed weapons have all turned around. And you can just imagine all these different gangs coming together and being like, oh, God, yeah, hold on, we'll shoot each other in a second. Who's coming at us? Is that... all right, line them up, boys. Let's get this done.
Yeah.
And then they're obviously just looting the House Groom gear immediately afterwards.
They're looting, right? But it specifically says they're looting artillery pieces now.
Exactly.
There's a gang in Gore Hollow with artillery pieces.
I would like to think that they've bought them all in and then like effectively created this little like gun fortress, and all the gangs, like each gang takes a gun around the walls, and they're like, okay, this is cool, this is my quadrant, and then they're just bombing pot shots onto like nomads that are going past, or there's a Grox that walks down. They're like, I don't know, 1,000,000 points if you hit the Grox.
Yeah.
But this gang now have whatever remaining armored vehicles and artillery, and all House Green have done there is give an upgrade to all their gear.
Yeah, they've gone and resupplied the people who are shutting off their southern tradeways.
Yeah.
So they've gone, well, next time we come here, it's going to be harder for us. And that's what we're aiming for, the challenge. So the next time Green head out there, they're like, okay, boys, we didn't do it this time, but we know they've got a little bit more. We know what technology they have, so we should be able to
know exactly what weapons they have.
Yeah, exactly.
Showing a little bit of more noble insanity, purely for their own amusement, the lords and ladies of House Catalyst unleashed groups of mind-frayed into the halls and domes of the Spire. Many nobles, driven mad by the terrors and the abominations spread, take their own lives or descend into homicidal rampages, weakening both the allies and enemies of Catalyst at the same time. The nobles are just having dumb fun.
Yeah, they're off the chain. They're completely off tap right now, and they're allowed to go and, as you say, just have a bit of fun. Just do whatever they want to do, and whether it hurts them or hurts everybody else, I don't care. As long as they're achieving the goal they're looking for.
Yeah, it's a quick distractant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like we're sick of having all that obscura or going off and being in the roulette table. So what should we do? Well, let's get a couple of mind frayed. Sounds like fun to me.
Let's watch people lose their minds as these psychic abominations tear their souls apart.
Exactly. It's a little bit of fun.
Then after that, lunch.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. So the noble house is just bonkers, but I guess they're probably the petitioners that we're going to talk about here. So petitioners to the noble house find its great audience chambers sealed in the wake of Lord Helmore's mortal injury, causing a crowd of nobles and wealthy guilders to grow within the halls of the Spire. The crowd becomes a tempting target for thieves and other criminals, the enforcers doing little to stop the noble brats and corrupted servants from shaking down the supplicants. Just sticking it to the man.
It's Robin Hood, baby. Steal from the rich, give to the me who is also rich.
But it's the noble brats.
Yeah.
They're just being shites. They're being little shites. They have enough money. They're just, again, like House Catalyst, just bored. But rather than send out mind frayed, they're like, we'll just go pickpockets and hold up gangs of nobles and other petitioners.
I like to think of it as basically noble teenagers who are just out there and they're like, listen, bud, this is a bolt pistol and I really like your pantaloons. And this poor guy's just like, I'm literally here. Like, I work for you. It's like, but I also really like your pantaloons, bud. So I'm going to shoot you now and take your pantaloons. But you can have the pantaloons. It was never about the pantaloons.
Yes. It's about me having just that little modicum of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I love it. I love it. And I also love the fact the enforcers the whole time are just going, not out. Not our job. Our job
Well,
is to stand and stop anyone getting through these doors.
yeah, Lord Helmore hasn't said, "Can you stop the pickpocketing and the assaults on the nobles and the guilders?" He didn't say that. He said, "Guard the doors. Don't let anybody in."
He said, crap, she stabbed me.
True. You know what
Well,
I mean.
showing more noble shenanigans. The noble masters of House Yolante decide that if it is indeed the end of days, to go out in grand style. A celebration begins that spills out into the streets of the Spire, with drunken revellers invading the domains of other noble houses. What begins as a great party inevitably gets out of hand, with the young Yolantians dancing in the House Helmore grand fountains and using the statues of previous Lord Helmores as target practice.
Good gracious.
Remember I mentioned that one getting killed in the dance hall earlier?
Yeah.
Apparently the Yolanti are doing that in fountains.
Exactly. But they're nobody's stopping them yet because as the structure and the law is gone, and the enforcers haven't been told stop them from destroying the statues.
No.
Or stop them from dancing in the fountains. No. Protect the door. Protect the door. That's
But
all I do, boss.
Yeah, I love it that they're just like, no, we're going into the house areas, we're going into their territories, we don't care. We're convinced the whole world's about to end. We're drunk. We're on the extracurricular activities. Where those, my young cousins have just robbed a bunch of people hanging outside the Imperial House doors. And later on, we're going to go to the Gore Hollow to see what's left of those House Green guys.
Yeah. Exactly. This is a genuine party for the youth of the noble houses in Necromunda. And speaking of, an unusual alliance forms between the youth of the noble houses. You view the actions of their elders as recklessly endangering their future. These are all little Greta Thunbergs by the sound of it. All goes well for the upstart brats until Inenus Catalyst realizes she has the opportunity to rid her house of a generation of rivals and lures the other young nobles into a secret factory meeting before letting loose a gang of murder cyborgs upon them.
Interestingly enough, exactly what Greta Thunberg did.
True. So, as much as we're talking about, there's sort of a little bit of levity,
Harmless
a little
fun.
bit of harmless fun. Somebody, shock horror on Necromunda, has turned it into a murder fest.
Ninus Catalyst. And I love the fact she has a gang of murder cyborgs.
Yeah.
Also, using murder cyborgs right now, too soon.
Yeah, come on, buddy. It's a massive social faux pas.
Yeah, I mean, just blow up the factory. Come on.
Yeah.
The classic.
Just do it a classic way, mate. Come on. To actually be better.
But that's hilarious. Just hey guys, we're the youth, we're the future of the planet, we're the future of the noble houses. We should all come together. Our parents are wrong. Also, okay, everyone meet me in here. All right, lock the doors. Murder cyborgs go. You just imagine them all jumping through the windows, and that moment when all those other nobles are just like,
I should have seen that one coming.
Yeah,
for all of her failings, in one of them being getting us all killed, respect on the ploy. Well done.
Well, we've talked about one group of kids doing dumb things in a warehouse and, getting massacred by murder cyborgs. So let's talk about another group of dumb kids getting into fights. Now, this is where the Aranthian Succession and Cinderak burning become, in my personal opinion, just an absolute massacre upon the senses. So, House Escher, in alliance with House Yolante, make their play for power. Arrayed against them are House Goliath and its allies. Notably, the Lord Helmore in waiting, Agriote? Agriote? That's a terrible name.
Angry Goat. Yeah,
Angry Goat Helmore. It is a clash centuries in the coming. The hatred between the two clan houses boiling over into dozens of hives and outland settlements across the planet. Escher and Goliath, possibly the most perfectly matched enemies on all of Necromunda, go to complete house war against each other. And this whole section of this book, oh man, literally every paragraph is just horrific. So,
and just chock full of like horrendous battles.
Oh man,
horrendous battles. Yeah.
But one of the absolute, and this is great because we talk about so many of the cool Escher characters that we mentioned in our Escher episode. One of my absolute favourite parts about this, Necrona, the Horror of Hive series, led a one-woman campaign of blood against the Goliaths of her hive. Such was the grisly trail of dismembered bodies and ruined flesh the Death Maiden left in her wake, that many of House Escher's rivals offered to aid them against the House of Chains, if simply to avoid the same fate. Hefty bounties were placed on Necrona's head by the Goliaths. The decaying Escher turned this to her advantage by spreading rumours about her location and luring hunters into deadly traps, leaving their remains as a warning to others.
I envisage that she snaps them out with the limbs.
Yes. I like to think she's setting them up as like marionettes.
Yeah.
And it's just hanging them like, oh look, it's Goliaths having a tea party.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm loving the idea that she's drawn in the hunters, and the hunters is so ambiguous in the sense that it doesn't say just Goliath. So there's anybody going for this contract, which I think is brilliant. Like, imagine that fight going down. You've got all these hunters rocking up. They're like, wait, well, okay. They might even start fighting each other. And then she shows up and she's like, I'm here. And then, okay, let's turn our attention onto her. But by that stage, she's already 10 steps ahead of them. And it's just a butcher fest.
I mean, she's like 416 years old and her blood is acid, and she's literally like, I think someone thought about her too hard and the events of The Walking Dead occurred. But this, this is just one thing. Like these entries go in about all these different hives where if these hives or these particular underhives were very Goliath heavy, or if they'd always remained in the control of House Goliath, House Goliath immediately took over and either butchered the Escher or kicked them out, where it was the opposite in other places where if Escher were in control or if House Eulanti were in control, where this actually happens in Hive Eulantia, House Eulanti literally just kick all of the Goliath out. They just say to them, like, pack up your toys and leave. Get out of my house.
Yeah, you're no longer welcome here. And it's. I mean, it's an obvious link to House Escher, but it's a noble house coming to a clan house, going, no, pack up, as you say, pack up your toys, get out. Unwanted, unloved, be gone. Go embrace the ash storm.
Yeah, we're locking our doors. Get out.
Yeah. It is interesting though, because the ability of House Goliath to just stomp out the Escher in these areas, it's like they flick a switch and they just show so much dominance and power in just a very short burn of time. Yeah. Whereas I guess more the Escher way of doing it is, probably a little bit more subtle. But the Goliath, it just shows the strength of House Goliath wherever it is. It has the opportunity to just absolutely, flex, for use of a term, flex its muscle. Yeah, and drive them out. So this, I guess what we're looking at here is it's a global conflict now between Escher and House Goliath. So we have the perfect opponents in both their ideology and methodology of fighting between House Escher and House Goliath. But now it's taken to a grand scale. And obviously the links that they have with each other are important, the trade links they have, but the links that they have with the noble houses become really, really important in this, because although they are mighty clan houses, they still need backing as well. But yeah, I'll go into our next point because it's sort of relevant to what I was saying, but the Goliath gangs, the bloody
the Bloody Nails and Kings of Iron attack the Escher drug factories at Chem Falls. Outnumbered and outgunned, the Escher workers overload themselves on their own supply. The resulting raging mob of drugged-up killers tear the Goliath fighters to pieces before rampaging off into the depths of the Underhive.
Yes, that is awesome.
It is. It's really cool, and I love the idea. I always, every time we get to read them, and GW does it a lot. Every time we get to read about something just vanishing off into the Underhive, I love it. It's just like psychotic killer that's bounced off into nowhere.
It's the perfect little sort of get out of jail free card for, we might want to talk about this later.
Yeah.
You know, so and so does this, and then they just rampage off into the depths of the Underhive. They slink off into the depths of the Underhive. But I love the fact that, you know, people are like, oh, these Escher must have realised they needed the boost of the chems and that sort of thing. No, these workers were just like, listen, either we're going to die, at which point I'm going to do a whole mess of, like, slaught and gast, or we're about to win, and I want to win while on a whole mess of slaught and gast. And they've just
either way, it's an excuse.
Yeah, either way, it's an excuse to do a bunch of drugs and then punch on with some meat necks. And it's just great. It's perfect Escher sort of being like, well, we like making drugs and taking drugs. You also like taking drugs, so we're going to out-drug you.
Yeah, and we see it later on. It becomes important, but the Goliath taking on Escher, the gang that supplies them,
so dumb.
It is like getting one of their what do they call their stud gun things that they've got, and the rivet gun or whatever they have, and just shooting yourself in both feet, and then you junk.
Yeah. Wow.
And then going, why am I in pain? Who did this to me? I'll find them. It's not me who did this. It's the man who made the rivets. I'm going to go kill him.
Yep. I'm going to kill him good. Yeah. But we need to remember this is an uprising, and people's tempers, and they're going to get the best of them. A great example of this is in the closing minutes of the Battle of Haters Hole. Escher gang queen Zorsha and Yolanti scion Priscina come to blows over the right to kill the Goliath tyrant Gurk. What starts as harsh language and hurled rubbish quickly escalates to blades and fists as the two women duel. The wounded Gurk wisely crawls away to safety. This is one of the few instances I'm convinced that this Goliath is actually an unborn, because no Natborn or Vatborn is smart enough to crawl away. Yeah. If he was a Natborn or a Vatborn, he's crawling towards them saying, come here so I can bite you.
Yeah, I've still got both legs. I like that.
This starts showing us where these tiny cracks are beginning to form inside the alliance between the Escher and the Yolanti, where something as simple as who gets the permission, who has the trophy kill, I guess, of old Gurk.
The authority, who's because if they get the kill, that's the person who's showing that they're the dominant within that scenario. Yes.
Yeah. And this is a great sort of tie-in to what's going to come later on.
Yeah, there's some proper scheming, like some Deliquetian level scheming that goes on between Escher, Credo, and Yolanti. So,
Credo. Oh,
yeah, I know. We've dabbled in her a little bit, but my God, what a character, and what an important character to have.
Yes.
So, like, what we're seeing in this period of time is just quite a lot of turmoil for Necromunda. And it's the most, I guess, probably direct and open warfare between the clan houses. Well, not houses, but just the two clan houses of...
two particular clan houses.
Like, everybody's getting their hands dirty, but these two are going out of their way to do something extra big, extra special.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's just... It's cool because, as you said, and as we mentioned earlier, they're two very iconic gangs within Necromunda.
I just quickly love how so nonchalant you are about that. Yeah, they're causing each other a lot of damage. It's pretty cool.
They're up to naughty no goodness. But yeah, the open warfare between the clan houses leads to numerous excesses on the part of House Escher. Psychopathic fighters such as Raylan Razors, Zeala the Bloody, and the Queen of Swords all make their mark on the Underhive, and also on the poor souls they encounter as they leave a trail of victims from Dust Falls to Some City. So this is the brutality of them, but we're also talking about survivors from Dust Falls. So still getting embroiled in all of this, which is, as much as I love Escher, it seems a little bit low for those survivors.
Dust Falls basically just getting shit on this whole book so far.
Yeah.
Also, I want it to be really ironic. The Queen of Swords doesn't actually use a sword. She loves axes.
Yeah.
No, that's just the whole thing. I want her to hate using swords.
Oh right, I thought you were being for real there.
No, I want her to just be like, swords? Nah, they're crap. This club though, this club is great. So, are you the Queen of Clubs? No, idiot.
No, Queen of Swords. And it's like how she fools everybody. They're like, oh my god, the sweet Queen of Swords is coming. Oh, no, that girl, she's rocking up with a club and a power maul, whatever. Bam, 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 bam. Strike again for the Queen of Swords.
They sneak up on her and they're like, excellent, her swords are all the way over there. Sweet. Oh, she's only got, for some reason, a man's leg. Whatever. Oh no, she's one of those Queen of Swords. Okay, so apparently I'm going insane. But at this point, I love this next entry here because it shows that when you have an opportunity to cause a little havoc, you don't have to be part of the active gang houses. So, under the sign of the seven-pointed star, outland gangs and rebels from clan houses launch attacks across Necromunda. In the depths of the Quinspire, the slave houses of the Makeda Sanguis are destroyed in flame, while in Hive Trasia, a dozen gangs destroy the precinct fortress of the Shivna's Way, putting out the eyes of the Imperial House in the Hive. It is a grim warning of things to come. That seven-pointed star is going to show up later on.
Just about to say. Do you want to explain to people what the seven-pointed star is just yet?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Okay.
It is probably my absolute favourite thing to come out of this modern era of Necromunda, and I don't want to ruin it just yet. Oh, get on to the next point before I start talking about it.
So, after a brutal series of battles, Ferelda Claus stands alone as the last Escher in Hive Omnios. Far from admitting defeat, the surviving gang queen calls out her enemies in the great plaza of bones, inviting them to face her if they think they can. As such, a dozen Goliath-forged tyrants arrive to claim the glory of killing the Escher. Ferelda welcoming them with her crackling shockwhip and dripping venom blade. I mean, she's dead.
Nah.
What was it? Rampages off into the Underhive.
Yeah, she rampages off into the Underhive. But just, this is probably something, I'm going to keep saying all these things are my favourite. This is one of my absolute favourite things about Escher. We mentioned this in our Escher episode. That cocksure, just self-imposed ideology of, I am better than you.
Yeah, yep.
She's the last Escher. And see, I read this differently when I first read it. Ferelda Claus stands alone as the last Escher in Hive Omnios. Firstly, great Hive name. And
yeah,
Ferelda Claus, oh, that's sick.
I don't like that name.
No, Bet doesn't use claws, uses a shock whip and a venom blade. But
just calls a shock whip the claw.
Yeah, perfect.
Just to fool everybody.
To fool everyone.
Won't make you hit you with the claw. You're like 5 meters or bam, gotcha.
Uh, like an Amazon Indiana Jones.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I read this as she was the last Escher, as in she was the supreme Escher. Now that you've read it that way, by the sounds of it, she's the only Escher left in the hive. And instead of basically going, well, I'm done here, she's walked out in the open. And the way I picture this is there's Goliath gangs and their allies and scum and slavers and all that watching her as she walks out there. And I can just imagine she's wearing these like stiletto boots and she just drags her foot and makes a line in like the dirt of the plaza.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of goes, who wants some? And you see these Goliath forged tyrants and that walk down, and she's just smiling. She's just like, yeah, let's do this.
I guess this case shows that the power of Goliath, it really lies within just their martial prowess. They're an incredibly combative and incredibly deadly foe when driven and focused in the right direction. Almost like a sledgehammer, for use of a better term. Like when they hit, they're going to hit hard. And they exact an untold amount of casualties across the Escher gangs, across the hive, across just in total for the clan house. Yeah. And one of the plans that Varen decides he wants to enact is to actually destroy the Council of Crones, but more importantly, kill Adina, so the head of House Escher. So he basically orders all of his firstborn, his vatborns, he orders all of his alphas to gather up all of the first vats and so forth, and they're going to launch an assault on the Council of Crones. And I guess his thinking must be that if I do this, I crush the head of the snake completely, and all that is Escher becomes mine. So all their industry, all their territories, basically any of their manvents, which is not great, and anything in servitude.
You'd look good in like a spiked collar with a mohawk.
Oh, thank you. A little bit of extra hair on top would be great. But I mean, that's Varen's plan, and what the Escher and particularly Adina is going through is trying to work out a way to end this conflict with obviously Escher on top, but in a more, I guess, subtle manner. And what she does, which I think is crazy. Pardon?
What she does is great.
It's great, but it's crazy. And the reason why I think it's crazy is, remember this word industry and remember this other word tithe. Okay. So she holds back the chems that are needed for the Goliath to make their warriors, to make their vatborn.
Make their workers.
They're workers, yeah. Yeah. Make their workers?
Yeah. All the Goliath workers.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, to make their, to make their workers. You threw me for a second there.
Yeah.
So, but it specifically says in the book, they endanger meeting their imperial tithe because it's the forged alloys that they need to produce their las guns and whatever that they no longer get from House Goliath.
Well, that's the thing people seem to forget. Every house is involved in a symbiotic relationship with every other house. They all need what each other is providing. No one gets medals unless the Orlok go out and get them. You know, the majority of medals and that come from Orlok scavengers. And then the Goliath need those medals to turn them into ingots and alloys for everyone to make everything. But to get more Goliath, they need Escher chems. And, you know, to get Escher chems, sometimes they need off-world products which are brought to them by Dalark. And they need technology to make those chems, which they get from Van Saar, who get chems from Escher, who sell the chems to the Dalark to make more spikers that they sell to the Imperial House as spies. And everyone is feeding the industries of everyone else.
House Cawdor.
Robes and masks. You need
They're
everyone
the
needs.
gang that everybody says, as long as we're doing this, we're not going to behave like them.
No, mate, the Cawdor are going through the rubbish that no one else wants to go. I like to think that the Cawdor are the bin men of Necromunda.
They're the
And, sorry,
garbos.
bin men and bin women.
Oh, they do recycling and
They do a lot of recycling.
they're
They're the
progressive.
recyclers, yeah. And in fact, just quickly, business idea, I guess, terrain idea. Make some dumpsters and paint them up as the business core door to door, where it's literally, we will take your rubbish from you because we will turn your trash into our treasure.
Yes.
Oh my
perfect.
God. Did I just become a marketing genius?
Yes, that. Yeah, for Cawdor, for House Cawdor.
Damn it. I'm just going to join the cult of the bolt. Anyway, let's go back to the topic we were talking about.
So, Adina. So she withholds the chems, which is just great. Like, I think it is such a clever and effective ploy, but it's probably something that hasn't been done before because of exactly what you're talking about, that synergy that's required, the fact that they still need to trade, they still need to meet their tide, they still need to be responsible to the Imperial House and their noble house. So it's kind of like going, okay, well, you expect us to bend. This is what we're going to do. We're going to break you instead. And the last line of this is that had Adina been born in the Underhive, she might have reconsidered her plan. For as all Underhivers know, you never force a rat into a corner.
No one puts rat in a corner.
You sound like proper Cawdor now.
No one puts rat in a corner. You strap a bomb to him and make him attack those guys.
Yeah.
Adina makes a big mistake here. I think this is probably the first mistake she might have ever made. By cutting the Goliath off what they need to literally, in most cases, make more of them, she corners them like a rat. And without the chems necessary to... once again, I wish we'd done our Goliath episode before this. But no, we had to do Hive Life.
Everybody hates the Hive Life episode.
Everybody loved Hive Life.
Oh, they did. Yeah.
I know. But if we'd gone into the Goliath episode, we will, I promise, get that as soon as possible. We would have talked about how essential these chems are to the effective creation and growth of the Goliath as not only a workforce, but as a species. They are, in many cases, recognized as a brand new strain of abhuman. And without the chems, they are basically getting to like 75% complete and going, we got to do something with this. And this brings up quite possibly one of the kookiest things House Goliath could do in this situation. To make up for losses suffered against the Escher, Goliath clan masters decant hundreds of Vatborn before their gestation is complete. Gangs of hulking, drooling simpletons are driven into battle by forged tyrants. The Vatborn's terror at the world they find themselves in quickly turning to rage against their Escher enemies. If you don't have a gang idea from that, you are listening to the wrong podcast, guys. Oh my God.
So very true. I love the idea that they're like, okay, well, we know Goliath are massive, big, hulking things, but this time we're going to take away any semblance of normality and just replace all that with drooling mass. Chug, like thump. That's all they do.
Yep. My mind immediately goes to this concept of just a bunch of, and you just Gene Smith them, and I should not be going into this without saying with the words necessary, gang idea.
Yes, gang idea. Go ahead. I allow it.
Do you remember the Age of Sigmar starter set with the guy with the huge whip?
No, I do not.
It was the Blood Stoker. He had like this whip and he had this like trident, and he was this huge hulking fella with like this almost ogre-like gut plate. Honestly, you slap a pistol on his hip and give him a head change so he's got a nice mohawk, and it is a perfect Goliath in this respect, where you've got your early decanted Vatborn ahead of him, and he's whipping them into combat.
Oh,
Basically,
that's cool.
just head in that direction and get to your enemy, and you model your Goliath as, I don't want to say mutated, but you want them to be a little less defined. Maybe one of them's got a bad leg, or they've got maybe they have even less of a neck, and you equip them real simple clubs, pistols, get them into close combat, just drown the enemy in bodies. But on top of that, fill them with drugs. So many drugs, because you don't have the growth drugs necessary. Fill them with just friends on and Ghast and
so you played that way.
Yeah, like just run them as basically corpse grinder cultists without the love of corn. Oh,
Right. Oh, that's cool. That's really sick. Actually, you got me thinking of a miniature you could use for it. And it's from... Oh, where are they? Yes, here they are. I think it's the Accursed Cultists. They would... Oh, yeah, they would fit quite well. Because they're like a little bit like, I don't know, misshapen. You could use that to your advantage by, a massive fist or,
man. Yes. As almost like mutated because they haven't gotten the right chems.
Exactly.
They're blown out of proportion. Oh, man, aberrants.
Aberrants, that's the one I was thinking of.
Aberrants.
Yes, they would be great too. They would be absolutely brilliant because you want that sort of misformed but still deadly look to them. Sort of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde sort of thing. I don't know if
Island of Dr. Moreau. Remember where the almost like animal people?
Yeah.
Beastly and misshapen. Ooh,
yes.
That's an idea. What if your gang was led by a rogue doc who had gone to experimenting with replacing the necessary genetic material with that of scavies or beastmen?
Oh, what a cool beastman idea that would be.
Dude, imagine using the Felgor Ravagers from Kill Team, that beastman Kill Team.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Stop. I'm removing my hand from the mouse, and I'm stepping away from the Games Workshop online store, because I can't be starting a Goliath Beastman gang right now.
So let me just ask you one question though, right?
They would be called the Goliaths.
How could you not start that? That's brilliant. Goliaths.
I've definitely stolen that from someone. There's no way I came up with that.
No, you're not that creative. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. You're like, I like Vansar. Beep bop, beep bop.
Ooh, beep bop. Let me tell you about it. No.
Okay, last thing I'm going to say about it. You get a miniature that is sort of running on all fours. You know what I mean? I can't even think of the miniature that you could use, and then you turn that into one of your Vatborn. So it's given up, or the doc has been like, we're going to make this better, and it's given up on actually being able to fire a gun or whatever, and it runs around on like all fours, but not like a dog, but like a human that's
like a gorilla.
Like a gorilla, yeah.
Is it bounding that they do?
Yes, bounding. Yeah, so it bounds along. You know what I mean? And you just have like a collar with a chain that's been snapped off from it. and it's still got a Goliath head, but it's all like manked up.
Either the Offal Hounds from that new Royal Beast Flayers from Warcry. They're basically like dog things. You could go the what is it? The Hound of Wrath from the Claws of Paranak. That corn hound thing. It's very man shaped. In fact, I believe it is likely a man. Yeah, it's a man wearing a bloodhound like helmet. Yeah, oh man, that is perfect.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, exactly. The Karanak, Warcry, Age of Sigmar, Chaos Call. I'm just reading all the words so that people can find it. But the Hound of Wrath is exactly what I'm talking about.
Dude, that whole warband, every single one of them is basically a feral Goliath. Every single one of those models is a feral Goliath. Oh,
that's exactly it. That would look so cool.
Go to the champion, check out the second picture where he's got the non-helmeted head. You slap a mohawk on that, you tell me that is not a Goliath champion.
Oh my god, yes. Wow. They look so cool.
I'm stepping away.
I'm just lost with the Hound of Wrath. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Just bounding forward.
Yeah. That is exactly what you were describing.
That'd be so cool. Anyway, what were we talking about? Cinderak burning.
Yes.
Circle back.
Well, let's get away from the horrible mistake Adina has just gone and done. And we are about to start talking about...
I still think it's a great move, by the way. I love it.
I think it's great, but she done made a kerfuffle.
No, but everybody does these little things to each other, and she just goes and breaks the back. But anyway, continue.
She's dialing it up to 11. She's dialing it up to 11.
Yes, exactly.
So we've been itching to get to this part all night. Why don't you jump on that next point?
House Escher is betrayed. From within, while their new ally, the rebel lord Lady Credo, makes her own plans to usurp the power of the Helmore line, House Goliath is likewise riven by internal conflict as an old adversary returns to challenge the reigning over-tyrant Baron. In the shadow of the two warring clan houses, other houses and organisations are caught up in the fighting as they make their own plays for power.
Oh,
now,
there is so much to unpack.
I was just about to say, this is a small little read, but this has many, many tendrils attached to it. So I guess, firstly, the main person we need to talk about is the split from the clan chemists, which is phenomenal for House Escher, because they're normally so unified, so driven by, I guess, singular focus, and I've mentioned that before about them. It's very difficult to see them branching out and doing their own thing just for their own benefit of their own gang. And this is in particular with the clan chemists breaking away. But the reason they do it is they see that their power is waning, it's weakening, because Escher is no longer supplying those chems to Goliath, which reduces the impact and power of Sinus, who is the mother of poisons, and her ability and influence on the Council of Crones.
But it's not only that, she was literally the head of the chemist covens. And because of how powerful those covens were, she is quite literally described here as the richest and most powerful member of the Matriarch's Council. Her entire position is built on the chem wealth of the house.
Mm.
And her whole coven is now effectively rendered useless. Like, don't get me wrong, they'd still be selling stuff, but the Goliaths would have to be their biggest customer.
you take away any trade from any element on Necromunda, and they're going to be, pissed right off with you. But to take away probably their biggest customer, I would say, and to take away, as I said to you earlier, their influence within the Council of Crones, they've lost that superiority and power that the Escher crave, and we know that about them. That this unity that they normally would have is only there because they're all trying to make their clan house the most powerful. Now, if you strip away that power, they're going to react so poorly, which they do by basically going to war. But I guess the brutality of the betrayal is what Sinus actually does. And I'll read that here. In secret, Sinus and her allies reached out to Varangor and his supporters among the claimants of House Helmore, promising to restore the chem trade in exchange for recognition as new matriarch Primus. Varen, ever the cunning brute, agreed, provided Sinus first removed her competition.
That is perfect. That is Varen saying, if you want to be the leader of Escher, you got to act like a Goliath.
Yes, I was just about to say that. It's like they say the ever cunning, right? It's not really a cunning ploy. It's like cunning for like an Escher toddler or a Delark fetus.
Or a rock.
Or a rock, yeah, exactly.
Cunning for a rock.
Yeah, he's like, you go kill her. Oh, okay, cool, thanks.
And what's step 2? No two-step.
No two-step.
No two-step.
No tango here. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's absolutely... I think it's heart-wrenching for Escher. Do you know what I mean? And because... and we'll discover later, they're on the precipice of something amazing here. Something that's truly, truly devastating to the world of Necromunda in terms of the hierarchy. But that betrayal from within, and then obviously Sinus would have her own gang queens who would be allied to her and so forth. And they actually, I believe they enter the throne room of Adina, and they attack her there. And it's just so heartbreaking that they were driven to that point because they could see the loss of their power and their status going. It kills me. It kills me to hear about a gang that I love so much behaving so crap.
Like a bunch of meatnecks. Well,
yeah,
you do have to feel bad for Sinus. Like, this whole war is bad for everyone involved. We all agree. But to witness everything you have stripped away from you by the leader of your house must just be a killer.
Yeah, but if she bided her time, Sam, if she just bided her time, that power would have returned. Yes.
She can't think that way. She needs to think about the here and now.
That's not the Escher way. They're big picture.
They're not. They're a bunch of, that's why they drugged their genetic material so badly they can't have boy children anymore.
No, but that was for the bigger picture. That was like for the end goal. We'll have some really, really awesome fighters. And then they just didn't see that coming. Yeah, no, it does. It rankles me what Sinus does. But I guess the next part is important. As a why this all happened is because of the big cheese herself, the numero uno, the naughtiest of the naughties, old Lady Credo.
Oh, man. I hope you can all hear this. I have a grin on my face. That is... So, Lady Credo. Now, this glorious fallen noble was originally introduced to us, I believe, in the Book of the Outcast. And the first picture we see of her is on page 5, where she's on this throne, and she's just got that veil over her eyes. Oh,
yeah.
By the gods, she is magnificent. And the write-up about her here is it just opens so many questions.
Yes. Definitely creates more questions than answers.
And then creates a few theories in a certain spamule. But for those who move among the shadows of Necromunda, the name Lady Credo is a familiar one. Countless threads of sedition against the Imperial House weave their way back to the enigmatic matriarch of House Credo, and she is a master of pulling the strings of others to do her bidding. In fact, it was her husband, Constantine Credo, the last patriarch who succumbed to her wiles and gave over control of the remnants of his house to her, becoming another general in her rebel armies. Since appearing from the wastes only a few years ago, Lady Credo has been massing the fallen houses and been spreading dissension against Lord Helmore. Clearly of noble birth and bearing, some say she is one of Helmore's children, returned to usurp him, while others claim she is descended from a far older and more powerful bloodline. Whatever the truth, Lady Credo is a power to be reckoned with, and under her tutelage, the outcasts of Necromunda are growing in strength. Far from a cowering noble conducting war from the shadows, Lady Credo is a formidable warrior in her own right. Her skill with a power saber has cut down countless challenges to her cause, while her speed and biomechanical implants or gen-enhancement of the highest order. She is also seldom seen without a pair of custom servo skulls hovering over her shoulders. The two constructs, dubbed Sinestus and Dexterous by the lady, give her an exceptional view of the battlefield and help her find her foes, wherever they might hide. So, a few tiny little things I want to touch on here before I go on a rant to rival even the deepest of caryatid holds. Her husband, Lord Constantine Credo, is
Captain
actually on page 85 of the House of Iron when we discover the entry for Rebel Lords. He is an absolute badass looking brother. He has this insane sort of like two-fingered power claw and this enormous lion like head on his shoulder pad. He's got this awesome sort of looking flintlock pistol down the front of him. The man is battered and bruised. He's got a bandage over one of his eyes, and he's got this just glorious, I'm thinking power hammer or thunder hammer, and he actually is listed here as Lord Credo, last patriarch of House Credo, Rebel Lord. Now, why are we talking so much about Lady Credo? Some of you may be wondering. And why are we linking her with House Escher? So, she is introduced in Cinderak Burning under the title A Meeting 7 Millennia Late. Now, I want to read all of this, but I also don't want to get sued.
I was sort of contemplating as well, and it's not necessarily about the Ancient Oaths Fulfilled part, where it does talk about her, or even the 7 millennia, a meeting 7 millennia in the making. There are some key parts that we should read from it, though.
No, take it.
Okay. So I guess we've got to set the scene of the introduction to Credo and, sorry, my apologies, Lady Credo.
Show some respect.
My apologies again. I beg your forgiveness. So the scene is set in the throne room of the Council of Crones. And we have Adina who, and I love the bit where it talks that she sort of looks at the throne and doesn't really have any love for it. And it's always cold when she sits upon it, and it just doesn't feel like it's quite hers, which I really love that. But anyway, back to the scene setting. Enter Athera and her little friend. What's her little friend's name?
Her friend's name is Styx, and I have opinions.
and she introduces Adina to Lady Credo. And that introduction alone is crazy because it is effectively a champion of Adina bringing one of their friends into the chamber and saying, "Here you go, I'd like you to meet this person." So it's very informal meet, and it's very, I guess it's not something common that would happen.
Well, Adina and we will talk about Aethera later on, the champion of Adina Sabine. But I love this because Aethera goes to introduce Lady Credo, and Adina cuts her off, basically saying, "Yeah, I know who you are. It's only by reputation," as if she's just, I know enough about who this woman is. You don't need to tell me. What are you doing here?
Exactly. Yeah, it's just, what are you doing here? And I love that bit where Credo basically walks up to the throne and then nicks her finger. Oh, do you know what? I'm just going to read this little bit, and then the other little bit doesn't matter. Yeah. So, "I'm here because I made a promise to Verdesia." Credo's hand moved over the triple-bladed icon on the back of the throne, one of the daggers catching her fingers and drawing forth a single drop of blood. Now, from this,
The symbolism
cuts her blood, and this drop of blood drips onto the throne. And from here, the symbol and seal of House Escher sank into the stone, and the arm of the throne folded open, revealing a gene-locked canister. This woman's important to House Escher.
Especially when Adina's like, I did not know that was in my chair.
Yeah, exactly. So what exactly is she? And as we'll find out later, who the hell are you?
I have so many theories. In fact, I have one theory, and it's just so big. But how did she make a promise to Verdesia? And for those of you who remember our Escher episode, Verdesia was the first true mother of House Escher when the Ashaki flesh curse finally took control, and there were only women left on the ruling council. Verdesia was the first matriarch primus. And our lovely Adina and Aethera, mind you, are in fact clones of this woman several thousand years after her death. So how did Lady Credo make a promise to her?
That's an very interesting question. She's not time travel, we know that. But anyway, the last bit of this read.
That's just an answer.
The last bit of this read is what I really wanted to get to. So Credo held out the canisters to the matriarch primus, Adina, her mind still grappling with what must surely be some lie or trick. Looking down from the rebel lord to the canister being proffered, the end before her bore the ancient symbol of the House of Blades, while the other end, held by Credo, had a 7-pointed star. There it is. There it is. A symbol she had never seen before. This is Adina. Almost without thinking, Adina reached out and gripped the end of the canister, the device responding to the combined genetic imprint of her and Credo, triggering its gene lock and popping open. Inside was revealed a roll of parchment, and though she could not read its contents, she took in the 3 seals holding it shut. House Escher, House Helmore, and that same 7-pointed star. This is big. This is the biggest, flashpoint news. What is going on here? Escher, Helmore, and the 7-pointed star. What does it mean? And, mate, when we're talking about multi-pointed stars, the Warhammer 40,000 galaxy has one very key one, and this 7-point star is dangerously close to it.
It is very dangerously close, but a 7-pointed star is known as a heptagram, something we will be mentioning later on. But I want to know who this woman is. I have a feeling I know who she is, given the things she's been saying, the way she's been acting. But for this woman to walk into the central chamber of one of the, I'm going to go ahead and say 7 most powerful people in the entirety of the world of Necromunda. Yes, your noble houses are very powerful, but they're not exactly as militant as the clan houses. And especially the way Adina is being at the moment, with her ability to, just cut off the chem access of an entire house, for example. But for Lady Credo to be able to just walk in and go, hey, I've got some stuff we need to talk about. And, oh, by the way, I am currently at your chair bleeding on your symbol. This is big. This is dangerous. And the fact she seems to know things she shouldn't intrigues me. Interesting side note. If you look at the picture of Lady Credo in Cinderak burning there next to that reading, you'll notice that her right arm is robotic.
Yes.
In the Book of the Outcast, it's actually her left arm that is robotic. It looks like the image is just flipped, and in fact, it is her left arm on the model as well.
Are you serious?
I think it's just flipped back to front. I've literally only just noticed that. That's all right.
Gets up my nose.
That's all right. So,
is it?
We've gone on that. So let's rewind.
Just say one last thing about that we didn't mention about Credo, is that Adina just instantly shows deference to her. It's just something that this is talking about the matriarch Primus, and she would not normally have people walking around her throne room, but it's just instantly going, no, I need to recognize your authority here. So somehow Credo has that over them as well, which is
it's absolutely insane that this woman, who is a known criminal, a known rebel against the Imperial House, is just walking in and going, we need to talk.
Yeah.
And Adina's gone from, what do you want, to, yeah, apparently we do.
Yeah, exactly. She's switched fully on to, okay, I know who you are and what you're about, to, okay, sit me down and tell me your story.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, let's go back to that scene with Sinus and her allies in the throne room with Matriarch Primus Adina, Lady Credo to her left, and her house champion Aethera at her right. This is where the Escher Civil War really kicks into gear, because there is an attempt at assassination, something we seem to be seeing a fair bit in this book, on Adina at the hands of Sinus. Now, Sinus stands from her seat and fires a bio-explosive toxic dart into the Matriarch Primus. At the last second, one of her gang queens sees what's happening, Matriarch. The dart catches her in the throat, and a second later destroyed the bond between her cells, causing her body to first melt and then explode. Firstly, that is a party trick and a half.
You only do it once, though.
I usually just get drunk and get told that I have to go to bed early because I'm ruining Christmas. But this is where everything goes insane, because Sinus has gone to this event where Adina is effectively saying to her house, and all of her allies, hey, we're going to honour a dozen of these gang queens who've excelled in this war against House Goliath. None of them are allowed to bring weapons. Sinus and all of her coven are chock full of combat drugs and have just toxic weapons strapped all over them.
Yeah, right.
These queens are armed only with ceremonial blades. Guns are forbidden in the council chambers. Now, these gang queens hold off. Like, they do well. Adina herself, basically a stiletto knife in each hand, fights back nice and strong, with Lady Credo at her side the whole time. And Athera actually lunges for Sinus, the mother of poison, unleashing a torrent of darts at the champion. And fortunately for Athera, or perhaps blessed by her caryatid's luck, all of them are turned aside by her armor. Now, Athera goes to charge to stab Sinus, and a dozen hands drag her back, and the Chemist Coven give their mistress a chance to escape. And even as Sinus fled the chamber, Adina's personal guard flooded in. The Matriarch Primus might have survived, but the true test of House Escher has only just begun. Now, this kicks off the Escher Civil War full scale. Chemist Covens, under the direction of Sinus, have been passing out hidden orders and, secret instructions to the gangs that are loyal to them, as well as calling in favors and alliances from both within and without the house. And they literally just go to war with House Escher. And
yeah, but more importantly, they ally themselves with House Goliath. Don't you think that's... this is why I don't like Sinus. This is what absolutely irritates me. They actually ally themselves with House Goliath in this. And they decide, yes, we're going to throw our lot in with here because of trade, but because I think they're going to become the new... And they declare themselves that. They declare themselves as the actual House Escher.
Well, house, yeah. But it's because they now have two Matriarch Primuses. You have Adina and Sinus.
I do not recognise Sinus, by the way. But
I definitely do, and I'm going to tell you why.
Go on.
Sinus's own coven, the Primary Witches, struck at the lower levels of Hive Primus and the other cities in the Palatine cluster. Strap yourself in. This was done with gangs made entirely of death maidens.
I was trying to work out why you're allying yourself with her camp, and that's obviously it.
Gangs entirely made of death maidens. That's insane. But this sort of just crazy stuff is happening all through these hives that are, House Escher Ascendant. In Roskell, the Indigum Magistari unleash a pathogen toxic to all Escher save those gifted with their home-brewed antidote. While in Mortis, the Mortari Regia lured gang queens loyal to Adina into nests of plague zombies before sealing the doors behind them. That is the classic Necromunda. Lock the doors, let them have it.
A tried and tested tactic, yeah.
Yeah, but after all of this, after the assassination attempt, anyone loyal to Sinus basically just said, we don't have to pretend anymore. We're not loyal to Adina. Yeah. We are loyal to Sinus and the new Matriarch Primus. But, as you said, a bunch of them also sided immediately with Varen and swore oaths to Varen's pet, Helmore, Angry Goat, and basically said he's going to be our new Imperial Governor.
He'll be our new noble house representative. Oh, Imperial Governor, yes. I guess so. But it is definitely pronounced Angry Goat Helmore. And this is where I have the issue with it. And you can have your gangs of death maidens, but they're showing betrayal, total and utter betrayal. And I still think it stems from the fact that they lost power. That's all it was.
Absolutely.
That's all it was.
Absolutely. And they're taking it back and gaining a house.
Yeah, well, I can't abide by it because the House Escher, Lady Credo, House Yolante are looking for a bigger overall outcome, and that is, well, I guess Credo's the rebel lord, right? And so we know she's a rebel lord because she's rebelling against Helmor. Yeah. So the eventual end goal is to destabilize, dethrone Helmor, the house, and Gerontius, and take over. Now, who they install in that position?
Angry Goat.
Angry Goat. No, Angry That's Goat. The Goliaths want to install the Angry Goat.
Angry Goat. Everyone wants Angry Goat.
Well, now that his name's pronounced like that.
Yeah, but Sinus also does something incredibly smart. And the Goliaths move to take control of House Escher Chem Foundries. And Sinus immediately restores the supply of stims and chems to their workers.
Mm.
She immediately makes herself the more attractive replacement as Matriarch Primus.
And you see that actually, like I mentioned before, the unity of the three, Yolante, Credo, and Escher, true Escher. But all of this, everything that you talked about, and Sinus making herself the more, I guess, tastier option, especially for people looking for trade, but also for the Goliaths. So Yolante actually withdraw their support. So worse, the faith of House Yolante had been shaken, and they were already placing the blame for the instability at the head of Adena, claiming that they had never been anything but a loyal servant of House Helmor. Mm. So they've already scuttled backwards. They're just like, whoa. We're not getting involved now because we can see that our greatest, I guess, military aspect, which their fighting arm, which is House Escher, has been split in two. And they no longer have that control to go into battle with great numbers. And even if they do go into battle, they're going to be potentially fighting against their own as well. And it's just a weak act by House Yolante. However, these setbacks don't stop Lady Credo's rebellion, which is...
it's almost like setting back everyone else gives her an advantage?
Are you saying that she is the reason that the house is split?
I mean, I'm not saying she's not cunning enough to see. Apparently, she's been around for 7,000 years. She's probably learned patterns, or she can fake emails. Like, you know,
you're talking some very Zinchian nonsense right now.
And we don't talk that on Underhive Lorekeepers. We talk about that on Zinch Talk
Chat
with Nathan and Spam. Coming out on the 29th of February. Wait, is there a 29th of February next year? I think there is.
I think there is, actually. The 30th of February. Oh, so fix that.
No, 29th. Screw it. We'll start a new podcast. Also, the star only has 7 points. It's definitely not chaos related.
It's very close.
It is very close.
Any particular Inquisitor could just see that and just go, hang on, is it 7 or 8? I don't know. Let's just get them.
Just burn them.
Just burn them. Better safe than sorry. I mean, why would you pick 7? It's dabbling right on the edge of some serious trouble. Yeah. Why would you do that to yourself? But anyway.
Edgy emo kid.
Look how dangerous I am. Oh, I'm Lady Credo.
So what happens next?
What happens next is the death of a meathead. Meatneck, sorry.
Well, there's been a few dead meatnecks recently. I mean, is one more dead meatneck really going to affect anyone?
I think this one does.
Oh,
This one's a bit of a big lad.
tickle me intrigued. Let's hear about it.
So this is the death of Varen Gore. That's big.
I
That's
mean,
massive.
it's not often we get the immediate death of the head of one of the clan houses. I mean, we almost lost one, but
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's how big this is. Like the assassination attempt on Adina, the assassination attempt on Helmore. They're all massive things. But this is a straight up murder, and it is a very Goliath way of doing it as well.
well, we've talked about it in the past. The only way for promotion in House Goliath is you got to kill your boss, and we've all thought about it. We've all thought about it, but the Goliath actually do it. And this is the sort of round 2 reunion match between, like you said, Baron Gore, the current Overtyrant of House Goliath, and Jangar Gunfists, the former Overtyrant of House Goliath. One of the few, if not only, situations where an Overtyrant has been succeeded, has been thrown out of a window, basically to fall down the side of a hive, and the dude survived. And then he made friends with someone. Who was it he made friends with again, Nathan?
Was it our friend, Lady Credo?
Absolutely. He actually met Lady Credo during an ash waste nomad ambush north of Cinderak City, and she actually saved his life. Basically says, hey, I've helped you. If at some point I need help, maybe you can pay back the favor. And she actually sought him out during the Great Darkness when Jangar was just having a casual Sunday, fighting corpse grinder cultists in the ruins of Skull Rift. And these cultists have just spilled out of the gutted remains of Hive Uthos. And Jangar's basically just having an absolute time, I'm assuming, gun fisting these poor corpse grinder cultists to death.
As you do. Yeah.
So basically, during this war between House Escher and House Goliath, Credo has effectively then smuggled Jangar into the Fist. And he stalks his way through the foundries and smelting plants. And when other Goliaths see him, they know what's going on, and they just basically do their best mayonnaise boy impression and slink off into the shadows. They have other really important places to be that it basically involve them staying away from Jangar. Now, he gets into the arena of pain, which is basically like a Goliath nightclub where you get to do cool things like beat people to death and friends on. I don't know. Goliaths just seem like a kooky bunch.
They most certainly are. Yeah.
Varen Gore and Angry Goat, effectively hanging out, having a war council, surrounded by not only Goliath soldiers, but also elite Helmore enforcers. And they're effectively going over this recent victory where there's been a slave uprising. Varen's effectively quelled that and is talking about how he can do the exact same thing to House Escher. Now, we find out here that Varen is effectively looking at Angry Goat and going, I hate you. You are a weak, pathetic example of humanity. He's not actually saying that because he's also smart enough. Remember, he's got that rock cunning.
He does too, yeah.
Where he knows that if he puts Angry Goat into the number 1 seat of the entire planet, guaranteed he's going to have a few favours owed his way. When Jengar walks in, he charges Varen, and if the two of them just throw down. Now, in classic Goliath fashion, Varen knew he would take this challenger by himself. He didn't want to be seen as weak by those below him and having someone else get involved in the fight. So, Goliath, Forge Tyrants, Champions, anything like that, they know unless we're told we don't get involved, we stand back. Angry Goat was not an intelligent man in this regards, and thought that he would be able to really just use his words against Jengar and maybe put him, this silly little man who's probably like 9 feet tall.
Well, I love like what they say about Angry Goat here is that he just considered this strange, unwashed newcomer as little more than a nuisance, and just like, I'm going to go put him in his place. And just the way he dispatches him is so great. So he took 3 steps toward the old Overtyrant, opened his mouth to give him a stern dressing down to a Goliath. Yep.
Listen here, old chap.
Yep. Just before Jengar shot him in the face, never once breaking his gaze from Varen.
That's the ultimate, just like
Yeah.
This is how focused I am. I'm going to keep my eyes locked on you. Kill this dude.
Yeah.
I'm assuming holster my weapon, relight my cigar, and then we's going to tussle.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so amazing because so much of what's driven from House Goliath comes from Angry Goat. You know, they need him. And he's just gone, you're nothing. The whole nexus of what's happening with House Goliath and Varen is basically falling apart right here, right now, because of that one shot that was not even like aimed. It wasn't an assassin. It was just a, don't bother me, I have bigger things to do. Here, eat this bullet round.
But as soon as he's popped Angry Goat,
so
his personal guards immediately level their weapons at Jengar. And they're about to kill this guy. But the Goliaths in the War Council see that these enforcers are about to interfere with a Goliath challenge. So they just dominate these enforcers and kill every single one of them. And while that occurs, Jengar and Varen Gore fight to the death. And it is not a repeat of their previous interaction. Jengar, and I'm not going to ruin anything, I want you all to read this. Also, we're a G+ rating, so we can't read a lot of the words that happen here. But basically, Jengar is victorious. And though the sounds of battle had died now, save the occasional scream as a Goliath finished off a wounded enforcer, effectively all of the alphas of the fist, so ready to obey Varen and his every command, have immediately turned to their new Overtyrant and are all now 100%, as close to 100% as Goliath can get, loyal to Jengar Gunfist, the new Overtyrant of House Goliath.
The allegiance just switches like that, just straight away. It's gone.
They know the system.
Very orcish.
It is very orcish, yeah. But so, they know the system. You want to get promoted, kill your boss. And we've all thought about it. But Jengar just did it.
Yeah, runs in, stomps him out, and also eliminates the link with the noble house as well. I think that's a massive and an important element to this. By getting rid of that, it sort of frees up the Goliath as well.
Well, it's interesting because Varen had a plan coming up, and Jangar, who's obviously, because we've got to remember, this was a war council.
Yep.
Jangar has looked down and has seen, in my mind, either a hololith or a map or a crude drawing, maybe on a wall with some chalk and crayon, and has seen what this plan was. And that plan is to capture Cinderak City. But thankfully, we're not going to worry about that just yet, because in the wake of the Great Darkness, thousands of cults, mutants, and outcast gangs continue to plague the hives of Necromunda. Travel within the Underhive and across the wastes becomes even more dangerous, as helot cults such as the Order of the Broken Cog and corpse grinder cults from the Primary Meatworks lay claim to vast territory. Also, they spelt Meatworks wrong. It's spelt
Oh, they did.
MEATWERKS. That is the Primary Meatworks.
That's exactly what I read it as. It's, like, it's not Meatworks, it's me a twerk.
And firstly, I'm in. Like, this
You want to
is
make twerk?
yeah, this is a corpse grinder cult that I'm down to join. Like, instead of chain axes, they've just got like boom boxes with just hard bass. It's like your gang's just there. It's like, what's happening? You just see these corpse grinders all twerking, moving backwards, coming into your base. It's like, oh my god, this is so enthralling. And then
How do we fight this?
and then someone sneaks up behind you and just bonks you on the back of the head. Just like, they got me. They got me good.
They continue to use this tactic, and that's the fourth time this week we've lost gang members.
They've conquered the vast majority of this hive by, honestly,
me twerking.
They're mere twerking. They're fiery Latin sexuality.
Like 1 second here.
It's
are
okay.
We,
I take
are
it
we
back.
saying
it's salsa music?
Are we saying that the corpse grinders are Latin?
Yeah. Oh my god, they're all literally just dudes from. You remember that TV show Dexter?
Yeah,
and they had all like the Latin clubs, like with that real like that Cubo-American feel.
Yeah.
All the music they play in the background there, that awesome like salsa, like modern stuff. That's what I've now got in my mind. There you are. You know these cults are coming for you. Everything's dark, and you and your gang mates and the scummers that have been press ganged into it. You're manning the walls. You're choking up on that combat shotgun because you know you've got to keep it close. You've got to get ready. And all of a sudden, it's just like, and then there's some guy. Exactly. Then the Primary Mia twerks come in, and everyone's just like, oh god, we're all gonna die.
We don't stand a chance.
It's like that scene in The Mask.
The Mask, yeah.
Where...
My name is Cupid Pete. I'm the king of the rubber, and then just gets all the cops involved. Yeah.
And the chain axe goes chicky boom, chicky boom, chicky boom. And by the end of it, there's just this one butcher standing there, and he's got the hat with the.
Yeah.
And, oh my god!
Gang idea. Because they wear the masks too.
Because they wear the masks.
That's so perfect.
Oh. Also, that scene in The Mask was fantastic. We should watch it after recording tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's seriously one of my favorite scenes from that movie. But anyway. What I'm getting from that little point there is that although the Chaos cultists and the Helot cults and all the other scummers that are being destroyed and scabbies and whatever, that in their last vast numbers, they've been destroyed. But as a persistent threat, they're still there.
They will never go away.
Yeah, but like before the Great Darkness, they are a persistent threat, right?
Absolutely.
But now they're a more I guess, immediate threat. And they're
Oh, yeah.
starting to gain, and as you say, they gain control of vast territories as well. So I wonder what this will do for the landscape of Necromunda after the Aranthian Succession, where we will see like sort of off limit areas and areas where you just go, well, that now belongs to this particular Helot cult or this
Yeah.
particular corpse grinder cult, and we just don't go. Like, you just can't go there anymore. You know, it's beyond our reach, because I imagine, and as we mentioned before, there is a rebellion going on. The strength of the noble house won't be enough to reclaim these territories without the aid of the gang houses, but they can't be unified until there is a singular imperial house that is also backed by the noble houses as well. So there's a lot of components that need to fit together to be able to shift these unwanteds, you'd say.
Oh, I think that in future books and future settings within Necromunda, it would be absolutely foolish to not have a bigger focus on cults, be it Helot, Corpse Grinder, or Gene Stealer.
Yeah,
like
true.
where there's the environment just from this first book, just from this first section of this first book, is now so different that the fallout from this, and we've read the other two books, we know what's coming in a lot of it. But this can be said incredibly broadly and still be very, very true. The fallout that is coming from this, that has already come from this, you're 100% correct. There will be entire sections of hives where it's just, nah, man, you cannot go lower than level 151 because everything below that belongs to cultists. Or you can't travel these roads to these settlements because there's just cultists and mutants waiting to get you. Like, it's making Necromunda somehow a harder place to live, and that's awesome.
Yes, but that's exactly what I'm saying. It is harder to live, but we're now starting to see not just the Credo rebellion, but the not now, but across Necromunda, this rebellion has shown its face. Basically, all the nefarious elements of house cults and Gene Stealer cults and all the other cults that you mentioned before are starting to be more present. So they're basically throwing the world into chaos. So that goes beyond the reach of even the Imperial House. And now we start to talk about, what would the Imperium do here?
Yeah.
The Imperium of Man, once it deals with the issues that it's had with the Cicatrix Maledictum, where how exactly does it stomp its foot down on Necromunda? And this is where the question, and we mentioned them earlier, the question has to be asked about the Yellow Boys, the Imperial Feast. Boo. Do they take any sort of role in trying to establish some order and destroying those cults? Or do they wait for, another 50, 60, 100 years or whatever it might be for an Inquisitor to take some sort of interest and then consequently some sort of action in destroying one of these cults? Because that's probably how long it would take. But by then, that stage, it's already festering and openly festering, whereas before it was behind closed doors. So there's almost an acceptance of it then.
I love the fact that you've just been like, no, it's just this rebellion and this rebellion. There's like 97 different rebellions going on. And each of those rebellions is also rebelling against another rebellion. But no, you're absolutely right. Like, when the Imperium finally does return sort of en masse, because you got to remember just earlier when you said that the army was coming, that Necromunda had been told, hey, the Militarum is coming, the PDF is coming, whatever. That's when things started to really get pulled back in.
Yep.
But no, I think you're absolutely right. I think that the environment will be forced to change once they get back, and Necromunda is too important to fail. It's kind of like banks. Doesn't matter how badly you screw up, there's always someone willing to be like, "Oh, but you're trying hard, so it's okay."
Yeah.
Necromunda is too big to fail in a lot of respects. And especially when it comes to something like this, you got to remember, technically we haven't breached into we're rebelling against the Imperium. Right now we're just fighting amongst ourselves and stopping, mutants and cultists and people who ride giant crickets from taking over. Technically there is nothing against the Imperium yet.
And we mentioned it earlier, it's not unified in the way that it is driven by a single leader or driven by a single purpose. It's just all these, as you say, all these rebellions popping up, creating this havoc and chaos on the planet. If there's any form of unification to it, then I guess you'd see the Imperium react even more harshly. I guess the other thing about what you're saying as well is that it was the gang houses that basically stopped these rebellions.
Yeah.
It wasn't the noble houses, it was the clan houses who took over and said, we are going to defend our cities, we're going to make the cities the way they should be, or the way that they were previously. So in that sense, the Imperium has basically had a cop out from gangs, which is just it's just crazy to think about this vast, huge mechanism of the Imperium basically unable to affect the outcome on Necromunda without the aid of the gang houses.
Because this goes back to what you said earlier. The nobles and everyone above that societal point were so busy screwing around that, doing their little attacks on each other and fights and all that sort of stuff. It was the regular people coming together and going, nah, enough's enough. We are going to put down the rebellions. We are going to start taking out these cultists. It was criminal bosses and guilders and just your regular, everyday people that were putting these things down. And yes, a lot of them were coming from the gang houses. There's no denying that. But the average man was stopping the rebellion while the noble man was shooting at each other.
Well, they were having the kids were having parties, galas with murder cyborgs. So this is very interesting because it's probably not something that'll get explored, I don't believe. The sort of the separation between the noble houses and the clan houses.
Yeah.
But it does show that the Imperium and the noble houses are so far gone from reality that they just live in this world that doesn't actually represent their planet and where they've come from and what they're actually relying on, and their foundations being rotted from underneath them. So, but anyway, moving on. It's quite some heavy
lots of cultists.
Lots of cultists. Quite some heavy talk just from firstly talking about meat workers. So
the meat workers.
So I guess the next point, House Goliath turns to the advanced industries of the Van Saar to meet the needs of their growing conflict with House Escher. Included among the weapons crafted for the Goliaths, a massive cybernetic power fist able to dish out prodigious amounts of damage for the minimal cost of drastically reduced lifespans for their users.
Fair.
Fair. It's a very Van Saar type of tech, isn't it?
We don't care, buddy. We're chock full of tumors.
Yeah.
We're only you thought the Manvins obviously have the shortest life around. Second is a Van Saar. Without Escher anti-rad medications, I think we last about 16 minutes.
I like how the Van Saar regard the technology as, I don't know, it's okay if it kills you quicker. It doesn't matter. The tech's awesome. That's all that matters here.
But it's also very Goliath, and it's just like, oh, yeah, listen, you're going to kill them real good. You're going to smash them just to bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Was that going to maybe cause you to die a little faster? And the Goliath's like, bits and pieces.
No, not just bits.
Yeah, you just imagine the Goliath just cocking his monocle down to the side and be like, I'm sorry, good fellow. Did you say bits and pieces? Like, my compatriots and myself shan't be leaving this fine establishment without a moderate array of your most delicious of kill fists.
I want to meet these particular Goliath you're portraying. Cocking the monocle of the Goliath. That is, if you're out there, listeners, make a Goliath with a monocle, please. That is brilliant.
Gang idea.
He's talking like real pot Goliaths.
Real posh Goliaths with like
everybody has
top hats, monocles. No, stop.
No, stop.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure. I think these are the kill fists. I mean, in Vault of Temenos, we see Durgan Killfist, the Goliath character.
Yep.
And he's got that huge
fist. Yes.
Basically like the it's like a circle with just a bunch of spikes on it.
Yeah.
I think that's what this is. It doesn't really describe much more. That's the only sort of giant fist I can think of.
Yeah, I know that what you're talking about, the miniature, it makes sense, but I mean, they're not again, it's the classic GW stuff of we don't necessarily have to explore the idea. We'll leave that for you, the populace, to jump on and just come up with your crazy theories for. So,
yeah, because then you've got like Gorshiv Hammerfist, the Goliath character, who we'll talk about later on. He has a hammer and he has a fist, but he has no like bits and pieces power fist.
Yeah, righto. Yeah.
He actually has two hammers. But yeah, so he doesn't even have fist, he just has hammer. It should just be Gorshiv hammer.
Somehow that just doesn't roll off the tongue quite nicely.
It doesn't. Well, hammer. I say, good fellow. No. Well, moving from the meat next and back to a little bit of Escher. In desperation, Escher leaders in Hive Primus and the Greater Palatine Cluster make alliances with the Dalark to remove the threat posed by their traitorous chemist covens. True to their word, the Dalark wage a war of assassination and sabotage, though in the process plunder the secrets of the House of Blades for future use. Why would you let them in? Why let them in?
What is it? You need to invite a vampire in. That's basically what they've done.
Yeah. It's like, go and kill our former sisters. Don't you steal any of our important information. We definitely won't.
We definitely are right now. I mean, won't. We've already done it.
Have you already stolen our information? No more stealing from now.
Starting
as he's jamming things into his overcoat.
Yeah.
Starting from 3, 2, 1.5, 1. Now, no more stealing. And she's like, okay. She turns around and he just shoots her and steals more.
But I guess this shows the mindset of, for me, what is the true Escher, because I don't consider the Chemist Covens and their breakaway Escher as what they define as the true Escher. It shows that how desperate House Escher is, that they have basically opened the door to the most untrusted, underhanded and scheming gang to say, we need your assistance in getting rid of these other Escher. Because I can only assume that the tactics they would use would be matched by other Escher. Their processes and their methodology for warfare would be matched with the same methodology that the other Escher would be using. So you step outside of that process of thinking and you get the worst of the worst in terms of a completely shady nonsense characters. you get the Delacroix in to completely ruin the chemist covens.
And lose a bunch of your own crap at the same time. You can imagine they've walked off with chem recipes or research on the flesh curse.
Yeah, right.
Just all sorts of stuff like that. That's what I imagine the Delark could be going for. But also like weapon designs and that, because the Delark just doesn't matter if it's useful information. It's information and they want it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that is very true. They'll just be gathering, that's all. Yeah. So I guess the crux of what we're talking about here is that the war between the Escher and the Goliath is still raging, right across Necromunda. And Forge Tyrant Ergan Brokebone refuses to acknowledge the orders of Varen, claiming his right of challenge against his master. Varen is long dead before word of Ergan's disobedience travels up Hive, though by this time the Forge Tyrant has broken a dozen alphas sent to put him in his place. So you have this war that's raging between Goliath and Escher, and yet you still have Goliath nonsense going.
Goliath being Goliath.
Just like peanut brain behavior. But it also shows that lack of communication that
yes,
it's like a constant across the Warhammer 40,000 galaxy, I guess, or across the IP, where that, information just gets lost because of warp travel. But in this particular case, I don't know, somebody ate all the writing crayons for the Goliath, so they couldn't quite explain that Baron is dead. So they've only got like food crayons left.
But you're absolutely right. I love this. It's just like, I'm not listening to Varen Gore. Varen Gore's an idiot. He's telling me to do things that are going to cost me my gang or my territory, or it's going to be a bad fight. He's just like, no, screw that guy. And like we know in House Goliath, if you want a promotion, you got to kill your boss.
Yeah.
We've all thought about it. We've all thought about it. And he's made it quite clear to everyone. He's like, nah, I'm gonna go kill Varen. I'm gonna make my way to Primus, or once I've done here, once this is over, I'm gonna go find Varen, I'm gonna kill him, and I'm gonna be the leader of House Goliath. And so a dozen alphas who have been sent by...
That's the question. So he's making a threat to Varen's
and
authority.
Varen doesn't know about it.
Yeah, so it's the alphas reacting. But you don't really see this a lot in Necromunda, the loss of communication. I can't remember another time where it's been so blatant that it's sort of like warp travel, where you go, we called for help. And it came 1,000 years later or 100 years later, whatever the case might be. We don't really get a lot of that in Necromunda, where it's like, well, this particular action took place, or this particular, ganger did X, Y, and Z and upset the noble house or upset a clan house.
Why didn't you call me?
And it
like,
yeah. You rarely see this where it takes 20, 30 years or even a couple of years to react, or even a couple of weeks to react.
Yeah,
so it's an interesting
you're
one.
absolutely right. We're getting weeks between things occurring and people reacting.
Could this be because of the Cicatrix maledictum?
You mentioned that earlier on, remember? The Cicatrix is also somehow screwing with communications. But with these alphas, I think other Forge Tyrants who are loyal to Varen, or at least loyal enough in that they know they can't beat him, they may be the ones sending these alphas to fight and kill Ergan Brokebone. Or,
right,
because Varen's dead long before word of Ergan's disobedience travels up Hive.
So this is still on the ground level there. So I think you're right what you say. Yeah, and so whoever's doing this is taking advantage of the situation, and I guess we're going to see that a lot across the Aranthian Succession. People taking advantage of the situation, and we already are. Most notably, Lady Credo.
Taking advantage of no one being able to effectively call for help, which what you've just said. It's not like the Imperium where you're communicating planet to planet. We're on one planet. We're communicating hive to hive, settlement to settlement. And right now we cannot. The nomads can, and none of us know how that's happening. But none of us can call each other from hive to hive. And this confusion is leading to a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah, but people just trying to take advantage, I guess, of it and trying to take advantage of that weakness. And the Goliaths would be principals in that. They would see a weakness and they try and crush it. For me, whoever's sending the alphas wants to kill the tyrants and use
Just
the alpha
like
as a proxy.
Baron was trying to do with Angry Goat.
Yes, exactly. Oh, the Goliaths, little bit of spark of smartness in that.
They got that rock cunning.
Yep.
All 5 people who play Goliath are really pissed off at us right now. Now, speaking of confusion and it being taken advantage of, it's not just the Goliath doing it. Confusion and rumour crippled the Escher of hives across Necromunda. In the Minerva cluster, rival gang queens turn on one another, with each claiming their loyalty to the matriarch Primus. While in Hive Rothgol, the clan chemists poison whole covens of workers for fear they might turn on their masters.
It makes me sad.
It does, because these queens, they're claiming their loyalty to the matriarch Primus. Are they saying, I'm loyal to the matriarch? And they're both actually loyal to the same matriarch, because we have 2 right now, remember?
Yeah, true.
They're killing each other pointlessly. Or are they loyal? One's loyal to Adina and one's loyal to Sinus. And that's the best thing about a civil war. For every person on the other side you kill, you're still killing one of your own.
That's our quote from the episode, folks. That's the best thing about a civil war.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
I've never thought I'd be pro-Civil War.
Yeah. But no, in my mind, when you're talking about the confusion, you could have 2 people claiming to be fighting for Adina. And the confusion is that they go, well, you're fighting for the matriarch Primus. Yes, blah, 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 blah. And I'm fighting for the matriarch Primus. But because of that confusion and the lack of communication that's happening, they're killing each other for the same, I guess, Primus. And it's just, as I said, this particular part makes me very sad, because the house that is so fixated on overall presence and power is just absolutely ripping itself asunder internally, which is classic.
Almost by design.
Almost by design.
Almost like someone wanted it that way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It has a lot of hallmarks of Escher as well, where the failings, when they happen, don't come externally. They come from internal, and they are the worst failings for Escher. It's not some greater presence or some militaristic or militant force that cripples them. It's themselves. So sad.
And obviously, the much lesser evil here is just clan chemists poisoning whole covens of workers because they fear they might turn on their masters. These poor workers just going in, they're working hard down at the local drug making factory, just good, honest drug manufacturers doing their part for society. And they go in, and the local clan chemist is like, hey, everyone, you're working hard. We've got some definitely not poisoned water for you. And because it's like 45 degrees, that's in Celsius. I don't know the conversion into freedom units. They all guzzle down on that water, and joke's on you. It's actually that weird poison from before that causes you to melt and explode. And all because they're just like, someone on the work crew looked at me for about half a second too long. They were obviously plotting my death. The poor bastard was trying to put his contact lens back into place. Yeah.
Just staring off into oblivion. And they just happened to be staring at one of the chemists who's just got the jitters from it. Just no,
not even
they know something.
near the chemist.
The key thing from this, Sam, is for fear they might turn on their masters. And that is the theme for Cinderak burning, isn't it? It really is. Fear of turning on your masters. And that's exactly what's happened across the entire planet. And this is just a microcosm of it here with the clan chemists, where they've just gone, well, we've got uprisings, we've got, open rebellion. All it takes is for a handful of our workers to be inspired by this, and then we're dethroned. We are no longer the clan
chemists. For a handful of our workers to do the exact thing we have just done. And but no, you actually, something you said before was fantastic for this one here. When it comes to the Escher, if anyone is Escher's biggest enemy, it is the Escher.
Yeah.
No one damages the Escher like the Escher.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine that killing off your own workers en masse is a good idea.
No, it's not. But they do it because they try to protect their power. They, more than any other gang, their presence and power and reputation, I think, are more prevalent and more potent for them than the numbers of people they can control, or the bodies they can bring to a battlefield, because they know the right chem in the right water system, and they're going to win anyway. So, but yeah, again, makes me sad that it's happening from the inside.
Kind of weird, I know how I'll win this war. I'll kill my method of creating my own wealth.
Yeah.
It's
They're silly ladies.
Silly gals.
Silly gals. Anyway, in Hive Temenos, outlaw corridor gangs tear down icons of the Imperial Creed. This doesn't make me sad. This makes me scared for the poor corridor.
No, I'm going to wait till you finish this read, and then I'm going to tell you how you are wrong.
Okay, cool. I'll go back a little bit. Corridor gangs tear down the icons of the Imperial Creed, claiming the false emperor has forsaken their world. Good Lord, lads, what are you doing? While some law-abiding clanners hunt them down for their blasphemy, many more join their ranks, stoking the fires of redemptionists' most radical elements into action against their own masters. Silly. Very silly, boys.
Silly. As soon as you start talking about that quote-unquote false emperor, you're bringing those very friendly folks from the Inquisition down on you. Now, claiming the false emperor has forsaken their world, that's a good thing. The false emperor shouldn't be there. The god emperor, the one you're supposed to be praying, should definitely still be there. But this is great because it's also like, the Corridor are finally involved. Awesome. And you've just gone and gotten yourself involved in just the worst way.
Absolutely.
Also, especially in Hive Temenos, where it's just like, this is the religious hive. I'm pretty sure Hive Temenos is where the Adeptus Sororitas...
Yes, it is.
live. That's not a group of gals you want to be annoying.
But it's also, it's very nuanced what you're saying. Like, you have to particularly pick up on the fact that they're turning against the false emperor, not the god emperor, the false emperor. So somebody really has to be listening to you to go, oh, you're against the emperor. No, the false emperor, not the god emperor. Those lines are a little bit too blurry. Let's just sort them out with a bolt round.
Yeah. I'm going to shoot you in the face now, just to be sure. But I also love how, once again, some law-abiding clanners hunt them down for their blasphemy. Many more are just like, I like the cut of your jib. I'm gonna come in with you. And then that stokes the fires of the redemptionists' most radical elements into action against their own masters.
Yeah.
So you now have factions of the Red Redemption going against House Cawdor by saying that House Cawdor... Please tell me if you read this differently. I'm almost saying that these redemptionists are saying that House Cawdor and the rest of the Redemption, except for them, worship chaos or worship a false emperor as opposed to their real emperor.
Yes, I agree with 99% of what you're saying, but I'm saying, well, I think the point of difference is that they're saying the emperor has failed. Not necessarily that they're worshipping something else, but the emperor has failed, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
The emperor doesn't fail.
Yes, the emperor cannot fail. He is infallible.
Yes.
And you've just earned yourself a rather delicious bolt to the face.
Exactly. So what I like from this, though, is the law-abiding clanners hunting them down for their blasphemy. You can have some really religious-themed gangers, or gangs, per se, that are just, all the elements, the core elements that would define a Cawdor gang, but in the guise of, say, Vansar or Goliath. Gang idea?
Not yet, because have you read Vaults of Temenos yet?
I have not. No, not yet.
We're going to put a pin in everything you've just said.
That's cool. So, just an offshoot, and I know this has been going for hours, but I like to talk. My favourite part of Warhammer 40,000 lore, Necromunda and all that, is the absolute batshit bonkers religious creed that some Space Marines abide by, some Imperial Guard regiments, but across the whole Imperium. My favourite armies are the armies that build themselves around the guise of we fight for the Imperial Creed as much as we fight for the Emperor. And I'm not down for like a Sisters of Battle army where it's that, it's their sole focus. I like it when it's as an additional part. So you might have an Imperial Guard regiment that is just swarming with Ministorum priests. I love that. I think it's cool.
Yes.
So the idea of a gang that is just covered in Imperial iconography and superstitions and other things that go against the everyday, day-to-day, and especially somebody like Vansar, where technology is their god. Just having icons and books and banners and standards that they believe protect them because it's the blessings of the Emperor alongside their shields and their armor. I love that.
I'm going to stop you.
Yes.
We're going to continue on with our reads, but I'm going to give you 2 words that once we've finished this record tonight, just start reading Vaults of Temenos, because the 2 words I'm going to tell you are crusading gangs.
Oh, brilliant. For those listeners out there, if you ever remember them, probably early 2000s, maybe, I think early 2000s, Space Marine Crusade armies are the absolute best. If you've got that in Necromunda,
Do you remember the Frateris militia?
absolutely.
Oh my god, Emperor. Okay, so
I could talk about these guys for a while, but
Yeah.
I want you to say what you're going to say about them.
yeah, I'm not going to say anything about them, because we are not talking about Vaults of Temenos. We are talking about Cinderak burning, and I think we should do a bunch of Crusader gangs. But after we read Vaults of Temenos, because I was digging through my bits box the other day and I found a bunch of the Frateris militia.
Did you really? They were literally just Imperial citizens that had picked up pistols and blades and whatever, and they just got together. Yeah, they just got together to move alongside these Sisters of Battle army. This is this cult devotion and cult drive that's happening. And if this is going to happen in Temenos, mate, all I can say is we're going to get constantly paused by gang ideas from me.
Yeah. Oh God, no, stop. Okay, no, I can't do this. My my Jackals and my Escher are right there. I literally have. Oh man,
What's happening to your squat?
Just don't. I could make a squat redemptionist. It would be. I have squat redemptionist. He's right here. Squat redemptionist.
It's actually not a good place you're in, I think, to create a miniature like that.
Yeah.
I think just for people, just even though it looks like not great, please put that up on the Instagram so people can see Squat Redemptionist.
I'll put that up when I release the episode. But anyway.
Anyway, next one.
Back to the episode. The war between the two clan houses comes to a bloody conclusion in the wastes of Necromunda. Others have now chosen sides and stand with or against each other, as determined by the greatest gains they think they can secure. The balances of power on Necromunda are shifting, and the wise and powerful know all too well this is but the beginning of the strife to come. So, this seems like a bit of an empty read, but it really is talking about what's coming up for the Battle of Cinderak City. And we're not going to touch on that just yet. We're going to give a little bit of a further conversation later on with that. But I do like the fact that it specifically mentions the balances of power on Necromunda are shifting. And it's the wise and powerful that can look into the future and sort of go, oh no, this isn't going to end up well for everyone. Almost like they're the ones who caused all of this. Oh no, the consequences to my actions.
Yeah, they destroy and kick over everything, and they're like, "This is going to cause problems." Yeah,
this is going to cost us a lot.
Yeah, but I think also there's a bloody conclusion in the wastes of Necromunda. So we're sort of saying that there is an element of, I guess, cessation of hostilities for Orlok and Escher, but only in some parts of the planet. You know, it's sort of okay, with these elements we're going to stop fighting in, and it shows in the next read as well, because rail bridges and tubeways are detonated by Orlok and Escher gangs as Goliath assault convoys make their attack against Hive Primus. Though the efforts save the Hive from the House of Chains, the lasting damage to the Hive infrastructure will take years, if not decades, to repair. So this is showing that the focus of the conflict between the gangs is now becoming more driven to certain target points and strategic points. So the House of Chains going after Hive Primus, they're seeing a weakness within there, and they're seeing the opportunity, obviously, to go after the head of the snake within Escher. But Escher, being who they are, have that tasty alliance with Orlok, which is interesting because they're allying themselves with the Delacroix, Orlok. They're starting to rack up the debts, in my opinion.
Well, yes and no. So we've already mentioned in our Escher episode that traditionally the Escher and Orlok are very closely aligned. Not only due to territory, the Orlok, as we mentioned, being very central in their location, but the Escher do respect the Orloks for the fact that so many people in power within the house are women. And people are often awarded leadership due to their skill and ability, not their gender.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the Battle of Cinderak City, the two main factions inside defending it were the Escher and the Orlok. Right. Yep. There's actually several very high profile members of House Orlok, or more specifically House Merdena, inside Cinderak City during the siege. And some of the efforts that they put through definitely do a lot to solidify or further solidify the alliances between Escher and Orlok. But what you say about Delak is 100% on the money. Like, you are writing checks that I'm not sure you're going to want to get cashed.
Exactly, yeah. And that's why I look at it even with the Orlok, is that they are still just a rival gang. I know there's an alliance between them, and I know there's this sort of working partnership with them. But when you begin to expose your gang to rely on others, I think that sense of weakness becomes something that other gangs, no matter how well allied they are to you, will begin to look at and say, how can we take advantage of that situation? But furthermore to what we can pick out from that particular part of the read, they're talking about the lasting damage to the hive infrastructure will take years, if not decades, to repair. For this part, it really, and we've mentioned it multiple times, really exemplifies the absolute weakness and inability of the Imperial House to govern its own hive.
Correct.
So, because the enforcers are basically put on one order at a time, don't think, just do this. They're not able to, they don't have that flexibility to react, to do things differently. And then they're also at a weakened state as well, because if they're being controlled by or have loyalty to a certain noble house, once again, they're more and more ineffective, which is, as I said, mentioned earlier, it's the theme. We're starting to see an incredibly ineffective ineffective imperial house coupled with gangs basically running the show.
Well, if we want to talk about ineffective and, let's be honest, silly decision-making moves, destroying your hive infrastructure, probably one of them. Yes, the rail bridges and tubeways being destroyed by the Orlocks and Esches, they're not exactly well thought out plans, but I think it's more acts of desperation. Now, when that's occurring, I can't imagine the Orlocks are like, hey, if we destroy this rail bridge, it's going to be a little bit harder for us to get ore this way in the future. Maybe we should set up a roadblock or something. No, it's going, hey, you know what's going to really screw up their ability to drive those 400 maulers up this road? Let's blow up the road.
But I mean, that must be the threat. If the threat is that vast, they're like, we need to destroy these key elements of hive infrastructure because those, and what do they call them? The
rail bridges and tubeways?
No, the Goliath assault convoys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, I would love to see what a Goliath assault convoy looks like. I think it'd look cool.
You ever see those, what is it when you go to like a zoo and you see like a gorilla riding a motorcycle? Yeah. It's that, but with more body piercings.
And a top hat and a monocle.
And a top hat and a monocle. And they're calling each other old chap.
That's brilliant.
I make fun of the Goliath because they're a joke. No,
it's love. It's all love.
It's love. It's love.
We talk about them a lot because they come to us first. They're, one of the first real great gangs that we got to see in Necromunda. And there's just so much respect and love for them. Next read.
Well, this one here actually harkens back to something you said just earlier. As the showdown between the House of Chains and House of Blades unfolds, the Dalark are making their own war against their enemies in Hive Privacy. Dozens of gang informants and agents of the Goliath and Escher turn up dead as the House of Shadow cuts the eyes from its rivals while their attentions are focused elsewhere. Oh my god. Curse your immediate and inevitable betrayal. Yeah. We all should have seen it coming. The Dalark are just going, yeah, hey man, we're going to help you. You're like, yeah, do you want a little bit of mayo on that sandwich? No problem. Next thing you know, they're stealing your secrets and killing your informants. Man, why would you ally with them at all?
I know. They're the naughtiest of the naughties.
Yeah.
But they are fighting the war that they particularly want to fight. They're not going after the gangs. They're not going after people in power.
They don't want your territory.
No, they just want to kill off all your informants. Anybody who can talk about what they're doing. No.
Yep.
You'll no longer talk about it. The Delacroix will be the preeminent informants within the city. So whatever information they feed, you have to rely on, and they'll tell you whatever they need to tell you. So you could almost supplant those informants with Delacroix informants. You know what I mean? So you have like these double agents, which I think would be cool.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting that their first real big move has been to clear groups out of, like I said, their eyes. They're the ones watching the watchers. Let's just get rid of them real quick. I'd love to know what they're
up to.
Doing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, naughty no good stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, great convoys ply the north and south highway between the Minerva and Palatine clusters. Countless running battles erupt for control of the roadway. Goliath maulers and Escher cutters striking like wolves against guilders, clanners, and outland rigs alike, until every other kilometre is choked with burning wrecks and the corpses of fallen gangers. This is total chaos.
That is
sick. It's like a bloody highway now.
Yeah, but it's great that it's Goliath attacking Escher and Guilders and Clanners and Outland Rigs, and the Escher are attacking Goliath and Guilders and Clanners and Outland Rigs, and it's to the point of, you can just imagine it. You're a lookout or a gunner on one of these convoys, and all you can see for kilometers and kilometers and kilometers is just smoke coming from these burning vehicles. And you're just sitting there going, are we going to be next? Or are we going to be the lucky ones that get through?
Yeah, true.
And,
It just shows the persistent nature of Necromunda, though, that the planet is still functioning, still moving forward with its industry and its tithing and so forth. So all of this still happens, even though there's this huge war going on between two massive houses, a worldwide rebellion, chaos cults going absolutely off chop, and the industry still functions.
It's trying to,
yeah. But and this is where both the Escher and Goliath take advantage of their, I guess, dominant position within these areas. Is that they go, okay, firstly we were fighting each other, but now we can take the opportunity to raid against rigs and guilders and whatever to generate more income, some more loot for themselves. So I think it's probably not a directive from the up high, but it was most certainly being taken advantage of.
I got to disagree. I don't even think this is about loot. I think this is just about saying you don't travel here.
Right. Yeah, I didn't think of it like that. It's interesting.
It will be loot eventually. It will be commerce eventually. But right now, it sounds like they're going in hard. They're going in fast. You've seen maulers and cutters. Like they're not armed with equipment that says, "Hey, strap some loot to me afterwards." No, they go in, you destroy, and you keep moving.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I think this road belongs to us. You don't travel it until we say you can travel it.
Yeah, true.
Now, we have finally gotten to it. The big one. The reason for this book, well, the reason for the title of this book anyway, we are talking about the actual battle for Cinderak City. Hundreds of gangs brawl in the heart of Cinderak City, turning the outland city into a war zone. Fires from the fighting engulf the settlement and can be seen staining the sky for hundreds of kilometers in all directions, drawing in even more gangs, outlanders, and nomads to the growing battle. But this read here, in my opinion, truly doesn't touch on just how big this fight is. I mean, we've talked about it a lot so far, that this book is taking Necromunda from what we're used to being gang fights, being, up to about 20 murder hobos fighting over scraps of food and old machinery and, the barest of resources. This is the first. We had a couple of smaller instances of it earlier, where those cultist armies were attacking settlements and that. But they were cultists, they were rabble, they were mutants with stolen and reclaimed weapons and, rusty sporks to fight each other with.
Yeah.
The assault on Cinderak City is ridiculous. It's no longer a gang fight. This is a war between us Goliath and anyone who is willing to face them.
Yes. And anybody who wants to defend Cinderak City, basically. So, and this is like the next level of engagement. So when I talked earlier about hitting key tactical targets, so they were hitting some areas of High Primus, but this is the whole city now. They have stepped out of, I guess, the guise of a gang war and turned it, as you say, into a mobilisation of a full Goliath army.
Well, this is written in beautiful black and white here in the book. And so the assault on Cinderak City is led by a fella by the name of Gorshiv Hammerfist. He is the man in charge of Shiv's Crushers, alongside someone by the name of Doc Shiv. And we'll talk a lot about the two of them later on. But this reading here, this just paragraph, in my opinion, truly outlines how terrifying this, and I'm just going to go ahead and say, I'm not going to say it's a gang, it is an army of Goliath. This is a group of creatures who are the closest to Astartes an average human could ever truly expect to become without being an actual Astartes. I mean, Goliaths, they're almost a recognized abhuman race. They are...
True. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They are effectively genetically altered super warriors where they've been put onto enough chems and enough growth hormone that they're no longer really baseline humans. So keep that idea in mind as I read this. Gorshiv Hammerfist looked out across the blasted ash plains and smiled. Hundreds of growling Goliath maulers, dozens of rigs, runners and crawlers of all shapes and sizes, and thousands of burly fighters greeted his gaze. Gathering this many gangs into one place had taken some doing, and more than a few cracked skulls. He saw Iron Lords, Bone Crackers, Forge Kings, Iron Tree Reavers, Knuckle Boys, and Dog Soldiers, to name but a few, and of course, his own Shiv's Crushers. Doc Shiv was, even now, tinkering with his chem rig, her servo harness hissing as she moved. Now, it's interesting, you see, remember the Iron Tree Reavers? They were defending the city alongside other gangs earlier.
Yeah.
There was Dust Falls. Was it Dust Falls?
Was it Dust Falls?
I don't know.
No,
Some City.
Some City.
Some City?
I'm
I don't know. They were all I know is earlier they were fighting alongside Escher and Orlok and Cawdor and Van Sar, fighting against what was below them.
Yeah.
That fight's done now, and they're going back to what they're good at, which is killing other clanners, killing other gangers.
Yeah, but it's at a scale that I'm going to say they're not experts at. You know, they're not. The gangs aren't renowned for fighting at this level, these numbers. So
in these numbers, Goliath gangs don't fight; they destroy.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
you point them in a direction. It's like that. What I said earlier. Remember, you get those early decanted Goliath Vatborn. You get a man with a poking stick and a whip. Point them in that direction, and they'll just kill anything they come across. These Goliaths don't even need the bloke with the stick and the whip.
They just set themselves out just to destroy. And it's even mentioned in particular what they do in Cinderak City with regard to that as well. Whenever they're attacked, and I'm trying to remember the exact phrase, but whenever they're attacked, they just turn their attention on whatever attacked them. It's like you're the number one focus now, and they just level whatever they're coming up against, which is just craziness. And I think there's this great little bit there. What is it? It is an environment that favoured the Goliaths, their strength and resilience allowing them to shrug off otherwise fatal wounds as they tore their opponents apart, sometimes with their bare hands. Now, I'm not giving the context for that, but the idea of what the Goliath are, exactly what we're talking about, shrugging off those wounds, and just, I don't need to bring a weapon. I am the weapon. I am the danger.
Oh my God, I am the weapon. I am the danger. That's the title of our Goliath episode. But that's it. You have these living weapons. They are genetically engineered monstrosities designed to survive the harshest environments Necromunda can throw at them. And there is thousands of them standing there,
it's crazy, isn't it?
looking up at your city's walls, which are already weakened by months of fighting against nomads and raiders and gangs and whatever else there is. And they're now standing there going, yeah,
You're next.
You're next.
But I would guess for whatever Escher and whatever gangs are arrayed up against them, and I know within Cinderak City they particularly mention that there's Lone Corridor gangs or Delacroix or Vansar gangs that try to hold their own but end up just fleeing off into the waste. But it's obviously the Escher and
the Orlok.
What about Escher and the Orloks?
Yeah, they're the primary defenders here, as well as, let's be honest, whoever is there. It's getting to a point where a lot of the people left inside Cinderak City are basically just told, listen, you can either fight with us or inevitably they're gonna get in here and you're next. Like all of these attacks we've talked about previously, the blowing up of the roads and the railways and all that sort of stuff. This has been everyone's attempt at cutting the numbers of the Goliaths getting to these strongholds, to these points, to Cinderak City.
So this makes sense as to why Adina wanted to cull the numbers of the Vatborn, but there's that great bit at the end of that where they said this is what happens when you corner a rat.
Nobody puts rat in a corner.
Exactly. So the Goliaths have gone absolutely cocoa bananas and they're smashing everybody. But I know Adina is not at Cinderak City. So it's Athera, am I right in saying?
Yeah, buddy. It is Athera, the champion of House Escher, who is in charge of the defense of Cinderak City. And Gorshiv knows this. Gorshiv knows she's there and specifically states that he wants her. He's identified her as the big threat within the city, and he specifically says, we see her, she's mine. And this fella by the name of Drogo Coldforged, who's one of the alphas in charge of Gorshiv's army, is just like, sure. And you can just imagine him backing away like, oh, God, you know, heaven forbid someone makes a move on Athera, because whether they win or lose, at the end of the day, she's just getting smashed to bits.
But it's interesting that with Drogo Coldforge, because from what I read, he was located within Cinderak City, and he quits the city to join up with Gorshiv as well.
Everyone who is non-aligned to this either stayed or left, but all the Goliaths just went, we got
We're joining Gorshiv.
we got to go. Sorry.
Yeah, they leave the city to join up with the army, for use of a better term. So you've got a Thera there. Obviously, you've got her little blue friend, Styx. But there's an awesome part where they talk about some other, I guess, notable members who were in the city.
Yeah.
And it's the the Orlok drinking hole, the Lucky Six. And there you have the four, what is it? No fewer than 4 of Slate Medina's daughters defending the bar.
Yeah.
So you have Margot, Vesper, Vivian, and Mindy. There's some great names, by the way.
You're absolutely right. Slate Merdena has just some of the best daughters' names. Like, you've got Margot, Vivian, Mindy, and then you've got Sabrina.
That's a lovely name.
She became an enforcer.
Oh, right. Okay.
Then
Sabrina.
Alice Shiver, that psycho we mentioned earlier. She's demon-possessed, but she's also one of Slate's daughters. Then you've got Lillian Medina. She's the one that got kidnapped and joined House Delark. And
then
now
what became...
Now there's
she
a bald assassin clad in a long flowing coat with her eyes replaced by augmetics. So that's just some of the daughters we know of. And then obviously we've got the others that were mentioned just then. But yeah, you've got a couple of the Merdena daughters there, and I almost feel sorry for Goliath because I don't know if they know these daughters are there. And if I knew the Merdena girls were in town, I'm not going to be there, especially Vesper, because Vesper is just so ridiculous. Vesper Minx Merdena is one of the special characters that came out with this book. You must have seen it. She's the gal on the back of the quad with the belt-fed rocket launcher. She's someone I want to annoy. No?
With her belt-fed rocket launcher.
And she you gotta remember she is the equal youngest of Slate's 12 daughters, but she's also described as a literal loose cannon. But we're gonna get to that part. So when we go back to it, a large number of the Orlok and Escher inside the city immediately met Athera as she arrived with her gang. It was literal hours before Gorshiv and the rest of the army had arrived. And you're absolutely right. By this point, Coldforged has left the city with all his fighters. They've basically said, we are throwing our lot in with Gorshiv, and that's it. We're siding with our house. Though it specifically mentions Keeper Morgeth and his Cawdor plaguing the streets, preaching about the end of days. So you've also got this horde of Cawdor just wandering around screaming like the end is nigh.
It's actually happening this time. Like most of the times we just, we say it and just to get people G'd up, but it's like legit. This is for realsy this time.
Yeah, this is for really reals. The end of days, guys. It's like
like we're scared too.
Yeah, sure it is, bud. Sure it is. No, it definitely is. You just imagine the Escher and Orloks. Someone goes out to the Goliath is like, can you guys take the Cawdor seriously?
Yeah.
Can they join your army? We don't want them anymore. And the Goliath are like, we actually have these Cawdor. We were going to gift them to you.
They're saying end of days too. They're claiming something about a false emperor.
What if we get them together? They'll kill each other.
They just get their own little arena in Cinderak City. They're just told, just go at it, and please do not bother anybody.
Everyone just gets hammered watching this. Like, weren't we invading your city? Nah, man, we were watching the Cawdor fight. Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, yeah.
But obviously, everyone is doing their part in regards to the defense of Cinderak City. The Merchants Guild, for example, they just retreated back to their compounds with their bodyguards and told everyone to leave them alone. So
Right.
everyone's really pulling their weight.
But I mean, why would you? The Goliath is still going to need a merchant guild, so they're just like,
Do they?
well, if you're a guilder, you would think we're a necessity. The gangs will keep us around, no matter who's in charge of the hive. They need us.
And a Goliath says, that target has a fancy coat. I'ma smash him with my hammer.
I need me a fancy coat.
I need me a fancy coat for wiping. So, when it all is said and done, I think we know what really happens here. When the hammer fell, it fell with crushing brutality. That's the opening line to the actual attack. And hundreds of Goliaths smash into the city, punching through weakened sections of the walls with their maulers and ashrigs. The vehicles ploughing great furrows through the streets as they ran through people and buildings with equal disregard. The Goliath are not here to capture, they are here to destroy and then hold on to. The mindset of, hey, that's the direction you need to fight at, is how the Goliath are running this battle.
It's almost like a lightning war sort of process, or a mobile war.
Yeah.
And you see that because Athera and her fighters wage a war through the streets, often on the back of their own vehicles, it says. So they're not trying to stick in any sort of prolonged fight with the Goliath. They're saying we need to have distance between them and just keep the fire on, which is interesting. It's a very interesting methodology of fighting within a hive of Necromunda. Out in the ash waste, you sort of understand that. Lots of mobility, lots of movement. But within a hive, you're going, okay, these are more sort of protracted. Sorry, not hive, I mean city. But it's normally within the cities or hives, whatever you want to call them. They are protracted fights, pitched battles, or gang fights. So tearing through the streets with vehicles and having these running battles is terrifying. You can just imagine the populace. They'd just be trying to get out of the way. And I do actually feel sorry for the populace of Cinderak City, having been battered by months of ash waste nomad raids, and then they cop this. Like, you're just like, well, I don't know which one you'd pick. You'd be like, bring back the nomads, or you just go, oh yeah, the Goliaths are here. But it's so brutal on that population, and again, a hallmark of Necromunda, brutal on the population.
Well, what the Escher and their allies are doing really shows how smart the Escher, and I'm going to say Athera, really are. They are playing to their strengths. You are not going to win as a regular, unaugmented human a stand-up fight against a normal Goliath, let alone an alpha or a stimmer or someone better than average. They are utilizing hit-and-run tactics. They're on the back of vehicles. They are, you can just imagine Orlok wreckers jumping from building to building with grenades and firebombs, and they are using their strengths against the weaknesses of the Goliath. They are slow. They are super deadly up close, but you know what? If you can stay just away from them, hit, run, hit, run. And Athera is actually using her own plan here. She's drawing all of the Goliaths towards the city center and actually pulling them all closer and closer to the great market square in the center of the city. And as it describes, the yawning portal that lay beneath its grated foundations, leading down into the ruins of Hive Meridian. Because as a lot of people may remember, Cinderak City is built upon the ruins of a destroyed hive inside the Cinderak crater. So, if you're drawing an army towards a grated foundation. Maybe you're going to blow the grate and a bunch of meatneck's going to fall in a hole.
Yeah, true.
It's a good plan. Are they going to pull it off, Manvin?
No,
Nah,
absolutely not. No. Why would they?
And we see some absolutely amazing events here. Some of these are obviously in this book. For example, Gang Queen Yorshi Blood Lotus, amazing name, took on a dozen Goliaths armed only with a pair of stiletto knives. For 17 savage minutes, she danced between the brutes, landing fatal blows, until Gorshiv himself heaved her off the ground and hurled her into the burning ruin of a nearby building. That was cool for 17 minutes.
For 17 minutes, she was the number one Escher fighter in all of Cinderak City.
She really burned out at the end there, though.
Hey!
But speaking of burning, there was at least one Cawdor who actually did something. The Redemptor priest, Urgorn Pyre, great name, incinerated the leader of the Iron Forged, transforming the Goliath leader into a pillar of screaming fire. When the rest of the gang charged Pyre, the mad priest set himself alight, running into their midst, babbling prayers until his flamer tank cooked off, turning the whole street into an inferno. Cawdor are just ridiculous.
Well, somebody's got to do it. I don't think...
You can tell. You can tell he was the whole time just like, they'll never suspect it.
Yeah. I've got them now. I've got them now.
Right where I want them.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kicking off all over the city, and this brings you back to going back to
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, just a touch. Just, I mean, we've obviously highlighted, but it brings me back to the Lucky Six, where Merdena's, what's his first name again? Slate. I always think that's a weird name, by the way. I don't approve.
I know a guy in real life named Slate.
Really?
Yeah.
He must be like a real rock for people. Anyway.
You are hurting the podcast.
So yeah, the Goliaths continue attacking Lucky Six, the bar, and I love it here that they rethink their plans as they saw their leader propelled out into the street by a missile impact before it exploded, spraying them all with shrapnel. So they're just like, you know what? We'll let the Orlocks have this.
But you've missed out on some of the best parts there. It was 3 separate gangs of Goliaths, and it was 4 Merdena girls. That's it. 3 gangs of Goliath versus 4 of the Merdena girls. And it's, Mindy stands on the bar with a custom stub gun in each hand, just snapping off rounds. Vivian is laying out bursts of fire from her double-barreled iron head autogun, which, that's amazing. Someone else has one of the goddamn squat guns. Vesper is throwing grenades at people, and Margot is leaping from table to table on bionic legs. And then that Goliath leader that ran in with a bolter in each hand, not bolt pistol, bolter, and he's just ripping through this bar. Vesper literally pops up, winks at him, and then fires her missile launcher at him. Honestly, even being around these Merdena girls seems to be an extreme sport.
An extreme sport, I like that. They sound as cool as the Escher right now, which is cool. It's good for them.
I think there are Escher that lay there in their little beds at night wishing they could be Merdena girls.
No, it's a very boring dream to have, to think that you want to become an Orlock. I love our Orlock fans.
You're hurting the podcast.
Anyway, these are just the small, I guess, subsidiary fights that are going on within Cinderak City. The main fight, as what we mentioned, is what's gathering around the Great Market Square. So the Escher and Orlok gangs have managed to reach there, and this is where they're having a major engagement with the Goliaths. And it's at this point where I think Athera is hoping to break open the seals for the hive ruins below. And so where we mentioned before that she's potentially going to get them to fall through, I think it's more just an escape route. Actually, she's just like, we need a boot now. We're not going to get out of this.
I had actually missed that part there. I was like, they must be getting them towards the center, and they open up the grates, and the Goliaths all fall in, and you go, aha, you dummies. Nope, they're just trying to lure them all into the city, hopefully into some killing fields, and then, escape through the bottom there. But I don't think it's working out for them.
No, it does not go to plan at all. And like it is going so poorly at this stage that old Styx, her carroted friend, has decided.
What happens there, Nathan?
Oh, he's just flying off to get a better vantage point, I think. The little.
He abandons her in her moment of need.
No.
Abandons her.
He's saying to her, you don't need to worry about me. I'm going to go speak to either Gork or Mork and see what I can do for you. Now, she no longer has to worry about him, so she can recklessly throw herself at the Goliaths, as she does. So Athera readied her blade, let loose a scream, and charged out of cover to meet her fate fighting. How great's that sound? And do you know who managed to provide her that inspiration? Styx.
So, I'm going to forgive your little brain fart moment there.
Okay.
Well, we've all heard Spamuel ranting about caryatids, and we're not going to re-experience that now. We all know that when a caryatid leaves you, it's a sign of very bad luck. And young Athera is about to have some very bad luck. When Gorshev actually sees Athera break cover and charge at the encircling Goliaths, he literally punches his way to the front of this circle, like the world's just scariest mosh pit, just so he can get right up there and actually fight her one-on-one. Because he remember back when they first started the fight, he turned to everyone and said, "She's mine."
Yeah. He's almost like a personal vendetta, but I guess it's more about the glory rather than personal vendetta.
100%. And what we probably haven't touched on it yet, Gorshev isn't just, a forge tyrant. Gorshev isn't just a notable Goliath of any description. He's a freaking stimmer, and he's the biggest stimmer. He's the bee's knees of stimmers. From the way I interpret it, I believe he's possibly the first stimmer.
Oh, really? Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like, we'll talk about it when we touch on him later on. The way it's written, I read it as, Doc Shiv literally created him as the first stimmer.
Right.
All other stimmers are modelled on him. So just imagine how big this guy is. And his stimmer rig, as he's getting in there just to hype himself up, that rig turns on and just pumps chems and stims and I'm guessing friends on and Monster Energy drink and like eucalyptus oil just straight into his veins. So
undiluted coffee.
Yeah, just undiluted coffee. Boom. He hefts up these two power hammers of his and just charges. Like, picture a silverback, like, swinging sledgehammers, and you're getting it. Also, fill it with cocaine.
Yeah. That's a freaking terrifying image. A silverback with two sledgehammers and just an incredibly obtuse attitude. Yeah.
Well, Athera manages to let off a blast from her plasma pistol. Gorshiv straight up ignores it. It just gorges him on the arm, and he's swinging. She's got that beautiful big chain of axe of hers, and she manages to hold off his attacks little bit by little bit. But unfortunately, when she raises up her plasma pistol for a second shot, that thing gets smashed straight out of her hand. And she manages to get him a little bit, but one of those just enormous power hammers catches her straight in the chest with enough force to actually crack her carapace armor. The poor woman is thrown back several meters, and she's looking up in the sky. She knows she's done.
And then what does she see, Samuel?
She sees a bright light and the God Empress reaching down to her, saying, "Close your eyes, my daughter. Close your eyes. It's all over now." And that's the end of Cinderak burning. Nothing else occurred.
He's a liar, everybody. The champion's little champion returns. Who is it, Sam?
Dix the Caryatid came soaring out of the gloom, and in its wake, a tall figure in gleaming white armor, armed with a long-bladed polearm. On the figure's cloak was stitched a 7-pointed star in gold. Their eyes glowed with power. Even looking at the figure, Athera felt her pain ebb away, and despair turned to hope. She could not say how, but she knew the figure was an ally.
What is that? Who is that?
It is not told to us, but this, and I'm just going to use this word here, this angelic creature has come in following Styx and immediately heads up into combat with Gorshiv, who is basically just slapped around like an untutored child. The Gorshiv's attacks were just deflected, knocked back, fed through, and the polearm is just smashed into the stimmer, sending him staggering backward.
That's some great strength there, isn't it? Like, to be able to stagger him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it also says how graceful this person is. Like,
but then there's the next bit that I love. I know we're going to talk about him a bit more, but it's this next bit that I love. This is not a single entity, because more figures emerge wearing gleaming helmets and wielding archeo pistols and rifles in their hands. They came from the depths of the old Hive city to push the Goliaths back. So you've got this one appearing from the sky, and then the rest emerging from the base.
Wait a minute. So you think the first figure has come from the sky with Styx?
The way I read that, yeah, absolutely. Like they either jumped from a very tall building, or they are somehow flying, somehow anti-grav.
I don't care what explanation we get from this. This person has done the superhero landing.
Yes.
Has jumped off a building because they've just been like, "I'm Batman," watching this fight. Has just dived down because it's like, now is the perfect time to strike. And this is actually the introduction of the Phoenix Lord, Janzer, into the Aranthian Succession.
Made her way from the Hive of Strangers, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, the Strangers Hive.
I love that. I love that idea that this figure has just jumped down from this building and done the interception, just like pure fantasy, sci-fi nonsense move.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But there's more of them coming from underneath the city. Like,
with archeo pistols and archeo rifles.
Yes.
Scary weapons.
gleaming white helmets, and I'm guessing the same sort of cloaks or armor and that sort of thing. Who are these people?
Who are they? Yeah, exactly. But it just says straight away that Lady Credo's forces retook the market square. So they're fighting for Lady Credo, but there's no, like, definitive link. There's nothing that says, oh, these are 100% Lady Credo's soldiers or gangers or whatever you want to call them.
You're absolutely right. It says it here. As Lady Credo's forces retook the market square, similar scenes were playing out across Cinderak City. And then it goes further on here. When Credo's soldiers formed into tightly organized units and led by disciplined commanders came upon the Goliaths, they pushed them to the edge of breaking. Attacked from all sides by an unknown and skilled foe, the Goliaths began to run. And it even mentions that Gorshiv was terribly wounded in his exchange with Credo's general.
So that's Credo's general, that superhero landing polearm wielding character.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is adding another level to Lady Credo's, because I'm just going to go ahead and call this Lady Credo's insurrection. Where has this army come from?
Yeah.
An army of tightly organized units led by disciplined commanders with obviously far better than average equipment with archaeo weapons and led by this person who seems to be able to, and this is going to come out a little bit crude, but slap the absolute shit out of Gorshiv Hammerfist, who, from everything we've read so far, is almost the personification of Goliath fury and terror.
Yeah.
So
with stims.
Who had stimmed up what did I say? The cocaine gorilla with sledgehammers.
Yeah, exactly.
This is insane. And the Goliath fall back and run and effectively flee back towards their leadership. And the only real command left in Cinderak City are Lady Credo and her Escher allies.
Yeah, so they've managed to hold off the assault and regain control of the city. But I guess the critical thing to come out of this is Credo's army, which I sort of get the vibe that she probably didn't want to reveal it just yet. You know, it feels like she sort of played her hand a little bit earlier than probably what she'd anticipated.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, because the attack on Cinderak City in her playbook wasn't supposed to happen. You know, it was only Jangar deciding, yep, this is where I'm going to take it.
Well, an interesting thing that actually came from this victory in Cinderak City, Sinus goes into hiding, and several of the chemist covens return to the fold. So that's some good news for you.
Yes.
You know, your girls are sort of starting to pull it back, you know?
Yeah.
Sisterhood and all that. But unfortunately for Lady Credo and Adina, they also learn that Agriote, or as his friends call him, Angry Goat, Helmore, was dead. The most likely successor to the Imperial House is gone. And they mourned this because they knew he was young, dumb, and very easily intimidated into control. So they're going to have to make some new plans there.
That's true. And then I guess there's a fallout for the Goliath as well, because they see that their attack has faltered and failed. They've lost Angry Goat. They've pretty much lost whatever semblance of control that they had over themselves, and also their influence, because they've lost their war against the Escher from this, and it's even written that before the news of the disastrous assault reached the Fist, Varen's alphas were challenging Jangar's right to rule the House of Chains. So
yeah,
they're basically infighting now.
They're infighting straight away.
Yeah. So I think the Goliaths are probably going to take a seat on the bench for the majority of this insurrection then, I guess.
Well, I think they'd be too busy trying to keep each other from killing each other.
Yeah.
And, we've sort of ignored the fact that it's not just the Escher in Cinderak City with Credo. There's obviously those Orlok gangs and, those 5 very lost corridor that are still there. You have to think that they will be having a lot of loyalty towards Lady Credo right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They really would. They'd just be sort of seeing as not only as a savior, but the next best option to the Imperial House.
Mm.
So I guess that wraps up the assault on Cinderak City, and sort of, I guess, the falling out from it as well. From there, Lady Credo's rebels consolidate their power across Necromunda, from the forges of Hive Rothgul to the peaks of the Quinspire. The symbol of the 7-pointed star can be seen scrawled on walls and doors. Only Hive Primus and the Palanite cluster resist the influence of the rebels. Lord Helmore's enforcers brutally suppressing any hint of Credo's followers.
That heptagon, it's showing up everywhere.
But it's really cementing the rebellion now, where it was on the fringe and it was, I guess, a hidden away thing. Now it's in the open. And it, again, harps back to what I was talking about with the Imperial, or the Imperium, coming along and stomping out rebellions, and whether or not they will have any sort of reaction or take any action to Lady Credo.
Well, I'm intrigued by this because, we've seen examples of insurrection and revolution that have taken over, countries in our own real life or planets within Warhammer 40,000. And as long as they can be seen as being legitimate, where it's a viable uprising against perhaps a corrupt planetary governor or hive leader, as long as it is then really ratified by the Adeptus Terra or the Inquisition or whatever, if Lady Credo takes control of Necromunda and pays the tithe and pays with flesh and weapons and curtsies when, the Inquisition come to knock on her door, I reckon she'll be allowed to do as she wants. I think so. It's just a case of whether or not the Imperium and the supporters of the Imperial House would give up the power of that Imperial House so quickly, not because of any sort of absolute loyalty to it, but because it's been around for so long. I don't think the other noble houses are exactly in a position to challenge Lady Credo right now. The nobles are either dead, dying, or making other nobles dead or dying.
I'm not talking about the noble houses. I'm talking about the Imperial House and the support that it would have on a galaxy-wide. So,
what support would they have? They exist on Necromunda. Dynasties come and go.
They've been around for thousands of years.
Yeah, they may have some sort of trade partners or allies and that sort of thing here and there. But would you really want to tie yourself to a possibly sinking ship? If someone's saying, hey, Lord Helmore is getting overthrown by some other noble family, you're sitting there going, hey, I don't have to pay him for that shipment of las guns from last quarter. Yeah, screw him.
Okay. The mighty capitalism
Yeah, well,
rears its head
that's
again.
exactly it. The real bad guy in Necromunda.
Mhm.
And as we're looking at it, you were the one who brought it up. The Imperial House isn't decided by name. It's
That's
decided
true.
by wealth and support of the other houses.
Hmm.
Whoever is producing the tithe
That's
rules the
true.
planet. And if Lady Credo can worm her way into second or third or fourth born heirs for a couple of houses and then just bump off whoever's on top of them, all of a sudden the heads of houses are backing her. And I think I called it a heptagon before. It's a heptagram. And you're going to start seeing that heptagram showing up on other hives, in other doors. And
That'd just be confusing for the populace, though. You've got the Chaos Hallett cults painting 8-pointed stars everywhere, and then you got these guys pointing 7-pointed stars everywhere.
You'd be a real rebel and just just draw a triangle. Be like, 3-pointed star.
3-pointed star arrested by the enforcers.
Sent to the Zalkra penal hive for drawing a star with an insufficient number of points.
Yeah. Arrested for being a dummy dum. Yeah.
I mean, Lady Credo could consolidate her power very, very easily and in many different ways. But if you want to talk about consolidating your power in a very interesting way, we have a new contender. Lady Hera Helmore consolidates her power by murdering a dozen of her siblings, with no rivals to question her methods, and her father sealed in a medical stasis casket. The Imperial household falls into line behind her, fearful of what Hera might do to them.
Right. So now we're starting to see an establishment of potentially a strong character to resist Credo.
Strong is one way to describe Hera. I would describe her as like all the worst parts of psychotic mixed with a noble and limitless upbringing and the unswerving loyalty of literally every enforcer on the planet. Oh, and also, she has a spear that when she throws it at you, it boomerangs back to her.
Right, so strong.
She ain't not strong. But before we touch on the sort of dramatis personae that have been introduced with this book, Nath, I want you to close off the conversation in regards to the actual events so far with that little read you've got there.
Yeah, it's so beautifully summed up in the end of the book. The end of the lore section.
It's literally better than the last 7 hours we've been talking. Yeah. We should have just read this. It would have been a really short episode.
Yeah, and I don't know if people would have enjoyed it, but it would have probably been a lot more succinct and a lot less character holds.
There would have been no Goliath with monocles, though.
True, very true. So, in the last paragraph in the lore section, it seemed in those months after the Great Darkness that the power of the Imperial House might be broken for good. As the rest of Necromunda carried on under the guidance of clans and guilds, its people dared for the first time to wonder if they needed the nobility at all. Yet millennia of tradition and obligation are not so easily cast off, as was to soon become apparent. The victories of the clan houses were to be temporary triumphs, and the crushing feudal weight of Necromunda was about to reassert itself. Lady Credo's rebellion might have found a foothold, but the resilience of her uprising and her allies was soon to be tested in the most bloody way imaginable.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Yeah. I don't know what you mean by that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of some horrible ways to test a rebellion.
Oh, right.
Musical chairs.
Yes, absolutely.
Musical chairs, but all the chairs are on fire.
Yeah.
Mm.
Or an egg and spoon race. And
egg and spoon race, except the egg is a frag grenade that will go off completely without warning.
Yes, yeah. It doesn't matter if you drop it, you carry it. If you win, you could win the race, and that's it. It still goes off.
Mm.
Yeah, you're in trouble, Credo. You're in big time trouble. So I guess this sums up very nicely everything that we've spoken about in regard to the population not needing the Imperial House, and also the gangs, the clan houses, the ones who are actually bringing sort of peace and stability back to Necromunda. And I just have a feeling that old Hera is going to cause quite a bit of a kerfuffle from what we see at the last little bit of that paragraph.
Oh, man. Well, talking about not needing noble houses or noble families, like, that's dangerous talk.
Mm-hmm.
Because, let's be honest, those clan houses are all chomping at the bit, hoping to be the next...
noble house, really.
The next noble house. But mentioning Lady Hera, and I genuinely think we've been talking for like 7 hours. There is a lot so far, so we will not spend too much time talking about these 4 characters. We've spoken about a couple of them a fair amount so far this episode, and I know we will be talking about them in upcoming episodes. So I want to start with Lady Hera. Now, I love the first descriptive line of her that you get in the Aranthian Succession. So, as a description for her, this is all I'm going to say. Even by the grim standards of Necromunda's nobility, Hera is a sociopath and a backstabbing murderer.
So fits the planet perfectly.
Yeah, fits the planet perfectly. Now, from what we can see here, she was named as one of Lord Helmore's true-born children, apparently only because her mother, the consort Junos Gillian Yolante, reminded him of his own mother. And others also believe it was because he recognised her talent for treachery early on and thought naming her trueborn would keep his other children on their toes. Well, unfortunately, it put about a dozen of his kids on their backs after she murdered them.
Exactly, on their toes. I just love the logic of it. It's like, yeah, I'll put a murderous sociopath and backstabber as a trueborn. Oh, that failed. Shock horror.
Well, he won't even know. He doesn't know. He got shanked, remember?
That's true. He might wake up. Who knows?
He might wake up. But this woman is a combat monster. She's got a phase sword, that boomerang power spear we mentioned before.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
You know, she's got those absolutely awesome watch skulls that hang on her, giving her a 360 vision arc. Oh, yeah. But this model, my God, it is just beautiful. And it's something I could probably just never consider painting because it is just so intricate. And there's one of the absolute best paint jobs I've seen, funnily enough, was of both Lady Hera and Lady Credo, done by Hazard Stripes on Instagram. Just the scenic base on it is, chef's kiss.
I love their Lady Hera model because it looks properly over the top Imperial Gothic, like a little bit sort of batshit crazy way that an Imperial might look, like an Imperial of nobility, you know. So
ball gowns and ballistic weave.
Exactly. There you go. Perfect. Exact description of it. That's what I love about that miniature. It crosses the line between what's functional and what's not functional. Yeah.
Yeah.
As you say, brilliant miniature. Really, really worth a look if you haven't already seen it.
Who should we jump on next? Who do you want? I'm not even going to say take Vesper because you. I could just see you rolling your eyes so hard they literally fall down your throat. So why don't you give us Aethera and Styx?
So Aethera and Styx, two awesome characters, and
1.5.
All right, only counting Aethera as a half. That's a bit mean. So Aethera is actually the gene sister of Adena, and
Yeah.
so the birthing of both Aethera and Adena were, in a way, an attempt for the clan chemists or the chemist covens to attempt to cure the flesh curse within House Escher. Obviously, it failed because it's still an ever present. But where Adena becomes a inspirational and enigmatic leader, Aethera becomes the combat element and the brutal sort of militant arm of Adena that is able to just go through and stomp out faces and wreck Goliaths. Well, unless they're giant stim monsters.
Yeah. There's always the ever-present risk of being beaten by a stim monster.
So she's also a Adena's bodyguard as well. So champion, bodyguard. I guess there's this sort of underlying theory of they're sisters and they're behaving as sisters, even though they are not quite sisters, if you know what I mean.
Well, they're both clones of Queen Vodicea. So
they're pseudo sisters.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like that comparison of they've got that sister sort of rivalry bond. They obviously care for each other.
Yeah, and there's this connection that they have, which we mentioned earlier as well, that Aethera is able to approach Adena in a way that nobody else can.
Oh yeah.
So just in terms of the miniature itself, it's a very, very cool looking miniature. Yeah. It sort of, it strikes me as just a little, whereas Hera's crazy over the top Imperial Gothic, Aethera, I don't know, just seems a little unbalanced in the actual design of the miniature. Are you with me on this or not?
No, I'm questioning. What do you mean?
Do you know what does it for me, which I don't like? There's only one element. Her hair just doesn't sit right for me. It just doesn't look right.
What are you talking about? Her
I just don't like
hair's sick.
No, the chain axe is cool. Plasma is cool. The armor's all
absolutely fantastic. Oh, the armor, it's glorious.
Yeah, all that's bonkers. Love it. But the
hair is so over the top. I love it.
It just doesn't look like it sits right. I think because it comes out so far at the front. It just
I'm looking at the model from the profile, and then I look at the picture of her on page 75 of the Cinderak burning, and in the picture her hair is much smaller. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. It doesn't come out to the front as much. Do you know what I mean?
It's almost it looks very rockabilly on the model.
Yes, yeah. I would, and I know this would probably upset a few people. I'd go as far as to actually
make her bald.
Make her bald. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think she would look a lot more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. The rest of the miniature is brilliant, and obviously Styx looks freaking cool.
I would replace her hair with the stuff from the Dark Elder. Man, oh, come on. Have I forgotten this? Is it Layla Hesperax? The
Oh,
hair
yeah.
from her?
Yes, yeah, that little knotty top thing that she's got with the
Yeah.
spikes through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll look really cool.
That would be cool because it's got the length, it's got those cool hooks in it and that, but it's not sort of foofing out the front.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I kind of want to get this miniature just to do that, like just to remove the hair and see if it improves it. Yeah, just because it's got everything going for it except for that one element.
No, I like that. I like that. I like what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Good, finally.
Well,
it's only taken 7 hours.
I will jump on to Vesper
Good.
Minx Merdena. Now, this gal. So we did mention earlier that she is, in fact, the equal youngest of Slate Medena's 12 daughters. And yeah, she got into some trouble. She killed people she shouldn't have. She started fights with guilders and enforcers. So her father basically kicked her out to the wastes and said, hey, try not to cause too much trouble. She winds up in Cinderak City, falls in with a bad crowd of Outland Orlocks, and literally just starts raiding convoys, and it's suspected to impress one of her older sisters. So Slate sends one of his own gang members, a fella by the name of Big Pete Plainsman, to look out for his little girl. She effectively schmoozes her way into Pete's good books and has him wrapped around her little finger to the point of Pete is actually the driver of her custom Orlock quad. So Pete is driving, doing his best to keep them both alive, and Vesper is perched on the back of that thing like a vulture with her custom belt-fed missile launcher, Mischief. I love this Merdena daughters. I get it. You don't like them, but
well, let me just say one thing about this. Right?
Yeah,
and you mentioned his name, Big Pete Plainsman.
Yeah, buddy.
Right? It says it in the name, plain. It's exactly what she is, what they are. You can talk about these characters. You can talk about this character all you want. I'll just probably just have a drinks break, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not interested at all.
Really, you don't look at that model and just go like, "That's rad." Would you be happy if I bought this model and I was like, "Hey, Nath, I don't want to use this missile launcher." You would slap that on one of your Escher.
I think I'd probably just buy the Aethera model and keep the hair on it instead. I wouldn't use that, and I just don't find that very impressive. Moving on.
Don't find you very impressive. You know what? Okay, I do like the model. I like a lot of things about the Orlocks, and I'm dreading doing that Orlock episode with you.
I will be willing to change. I want to be convinced that they're good and not dull, and I'll let you do it. I will let you do it, but I guess be prepared to do a lot more talking on that episode than I will.
I'll convert you. I'll convert you. So how about you jump in on Gorshiv?
Gorshiv Hammerfist. Now, we've already spoken a lot about him. Currently, he's in the infirmary after having been beaten the daylights out of by Credo's general.
I want to see that mini.
The Credo's general.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm hanging out. Like, you can't just write stuff in a book and then not bring anything in for it. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just write that and just be like, oh, yeah, You guys could just deal without for the minute.
Yeah, just hang out, kids.
Yeah, it's very annoying. Anyway, old Gorshiv. Again, another cool miniature as well. But I guess we've talked a lot about where he's come from. So, and you mentioned it earlier, Doc Shiv having created Gorshiv basically as a giant stim monster, for use of a better term.
Genuine Frankenstein's monster, because it's believed that he was grafted together from different parts from a dozen failed experiments.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And then he just keeps injecting him with the chemicals to make him grow bigger, to just see different effects. Old Doc Shiv sounds like a Mad Doc from Warhammer 40,000 Orcs.
yes.
Just like, I'll just bolt this onto you. I'll inject this into you. Let's see what's happening. Oh, it didn't work? That's okay. We'll get you to just punch through a couple of plate steel walls. That'll get the rage out of you.
Well, Doc Shiv genuinely described as this tiny, almost insignificant character who just has the unswerving and limitless loyalty of this enormous monster. She's like a tiny Dr. Frankenstein, but actually a bad person.
Wow, yeah, absolutely. It probably is an Escher, I'd imagine, who's just testing out all their nonsense. They're like, oh yeah, I'll take these cams, I'll pump them into this Goliath and see what we can get from it. But I will say,
that's awesome. Imagine if she was.
Yeah.
If she was a chemist who'd just been like, I want to make like Goliath. Oh.
Yeah, it's like the concept of the Goliath project is not dead. We just need to make them bigger, stronger, better, more aggressive. We need to start actually making Space Marines.
Oh, God. She's like a tiny female Fabius Bile.
Exactly, yeah.
Get out. That's sick.
Speaking of sick, I will say that Gorshif's hammer, the one that he carries in his right hand, is freaking cool as.
Oh, man, yeah.
Such a great looking piece. You could see that on any Astartes model, or even just do you know what I'd see that on? Like a what do you call it? Like a Redemptionist priest or something like that.
Oh, dude, yeah.
It's probably a little bit too big, but it looks absolutely nice. It's that big, actually, that you could probably even use it like as a ram on the front of a vehicle, just because, and it just looks so aggressive, that huge skull face on there.
Yep, everything about his model just screams punishment. Like, his cloak is
I was going to say,
this like skeleton and remain of some horrific monster that I'm guessing he's beaten to death at some point. Then he's got like an axe on his belt. He's also got a pistol. He's just dripping with chainmail and trophies.
There's a lot of skulls on him, actually.
A lot of skulls.
It'd make a good Khornate worshipper.
The dude is imagine this guy in front of a gang of what are they called? The jackals. I should know.
Yes,
right there.
Yeah.
Slap him with jackals and do like a corn worshipping Goliath gang.
It's very like obvious a corn worshipping Goliath gang, but it's also freaking cool too.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. No, he's a great looking miniature. And so, yeah, I will say 3 of the 4 characters out of this book are just absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, you don't like Lady Hera?
Okay, I'll make you listen to the episode again, so you can just pick up exactly which one I don't like.
Well, there's one character I want to talk about before we close this bad boy off. I want to talk about Lady Credo. Now,
we've talked about her so much.
We have talked about her so much, But I would like to throw out a wild theory that I genuinely believe is 100% accurate.
Is this a caryatid level theory?
This is not of the same level as caryatids.
Okay.
It's close, but I wouldn't say it's the same. So
hit me with it. What is it?
remember how she effectively came out of nowhere? She specifically mentioned that she had made a promise to Vidissia in regards to being there in time of need, or mayhaps she's had an agreement with House Escher that they've done a favour for her and she needs to pay back. Now, she knew a lot of things about House Escher, and when she walked up to that throne, she dragged her fingers across that three-bladed icon, the symbol of House Escher.
Yeah.
And it was a drop of her blood that allowed the throne to open. This might be wackadoo, but I think Lady Credo is one of the blades. I think she is one of the original 3 sisters that made up House Escher. So strap yourself in, because I'm going to break this bad boy down for you.
Okay, go ahead.
So we know that Celestria, Cedrina, and Solarana all created clones of themselves. And we know that randomly throughout history, these clones have either been found or accidentally activated when an apprentice leans on a wall and hits the big red button. And, do you remember that Escher that fled, was it Hive Arcos?
Yes, it was Arcos.
Yep, after the uprising, and went back to the house and was like, hey, I've got news about this, and that woman was just taken by enforcers?
Yep.
Okay. Now, Lady Credo is described as an excellent fighter. Now, it specifically says that Lady Credo is a formidable warrior in her own right. Her skill with a power saber has cut down countless challenges to her cause, while her speed and resilience speak to hidden biomechanical implants or gene enhancement of the highest order. The Blades were all experts in close combat with their bladed weapons, and would actively fight either for or against any cause as long as it served themselves. Now, what's to say that Lady Credo, or let's say if she's Celestria, Cedrina, or Solarana, has not made an agreement with the owners of that heptagram? The heptagram, which routinely is mentioned through this book, also talks about the 7th house. And on top of the 7th house, the 7th Great Guild. This is the Mercator Veritas, the Guild of Oaths, sometimes called the Heptagonian or 7th Great Guild. What's to say? This blade, now known as Lady Credo, has been sitting around either cloning herself and her memories for thousands of years and watching what the Helmore family has done, betraying their original oaths that the Blades agreed to when they chose to become part of Martek Helmayer's new dynasty.
So what my question was going to be for you, don't they have a sworn allegiance to the Helmores? But that makes sense what you're saying, if they've corrupted it.
Exactly. So Martek Helmayer agreed to whatever he needed to bring these hives and bring these houses under his control. Remember, there were dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of houses way back when. Now there's 7 minor, 7 major, and countless little ones that mean nothing to nobody.
Yeah, true.
I believe Lady Credo is one of the Blades who married that Constantine Credo, just for his name, because she needed to start being more active to bring followers to her cause. And she couldn't be turning around saying, I'm Solarana, because all of a sudden the Escher are sitting there going, whoa, 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 hold on there, crazy.
Yeah.
Lady Credo is one of the Blades. I don't believe she is one of the original Blades. I believe she is a clone.
Righto.
But she is the prime consciousness of one of the Blades. And her intellect has travelled down the millennia to now, where she is starting this uprising against House Helmore in league with particular groups we haven't spoken of yet. Because she sees herself as one of the three, as the logical successor and leader of Necromunda.
Right, that was my next question. So she's not looking to supplant him, the Helmors or Gerontius with anybody else other than herself.
Other than herself?
Hmm.
Or mayhaps someone she serves that she may have decided is worthy of ruling.
Who?
I don't want to go into specifics.
Well,
but it is the Aranthian Succession.
so well, save it for the next 7-hour episode.
We might say, God damn, if the next episode is... anyone who's managed to sit down and listen through this thing, I bet when you went to work this morning thinking, I'll throw my headphones in, just have a casual little bit of listening to a podcast, while I do my work. I'm assuming you're sitting there now crying. You've got your knees tucked up against your chest, your arms hugging them oh so tight to yourself, because you're sitting there going, will these two just finish this episode? And I think we should, dude, because
I think so too.
I am tired.
I am finally at a point where I'm sick of my own voice, which is not good because that never happens. I love my own voice.
So, closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. This book is great for laying the foundations, but I need to know what those soldiers are with the arco pistols and the arco rifles.
God, yeah.
I need to know who Lady Credo's general is. All those are massive talking points. I also feel like the Delacroix, as much as we have mentioned them enough, just don't seem to be involved as much as they should be for something so global and something so underhanded and built upon ridiculous schemes.
I think the Delark are doing what the Delark do. I think they are watching, they are waiting, they are gathering information. They don't need to openly strike against. But you got to remember when they took out all those informants and spies?
Yeah,
that was, from what I remember from tonight, I suppose. From what I remember, that was the bloodiest they got during this conflict. There was that time where a couple of their holdings got attacked and that, but like I said, that happened. They sprinkled a few dead bodies around and they looked at their agents and were like, all right, good. Well done. Go tell everyone you killed the Delark.
Yeah,
the Delark haven't done much, and I think that's on purpose. The Corridor also didn't do much. We saw a little bit of them here and there. That deacon that turned himself into the walking bonfire.
Yeah,
I loved him. And obviously the Corridor just charging all those corpse grinder cultists. That was amazing.
Yeah, well, so I think they've definitely done a lot more than the Delacroix, but it's also just another way for me to get the word Delacroix into the episode. So
that's some real deliquation thinking you got going on.
Yeah,
there.
it is, isn't it?
Well, who else? Vansar really haven't done much. We had one gal teleport herself to our Lord and Savior Korn, and then a bunch of other ones broke into some security systems and stole a bunch of stuff. So honestly, I don't know what my house is doing, but I'm assuming it's some real big brain moves.
Yeah, we'll say it's that. We'll say it's that for sure.
Well, we'll close this one off here, and we're going to do it with a quote. This particular quote is actually very easily accessible to everyone because it literally is on the first page of the Aranthian Succession, Book 1, Cinderak Burning. And it's kind of an ominous one. It's not attributed to anyone. When the dark orb of Somnus stains the sky, when the line of Helmore meets its end, when the old blood returns to claim its due, the Heptagonian covenant is begun. And that was our latest episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. I am Spamuel, and on behalf of the Lorekeeper team, thank you for listening. Please follow us on our social media pages available in the show notes, and don't forget to follow and review us on your preferred podcast platform. As always, if you have questions, complaints, corrections, or if you have overthrown your oppressive overlords and now serve in the armies of rebellion, please reach out to us at underhivelorekeepers@gmail.com. Thanks.